Restart. Spider-Man. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101 Odin's Fall. Dark Tony. Curse? Tony thought. Can wizards participate in elections? He asked young Steve. Young Steve corrected. That's called a wizard. Charlotte raised his wrist on the side. He tried all kinds of weird gestures, but still couldn't remember how to shoot spider silk. Well, I'm a Spider-Man who can't use spider silk. It is said that the Iron Man in the multiverse has the 7th Infinity Stone in his head. Gathering 7 Infinity Stones can summon the Goddess of Vengeance, a very fucked up setting. The 7th Infinity Stone has different names such as the Self Stone, the Wisdom Stone, and the Knowledge Stone, but Charlotte can't be sure whether it is actually the same Infinity Stone. And Thanos' explanation made him understand that the man cursed by knowledge may have a Knowledge Stone in his head. The Titan's holy artifact made the Knowledge Stone in Tony's head work. Whether it was Ancient One or Dark Steven, the use of magic in their heads was completely erased by the Knowledge Stone. Even Charlotte himself forgot how to shoot spider silk. As long as it is acquired knowledge, it may be erased by the Knowledge Stone. However, the Knowledge Stone does not absolutely erase all acquired knowledge. Otherwise, he and Thanos would not have remembered the Knowledge Stone. The Knowledge Stone will only work on skills that have been learned after consuming a certain amount of energy. If the Wisdom Stone was in Tony's mind, then everyone present would become a fool, which is also possible. But judging from the current situation, there is actually not much difference. Use the rock gesture, like this. Suddenly, Tony made a gesture on the spot and taught Charlotte how to use spider silk. Charlotte, how do you know? The corner of his mouth twitched. Tony shrugged. I don't know why. Anyway, I know it. Charlotte held his forehead. Good guy. It turns out that their use of skills was not erased, but stolen by the Knowledge Stone. He imitated Tony's movements and successfully launched spider silk. Well, he learned it again. He is a Spider-Man who can use spider silk. Then Tony looked at the ring hanging on the fingertips of the Ancient One. Can you lend it to me? The Ancient One thought for a moment and took off the ring without hesitation and handed it to Tony. Thank you, Grand Mage. Tony smiled slightly, concentrated his mind, and drew a circle with his hand, and golden sparks quickly bloomed in front of him. At the other end of the portal, Nick Fury was hiding in the toilet alone and cursing. These two bastards actually went to fight alone. Don't let me catch you, otherwise I will. What are you going to do, dear Commander? Tony's voice suddenly appeared, and Nick Fury immediately restrained his angry look and pulled up his pants calmly. Looking at Tony, who appeared in the golden portal, he was very embarrassed and then covered his mouth and coughed. Ahem, it's nothing. Remember to report in advance next time. I forgive you this time. Thank you so much. By the way, did you wipe it clean? It's not important. Have you developed a space device? This is magic. Tony said through the air. Get ready. Come here to receive a Dark Mage criminal. Although Nick Fury didn't understand what a Dark Mage was, he immediately gave the order. Tony was too strange. And when Dark Steven saw this scene, he seemed to understand something. Damn it, give me my magic back. He rushed towards Tony desperately, but was stopped by Thanos' tall figure. Dark Wizard, let's fight. Bang. Thanos grinned and punched out without any fancy moves. His fist was still powerful. Apart from forgetting the fighting skills accumulated over the years, other things did not affect him much. Bang. The next moment, darkness rose up, and Thanos' fist was rebounded by the opponent's dark energy that automatically protected his body, but it also successfully blasted him hundreds of meters away. Seeing this, Charlotte raised his eyebrows. Even if he can't use magic, his dark energy is still a big threat. Kill him. Fuck him. Young Steve threw out his shield with all his strength. Dang, the shield flew through the air, hit Dark Steven, and then bounced far away, which embarrassed young Steve. My shield flew away. Then don't play tricks, Charlotte said, shooting spider silk with both hands to make a spider silk slingshot. Puff, the spider silk missed, and Charlotte scratched his head. How do you use the space spider silk? Just use it like this. Tony once again gave a live teaching. Thank you. You're welcome. The golden portal closed, and after Tony taught Charlotte how to use the space spider silk, he turned to Ancient One and said, "Can I borrow your magic energy?" Ancient One thought for a moment. "I remember there is such a magic. You try it." "Okay, thank you, Master." Tony immediately formed seals with his hands, as if he had practiced it thousands of times. Buzz instantly, a golden magic circle bloomed under the feet of Ancient One and Tony, and a trace of golden energy was extracted from Ancient One's body, and then quickly sank into Tony's brow. Tony, who had obtained the magic energy, waved his hand, and the ground around him trembled. A large amount of metal turned into various armor parts under his mind, and assembled into a new set of Mark armor in just a few seconds. After putting on the armor, Tony felt safe. The magic circle under his feet continued, and Tony raised his hand and snapped his fingers. "Very good, now it's my turn to perform." He raised his lips slightly, and with his confidence, flames burst out from under his feet. He soared into the sky and split into clones. The armors covered the sky and attacked Dark Steven. "Damn it, you despicable thief." Dark Steven cursed, and then he was enveloped by the pulse energy. Boom boom. The artillery fire spread, and Charlotte and others braked and stopped. "Damn, he got it again." Charlotte crossed his arms and watched, and Thanos said, "It seems that we won't be needed next." "Not necessarily." Ancient One in the magic circle said, "He borrowed my power, and my power was borrowed from other places, so the conversion efficiency is very low, which will waste a lot of magic energy. He can't hold on for long." "Well, we still need it." Young Steve secretly picked up his shield. Before everyone could make a move, a golden meteor fell obliquely in the night sky, and Loki and others finally appeared. At this moment, Odin's power burst into divine light, and the spear of eternity instantly penetrated Dark Steven's body. Being in this area, they always felt that something was wrong with them. The battle was coming to an end, and there was no sense of urgency. Tuxedo Loki's eyes fell on Thanos inadvertently, and his body trembled suddenly. There was a trace of fear in his eyes, and then he pretended to be calm. "Relax, this is not that, Thanos. Don't be nervous." He tried to comfort himself. He stretched out his hand, and the spear of eternity automatically flew to his palm. But with the blessing of Odin's power, the powerful force gave Tuxedo Loki another idea. Take advantage of this moment. Kill Thanos and prevent the tragedy behind. Immediately, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. The spear hummed softly, and Odin's power spread. Thanos, who felt the murderous intent, subconsciously turned sideways and reached out to grasp the handle of the attacking gun. Without combat skills, he still had muscle memory. "What are you doing?" Thanos frowned. Tuxedo Loki's eyes widened. "How could you possibly avoid the spear of eternity?" Thanos sneered. "Son of Odin, that's not how you use a divine weapon." After he finished speaking, his arm exploded with great force, and he easily snatched the spear of eternity from the other's hand. "No!" Tuxedo Loki exclaimed, and then was slapped away by Thanos. Holding the spear of eternity, Thanos did not feel the divine power belonging to Odin surging into his body. "So that's how it is, I understand," he murmured. He casually threw the spear of eternity to Charlotte. "Take it." But Charlotte caught the spear of eternity and seemed to understand something. "So that's how it is." He smiled. Old Steve was confused. "What did you understand?" Charlotte explained. "In order to prevent the two Lokis from killing each other, Odin set the spear of eternity to only kill Dark Steven. Except for Dark Steven, the spear of eternity will not hurt anyone. Can it be like this?" Old Steve shook his head. Tuxedo Loki also heard this, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "My father wants to protect Loki. I should be happy, but..." His eyes were complicated. "Go on." Charlotte threw the spear of eternity to the other party. "It's over." He was not sure whether the knowledge gem could continue to affect everyone. To avoid wasting a restart, the battle had to end. Tuxedo Loki caught the spear of eternity, and the familiar divine power surged into his body again. In desperation, he gave up the plan to kill Thanos, and threw the spear of eternity at Dark Steven. Buzzpuff. In an instant, the golden divine spear nailed Dark Steven to the ground, and Odin's divine power continued to destroy his body, dissipating the majestic dark energy in his body. Zizzy, the golden divine power kept flashing, and Dark Steven gritted his teeth and tried to pull the spear of eternity out of his body. The next moment, Tuxedo Loki rushed over and grabbed the gun body, preventing Dark Steven from pulling out the spear of eternity. I heard that you want to kill my father. Tuxedo Loki's eyes became cruel, so I can only kill you first. After saying this, the power of Odin that flowed into his body exploded. The light of the eternal spear became brighter, and the screams of Dark Steven became more and more shrill. Ah. Damn Odin, I will not lose. Dark Steven struggled, and the darkness on his body spread rapidly, as if even the eternal spear could not suppress it. Odin's power has weakened too much, and the eternal spear is not enough to kill this guy. Thanos frowned and took out the Titan's holy weapon again. Little bug, it's our turn. Of course. The two came behind Tuxedo Loki, holding the holy weapon together. The spider totem and purple starlight poured into Loki's body, and then injected into the eternal spear. But in an instant, the light of the eternal spear became brighter, and the red, blue, and purple mixed into the golden power, and the dark energy was mostly consumed in an instant. Ah. What is this? What on earth is this? Dark Steven roared at the top of his lungs, and the third eye between his eyebrows quickly turned into black mist and dissipated. Seeing this, Charlotte and Thanos looked at each other. How should we answer him? After all, we are just trying it casually. Who knew they could have this effect? Forget it, I won't answer. He's dying anyway. Isn't that rude? Who cares? Do you care? I don't care either. The two smiled at each other, and the black mist on Dark Steven's body completely dissipated. His haggard face regained a trace of blood color, and then quickly turned pale. At this moment, there was no anger or hostility on his face. There was only endless regret. Christine, sorry, I still failed. Forgive me. How a breeze blew past, and Dark Steven turned into flying ash and completely disappeared from this world. At the same time, the light of the eternal spear dimmed, and the power of Odin in the body of the tuxedo receded like a tide. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the gun body of the eternal spear, and the face of the tuxedo Loki changed. How could it be? But, father. He seemed to have thought of something, and hurried to the direction of Thor, eager to rush back to Asgard. What's wrong with him? Old Steve came over and asked. Charlotte thought, the power of the eternal spear has been exhausted. Wouldn't it be enough to replenish it? Old Steve was puzzled. Thanos said, it's not like that. Odin gave all his power to the eternal spear, and he no longer has the power to repair the artifact. So, Old Steve's face changed. Odin is going to fall? Charlotte nodded. It should be like this. Loki indirectly killed the Odin of this world. This is too cruel for him. Old Steve sighed. Although it is cruel, it is also for Loki's sake. Charlotte exhaled. Odin may want to let Loki know that he has always loved Loki, even at the cost of his own life. Thanos frowned. I don't understand the gods of Asgard. There are many ways to prove family affection. Why must they choose this method? It's an old tradition. Charlotte said, and suddenly noticed a wisp of black mist floating nearby. He turned around and saw Tony making seals with his hands, and a wisp of black mist quickly penetrated into his body. That was the dark magic energy left by Dark Steven. What are you doing? When everyone saw this scene, their scalps numbed instantly. Because my work and rest schedule has returned to normal, I started typing during the day, and the publishing time became the afternoon. There will be more in the afternoon. Chapter 102 Spider-Man's exclusive magic. 4,000 words. Counted as 2 extra chapters. No way. Just dealt with the Dark Doctor. Now we have to face a scary dark magic Iron Man. The old Steve looked grim, while Thanos silently picked up his sword with a bad look. Wait, don't get me wrong. Tony waved his hands quickly, showing an awkward smile. I really can't help it. You actually found me, but don't worry, I just want to try it, okay? Don't look at me like that. I won't try it, okay? Under the threat of everyone's eyes, Tony smiled awkwardly and opened the magic circle, returning the magic energy of the Ancient One. He had just come into contact with dark magic and there was nothing wrong with him. Didn't you keep some secretly? I didn't, I promise. Charlotte came to Tony with the Titan's holy artifact. Return the others together. Can't you wait a little longer? Tony was a little reluctant. What do you want to wait for? I want to use magic to let everyone vote for me. Charlotte, don't talk nonsense. It's too dangerous to leave those things to you. He pulled Tony's hand to touch the holy artifact. You won't succeed. Seeing that the artifact didn't respond, Tony smiled triumphantly. As long as I don't inject magic energy, it won't be able to take away my magic knowledge. The next moment, Thanos came over and touched the artifact with Charlotte. Buzz instantly, the spider totem and purple starlight bloomed, and Tony's brow burst into dazzling light again. After a few seconds, the light dissipated. No, how could this happen? Tony screamed, feeling that the magic knowledge in his mind had disappeared. No matter how hard he thought, he couldn't remember any magic. Thanos glanced at him. I forgot to tell you that the power of me and Xiaoda-chan can actually activate the artifact, and there is no need for magic to drive it. You. Tony covered his aching heart and pointed at the two with trembling fingers. You are too cunning. You too. Thanos pushed Tony away and turned to Charlotte. From what that guy did just now, it doesn't count as me helping you, because he also wants to kill me. So I still didn't help you this time. You saved me again. I owe you again. The power of the Dark Wizard was beyond his imagination. If it weren't for Charlotte, Thanos thought that, even if he had a Chitauri army that spanned the universe, he would still be vulnerable to the terrible Dark Wizard. Without Charlotte, he would be dead. Charlotte was not polite. Okay, then you repay me first. What do you want me to do? Thanos asked. Give up invading the Earth temporarily and wait for me to find a better solution. No problem. Thanos agreed very straightforwardly. It was just giving up invading the Earth, not saying that he would not be allowed to look for the infinite gems. A remote and backward planet. He was not interested at all. One more thing. Charlotte said again, lend me a few Chitauri soldiers. The Chitauri soldiers did not invade the Earth, so just killing a few of them would get a place to resurrect. With the help of Thanos, this is simply a dimensionality reduction attack for other contestants. In short, one word. Cool. And Thanos did not refuse Charlotte's second request. Compared to the other parties' 2 times of helping him, this request is not worth mentioning. For Charlotte, who has repeatedly created miracles, Thanos couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope in his heart. He glanced at the young Steve and the old Steve, thinking in his heart, whether it was these two guys or the terrible Dark Wizard who suddenly appeared, these anomalies made him think of a possibility. If this is true, then it is really possible to solve the problem that has been bothering him. He never likes killing. Thinking of this, he raised the Infinity Gauntlet, the space gem glowed, and the blue wormhole teleported several Chitauri soldiers to the scene. Old man, you come. I'm coming. Old Steve stepped forward and solved the Chitauri soldiers in front of Thanos and didn't show too much excitement. After all, he didn't have much hope for resurrection. If he wasn't worried about being resurrected by other evil guys, he really didn't like fighting and killing. He would rather play Spider Silk Slingshot with Charlotte. Thanos witnessed this scene, and his eyes didn't change. The fundamental reason why the Chitauri are notorious in the universe is not because he led the Chitauri to conquer the universe, but because they themselves are a despicable race that likes to kill crazily. Without Thanos, the Chitauri are still pests in the universe. Even if the entire Chitauri race perishes, Thanos will not have the slightest bit of pity. He will only feel troubled because he has to find a suitable fighting race to conquer the universe again. Thanos looked at Charlotte. What are you going to do next? Wait for me for a few minutes. I have something to do. Charlotte said. Do you need my help? No, just lend me the 4 black generals. Hearing this, Thanos' eyes were strange. They are my most capable subordinates. Can they be replaced by others? Charlotte knew that the other party had misunderstood when he saw the other party's appearance. I don't plan to kill them, just let them help me deal with a few guys, which will be faster. Thanos breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, I will tell them. Then, Charlotte told the 4 black generals some things that should be paid attention to, and then came to the Ancient One. I also want to ask the wizard to do me a favor. I know what you want to do. The Ancient One, who had restored his magic, said, "You and they should not appear in this world. I hope you can leave as soon as possible." "No problem, you help me find them, and I will make them leave immediately." "Yes." The Ancient One nodded, raised his hand, and drew a series of golden portals in front of him. The other side of the portal was the other contestants hiding in the dark. "What? Shit, what happened? Is this magic? Damn, he found it." Amid exclamations, the 4 generals of the Black Obsidian entered the portals one by one, and soon threw the disabled contestants in front of Charlotte. Except for Bucky, who likes to self-destruct. Under the telekinetic control of Ebony Moore, Norman and Professor Kurt were suppressed by the rubble. Under the sword of General Corvus Glaive, the symbiote on the surface of Venom Parker was screaming and struggling, and the special weapon made it temporarily lose its self-healing ability. Similarly, the bloody tentacles of Hydra Steve were all cut off by Dark Knight Proxima. The spear in her hand pierced Steve's back, and the strange power prevented the power of Hydra from spreading. As for the Electric Man, this guy was too fast, and Charlotte was not interested in trouble with him. Anyway, these guys were enough for him to get a place in the resurrection. And several people looked at Charlotte at this time, their faces full of anger and unwillingness. "Damn Charlotte, why do people help you every time? I'm so angry." Norman cursed. Charlotte shrugged. He first borrowed the soul battle blade of the dead general to solve Venom Parker, and then came to Norman with a big knife. "Sorry, let me tell you a truth. The resurrection match is not about fighting and killing, but about human relationships." "What?" Puff. Norman's eyes widened, and then there was no movement. On the other side, Hydra Steve gritted his teeth and glared at Charlotte. "If there is a next time, I must take your life." Puff. With a knife cut, the black spine broke into 2 pieces. Then it was Professor Kurt. "Kid, I know I was wrong." The big lizard grinned. Charlotte nodded. "Since you know you are wrong, I will kill you. You will have nothing to say." "Wait." Puff. Charlotte killed Professor Kurt with another knife, and smiled with satisfaction. Looking back, he saw that Tony and others were already far away from him. "You guys." Charlotte just started to speak. Tony turned around quickly. "I still have to go to scatter money. Meet again another day." After saying that, he activated the battle armor and soared into the sky. "Wait, take me away. I will vote for you." Young Steve hurriedly ran in Tony's direction, and the Ancient One also shook his head, turned around and disappeared in the portal. "What's wrong with them?" Charlotte asked the old Steve. The old Steve shrugged. "You looked like a pervert just now." "Charlotte, I was just playing the game seriously. They don't know. Well, I hope they don't have nightmares at night." Charlotte looked at Thanos. "Accompany me to a place." "Okay." Thanos opened a space wormhole. Late at night, in the hospital, busy female doctors shuttled quickly in the emergency room, trying to rescue every patient. At the door, a tall figure in a black robe attracted the attention of the passing nurse. "Hey, who are you? You are not allowed here." The nurse was halfway through her words when Thanos raised his hand to release the light of the Mind Stone. The hypnotized nurse's eyes became dull, and she walked past Charlotte silently. "Why did you come here to see this woman?" Thanos asked. Charlotte smiled. "Her name is Christine, that guy's girlfriend, of course, in another world." Thanos thought thoughtfully. "I understand. That guy's girlfriend is dead." "Yes. But what do you want to tell me?" Charlotte thought for a while. "Actually nothing. Just want to confirm one thing. According to the plan of Dark Steven, he will eventually use nuclear bombs to bomb the entire New York, and it seems that he doesn't care about Christine in this world at all. He just wants to get more resurrection places and bet on a possibility. He bet that if he can get all the resurrection places, then it is possible to give up the extra resurrection places and let the Christine he loves come back to life. He was too greedy and too confident, so he failed. But it doesn't mean there is no possibility." This gave Charlotte another idea. What Dark Steven couldn't do, Charlotte could do, but not now. Thinking about it, he turned around and said, "The substitute is always a substitute, and it is completely different from the original person. That guy did a good job in this regard. Are you reminding me of something?" Thanos frowned. "You think I'm still immersed in the guilt of not being able to save Titan, and saving the universe is to alleviate my own pain, right?" "No, I don't think so. You must have." I said no. Little worm, your metaphor is very crude. You think too much. The two chatted and walked into the blue wormhole together. There is still half an hour before the end of the mission. Desolate planet, Temple second spacecraft. In the training room, Thanos and Charlotte punched and kicked each other. The air exploded continuously, and the strong physical strength clashed for hundreds of rounds, and finally ended with Charlotte's defeat. The wind of the fist passed by Charlotte's ear, and Thanos slowly retracted his fist. Your strength is not bad, but your skills are too crude. Thanos thought for a moment and said, no, you have not systematically trained your body at all, which makes you unable to exert the strength you should have. Charlotte wiped the sweat from his forehead with a towel and relaxed. Yes, that's why I asked you for advice. At the beginning, he only had 1 ton of strength, and he didn't think there was anything wrong at the time. But as he won several resurrection matches, his strength became stronger and stronger, but his destructive power was not as terrible as he imagined. At that moment, Charlotte knew where his problem was. In contrast, Thanos in the movie may not be much stronger than Hulk in terms of strength, but he can easily crush Hulk. A big reason is that he won because of the combat experience and skills accumulated over the years. And now that Thanos has said it, Charlotte is more certain of this fact. On the side, the elderly Steve handed over a bottle of water. He is right, your skills are too crude, but it doesn't matter. Spider-Man does not rely on combat skills. It's enough to have Peter shock. He comforted. Charlotte shook his head. He took the water handed by the other party and poured it on his head casually. That's true, but it's still a waste. He was referring to this strong body. Of course, compared to Thanos' Titan body, Charlotte is still far behind. Seeing that Charlotte was still unwilling to give up, old Steve said helplessly, we will leave in half an hour. You don't have time to learn more. It doesn't matter, I still have a lot of time. Charlotte's mind moved, and the system prompt appeared in front of him. Remaining restart times. 8. Very good, he still has 192 hours. Considering the need to deal with emergencies, he decided to leave 4 restart times. Haha, I'm really working hard. Cosmic spider web. On the spider web, Charlotte raised his hand to shoot spider silk, and tried to restart a few times, to obtain the spider silk mode. No useful spider silk was found, so he focused on the rewards of this resurrection match. You have completed task 3, and have obtained 1 resurrection quota. Reward, killing value 100. Win the resurrection match continuously. Additional reward, spider totem power x1. Win the resurrection match continuously. Additional reward, Spider-Man exclusive magic knowledge x1. Number of restarts remaining. 4. Retained until the next resurrection match. Killing value. Continuously kill a certain number of enemy targets within a certain period of time to accumulate the corresponding killing value. When the killing value reaches 100, you can get a 100% critical hit. Charlotte, isn't this just accumulating anger? Let's take a look at the additional rewards this time. Spider-Man exclusive magic knowledge. Borrowing the magic power provided by the spider totem, you can randomly learn a Spider-Man exclusive magic. Congratulations on obtaining Spider-Man exclusive magic. Summon little spider. Summon little spider. After meeting the corresponding summoning conditions, you can summon a mutant little spider. First time to obtain spider magic, you can view this advanced magic. Advanced magic. Summon a lot of little spiders. Charlotte. Such a sloppy spider magic. What a sloppy advanced magic. I finished 2 more chapters. Happy. I wanted to write another 2,000 words, but my head is too dizzy. Chapter 103 Return of Spider-Man. 4,000 words. Please subscribe. Main world, New York. The latest report. Biological experts have confirmed that a large number of Spider-Men who have appeared recently are infected with the spider virus. The current transmission route of the virus is caused by mutant spiders, and no other infection routes have been found. This is a nightly news. According to statistics from the health department, the number of spider virus infected people has reached a new high, now as many as 1,089 people. Global News reported that there has been the latest progress in the disappearance of spider virus infected people that began 2 weeks ago. The relevant departments are actively arresting suspects. All spider virus infected people are requested not to go out unless necessary. Brooklyn News reported that according to information provided by witnesses, there has been another kidnapping of spider virus infected people in District C. Please seek help from the police as soon as possible if you are infected nearby. In the dark room, Jonah Jameson hid in the quilt and shivered. The radio broadcast the disappearance of spider virus infected people from time to time, which made Jonah tremble with fear. Because he was in District C, the witness was him, and the spider virus infected person who was taken away was Jack next door. If he had not shown his Spider-Man ability in public, in order to maintain his persona, he might have been taken away just now. That group of people was so cruel. He was really scared, lonely, and cold. No, he was sweating profusely while hiding in the quilt. It was so hot. But he was worried that those people had not gone far, so he could only stay in the quilt. When he was a child, his mother told him that if he was scared, he should stay in the quilt. This would make him even more scared. Jonah shivered and wiped the sweat off his face from time to time. Only hiding in the quilt could give him a sense of security. Beep, beep. At this time, the phone rang, and Jonah was startled. After hesitating for a long time, he dared to stretch out a hand from the quilt to answer the phone. Ahem. Hello, I'm Jonah Jameson, the editor-in-chief of the Daily Bugle. His tone was trembling, but he still tried his best to show his usual demeanor and gentlemanliness. Mr. Jameson, this is Luna from the TV station. Tomorrow's show. I'm sick. You can find someone else. Mr. Jameson, if you don't come, the money can't be refunded. I know, that's it. Jonah quickly hung up the phone with a painful look on his face. Oh no, my money. Others earn announcement fees from appearing on TV shows, but he pays for it himself. In order to increase his popularity, he is almost bankrupt. But in order to fulfill his dream, when he was young, he can only go all the way. Soon, after this period of time, his popularity will rise to another level. Then he can make money to subsidize the loss-making newspaper. Beep. Suddenly, another call came, and Jonah picked up the phone impatiently. I've already said it. Sorry, we are the staff responsible for the spider virus infected people. I'm Carlson. Please repeat what happened just now in detail. This will help us track down those criminals. Great, you are finally here. I just saw it. Jonah was overjoyed, and he quickly narrated everything he had just seen. On the next street, in the action car, Carlson put down the headset and looked back at Carter. It's them. Our investigation direction is correct. Carter nodded. Very good. Then start the action. No problem. Our agents are already keeping an eye on them. Carter adjusted his uniform and got out of the car with a shield in hand. Harry, Natasha, Barton, execute plan A and prepare for the assault. Yes. In the night sky, Harry, riding a flying skateboard, tapped his earphone lightly and then dived down in an instant. At the factory on the coast, green flames streaked across the sky and pumpkin bombs fell from the sky. Boom. In an instant, a series of explosions enveloped the factory and a large number of armed personnel quickly moved out. Da-da-da. Gunfire raged and Harry quickly took off. Captain, they have weapons. Leave it to me. High on the Iron Tower, the serious Barton shot explosive arrows one after another. Swish boom. The arrows exploded in the crowd, and the armed personnel were in chaos, but they couldn't find where these arrows came from. Ah damn, where are the people? I can't see. Boom. Another round of arrows exploded, and Carter led a group of agents to surround them, while taking advantage of the chaos. Put down your weapons. Bang, bang, bang. The 5-pointed star shield quickly shot through the crowd, and screams rang out wherever it passed. Carter ran over the rooftop, and the shield flew back into his hand. Wow, Captain, your shield is cool. Harry witnessed this scene in the air, and said with envy. Carter flew into the factory. It's okay, Steve's shield is not very convenient, but I can't find my previous shield. I can personally make a shield that suits you. Thank you. My shield costs at least $300 million US. You are very generous. You're welcome, Captain. You don't think I said anything? I think you can stop your boring conversation. A group of agents quickly controlled the scene. Carlson looked at the factory with thick smoke and frowned. It seems that there was an accident. I know. I saw something strange. At this time, Carter, who had sneaked into the factory, stopped in front of a machine that looked like a nutrition cabin. Da-da-da, the machine trembled and burst into thick smoke, as if something was struggling inside. Ding. The wrist device flashed a red dot, and Banner in the command room hurriedly reminded Captain Carter, there is strong radioactive energy at the mission site. There must be high-risk radioactive materials near you. There is only an iron egg in front of me. The kind of machine in science fiction movies. Please move away quickly. But I haven't found the kidnapped Spider-Man yet. As Carter finished speaking, the nutrition cabin exploded, and the pungent smell filled the entire factory, and the thick smoke spread wantonly. Oh no, something came out. Carter's face changed, she covered her mouth and nose and quickly retreated to the door. What happened? Harry landed next to Carter and asked. Carter frowned. I only saw a shadow. There was someone inside. Who? Rhino. A hoarse roar suddenly came from the smoke, and then everyone felt a tremor under their feet, and a terrifying huge figure slowly walked out of it. Bang bang bang, step by step, the ground under the other party's feet quickly cracked under the heavy load. Soon, a terrifying humanoid creature with a pointed horn on its head appeared in their sight. As the 3-meter-tall strong body stood still, a large amount of dark gray unknown polymers was seen, attached to the surface of a human body. The whole body was covered with exaggerated muscles similar to stone. Only the face could still recognize the identity of the other party as a human. Ha ha ha, Rhino, yes, you heard it right. This is a new name I gave myself, and it is also your nightmare. At this time, Classy laughed loudly, and his muscles swelled again. The suffocating breath swept over, making Carter and others change their faces. He really looks like a rhino. Rhino, he used this name to match Spider-Man. He looks terrible. We are in trouble. Of course, you are in big trouble. Classy suddenly grinned, and his huge body rushed forward, just like a wild bull. He is a bull. Boom. The rhino trampled the ground, gravel splashed, and the terrifying sense of oppression spread. Harry quickly started the flying skateboard and took off. Captain, be careful. On the ground, Carter, who was facing the rhino, had a serious expression on her face. When the opponent was about to hit her, she raised her shield. Bang. Bang, the figure hit the factory wall like a cannonball, and the bricks buried the embarrassed figure. Bah, what a broken shield. It's not as good as the old guy's shield. In the rubble, Carter climbed out of the ruins, and cursed the Hydra captain's shield. If she hadn't won the resurrection match, and strengthened her body, she might have been hit and broken by now. This is still under the protection of the low-profile shield. Without the shield, the consequences would be disastrous. This guy's strength is at least 50 tons. Carter guessed. Haha, you're not dead, woman. You successfully attracted my attention. Seeing that Carter could still stand up, Class's smile became more ferocious. If I kill you, the boss will definitely give me more year-end bonuses. As he said, he strode forward and approached Carter. 2 weeks ago, he was just a poor guy whose mecha was blown up by Spider-Man. Later, in order to cure the side effects of swallowing mutant spiders, the boss specially invited a mysterious scientist to conduct chemical radiation experiments for him. The experiment was successful, and he became a more terrible thug, a rhino with super strength and super defense. He felt invincible. If he met Spider-Man again, that guy would definitely be beaten badly by him. No, Spider-Man is dead. No one can be his opponent. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, but he saw arrows shooting in the night sky, followed by a large number of pumpkin bombs falling. Boom boom. In an instant, the raging flames enveloped him, and Carter took the opportunity to move away from the scene. Big Rhino, do you like pumpkins? Harry, riding a flying skateboard, flew over the sky, and before he could be proud, he saw the ground below shaking violently. Boom. The rhino angrily smashed the ground, and the strong wind swept away the flames in the sky. Damn little green goblin, do you think I can't do anything to you? Clee smiled strangely, suddenly stretched out his hand to pry open the tough polymer in his abdomen, and took out the spider logo he had picked up before. What? In the eyes of everyone, Class put the spider symbol on his chest, and the red and blue nano metal quickly covered his huge body. In an instant, the red and blue rhino raised his hand and threw white spider silk into the night sky. No. Harry narrowly avoided the sneak attack of the spider silk, his face ugly. Damn, how did he get Spider-Man's metal battlesuit? Carter helplessly held his forehead. No wonder I can't find his battlesuit. It turns out that this guy has it. Swish at this time, several explosive arrows attacked again, and the violent flames covered everyone's retreat. You can't escape. Immediately, a class, wearing a nano battlesuit, rushed around, crushing walls and cars along the way. No one dared to approach this ferocious monster. Retreat. Quick. Carlson led the agents to retreat urgently, and the armed personnel who were subdued before also began to fight back. Don't let them run away. Ha ha ha, it's our turn. The man was halfway through his words, and the dark grey fist smashed him into a pulp. What? Instantly, everyone looked at the ferocious rhino with disbelief. A class snorted coldly, don't steal my spotlight. Yes, it's good. The frightened subordinates quickly retreated, not daring to provoke this madman. At this time, the sky was roaring with fire, and the golden red armor crossed the night sky. It's Stark. Harry was overjoyed. Carter raised his eyebrows. Did this guy's armor experiment succeed? Natasha breathed a sigh of relief. It should be. He has been hiding in the laboratory since he came back last time. Carlson has been looking for him several times, but failed to see him. Hey, guys, you seem to need me. As the powerful music sounded, Tony greeted everyone, and then ejected a blue device from his arm. Puff, the blue device was so fast that it attached to the nanometal on the back of the rhino in the blink of an eye. Zizzy. The arc flashed, and the nanometal burst into sparks in an instant, and then quickly poured into the spider logo. What is that? Seeing this, everyone was surprised. Mr. Stark, how did you prepare this thing in advance? Harry flew over and asked curiously. Tony touched his nose. Actually, I secretly prepared a set of anti-Spider-Man armor, but I didn't expect it to come in handy. Harry. In Charlotte's words, this is the behavior of Liu. And a class on the ground clenched his fists. He looked at the armor floating in the night sky and roared angrily. Damn guy, you destroyed my toy. I'm going to kill you. Bang. Before Akles finished speaking, Tony accurately hit the opponent's mouth with a palm cannon. Woo woo woo, damn it. Akles covered his mouth and cried out in pain. Tony looked at Harry and blinked. Who is he going to kill? If I'm not mistaken, it's you. Oh, that's a pity. I'm super hard to kill shit. Tony exclaimed, and then was taken away by the steel pipe thrown by Akles. Looking at the place where Tony disappeared, Harry blinked. Who is super hard to kill? In the night sky not far away, Mark's armor turned into a parabola and fell down. Damn grassland animal, you pissed me off. Tony stood up from the ruins, and the mottled armor's shoulders ejected micro missiles, which flew out, as if they were free, and enveloped the rhino. Boom boom. Under the violent fire suppression, Akles sneered. Ha ha ha, is that all the power? You are too weak. As he spoke, he lifted up the scrapped car, and knocked Tony away, and the spider logo flew into the sky under the heat wave. At the same time, Nick Fury, who was observing the battle in the command room, suddenly spoke. Watch out, it seems that Spider-Man is coming. What? Spider-Man? Harry was overjoyed, while Carter breathed a sigh of relief. Is it him? Everyone subconsciously looked up at the night sky, and their eyes widened instantly. How is it possible? That is. The masked man in the night sky fired spider silk to lock the void one after another, and each time he was ejected by the spider silk slingshot, he could fly hundreds of meters. This scene made everyone drop their jaws. This is unscientific. Tony in the ruins was a little crazy. Harry was also in disbelief. Physics no longer exists, he muttered. Finally, the figure that burst out grabbed the spider symbol in the air. Crack, crack, crack in the fierce wind. The red and blue nanometal spread in an instant, and the metallic luster continued to flow. Wearing a battlesuit, the returning Spider-Man swooped down at high speed. Boom. With a loud bang, Charlotte fell into the battlefield. The standard landing posture of Black Widow. There should be more updates in the afternoon. Chapter 104 Ultimate Spider-Man. 4,000 words. Counted as 2 extra chapters. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How are you still alive? The moment he saw Charlotte appear, Akles looked like he had seen a ghost. His eyes widened, and his mouth opened. But the next moment he looked towards Tony with caution and quickly covered his mouth. You must not be that guy. You are another Spider-Man. That guy doesn't have spider silk like you. Hearing this, Charlotte stood up, and a faint blue light appeared in his inverted triangle eyes. "So you forgot our fighting friendship so quickly, right? What?" This familiar voice made a classy crazy. "No. It's really you. How could it be possible? No, I must have hallucinations. This is the sequel of the experiment. I want to overcome it. I want to crush you." Boom. Immediately, the rhino's fists collided, the air exploded, and the Minotaur's most proficient battle formation trampling skill was activated. The surrounding firelight twisted for a moment, the earth trembled, and Alexia's figure was approaching Charlotte. Die. A fist as big as a sandbag came through the air, and Charlotte's body sank. The ground under his feet broke in an instant, and he also punched out. Bang. The moment the two fists collided, there was a loud noise, and the ground around the two people instantly splashed with gravel, and the invisible shockwave swept the battlefield with gravel, and the fire on the scene was extinguished in the wind. The wind whistled past, and Carter raised his shield to block in front of him. Ding ding. Hearing the crisp sound of gravel and shield colliding, Carter was shocked. Has he become stronger after winning the resurrection match? Natasha on the side crawled on the ground to avoid the invasion of gravel. Her face was extremely solemn. "Nick, it can be confirmed that this is the real Spider-Man. No one else has such powerful power except him. I saw it." In the command room, Nick Fury stared at the video screen with his one eye, and it was unknown what he was thinking. Behind him, Dr. Banner couldn't help but sigh. Monsters. Two monsters. Only monsters can have such terrible power. Drive Banner, you have to be careful when you are experimenting, otherwise you will become a monster. Agent Hill squinted at him and hated that someone called Spider-Man a monster. The honest man Banner certainly didn't understand the meaning, and he showed an honest smile. "Agent Hill, thank you for your reminder, but I'm sure that I can't fail." Agent Hill folded his arms and looked at Banner coldly, then congratulations in advance. "Thank you." At the same time, the battlefield was in chaos. With Charlotte and Achilles as the center, the ground around the two people sank slightly. The destructive power caused by the original power just ended, and then Achilles' fist clicked, and the dark gray polymer covering the fist quickly cracked, and large pieces of debris fell off. "No. My hand. Ah." A layer of the polymer in the fist was shattered, and Achilles screamed, looking at his fist in disbelief. "How is it possible? I'm already so strong. Why can you still?" "Naive Minotaur, who taught you to talk nonsense while fighting?" Charlotte interrupted the other party and took another step forward. The wind of his fist exploded in an inch. He ducked to avoid the other party's fist and hit Achilles' abdomen. Kakabang. The polymer in Achilles' abdomen exploded, and the debris flew all over the sky. The huge figure staggered and fell to the ground. The pain in his abdomen began to cramp, making him kneel and vomit on the spot. "How could I vomit? Damn it. Spider-Man." Charlotte helped the other party finish the last few words. He turned around and kicked, and his big feet with a metallic luster went straight to Achilles' face. Bang ah bang bang bang. In an instant, dense fists fell on Alexo's body, and the polymer debris couldn't stop falling off. He had no way to deal with Charlotte's terrifying power and tricky and cruel attack methods. In front of Charlotte, his proud super strength and strong body that was not easily damaged by artillery fire had no advantage at all. On the contrary, his huge body dragged down his speed and reaction ability, causing him to passively take the beating, and the scene was horrible. "No. Stop. I won't fight anymore. I won't fight anymore. I haven't had enough fun yet. Damn it. I give up. I can't hear you. I'm going to sprinkle some dust in your eyes." "No." With a shrill scream, the huge rhino ran away in front of the tiny bug, leaving behind large pieces of polymer debris along the way, and his huge body was shrinking rapidly. Witnessing this scene, Harry was silent. Is this really Spider-Man? Something is wrong. Tony pushed away the car that was pressing on him, stood up to check the damage of the armor, and was also doubting this question. They didn't know that Charlotte had learned fighting skills from Thanos for a few days in the resurrection match, and was able to initially use a huge power in his body. Although he didn't become a master fighter overnight, the stronger the basic attributes, the more obvious the effect. Thanos has accumulated rich combat experience and skills over the years, and is a top-level fighter in the universe. The teaching of a famous teacher is naturally extraordinary. On the other hand, although Aclesi has the same strength attribute as Charlotte, he does not know how to use this strength at all, and the way he uses it is even rougher than Charlotte before. This time against Charlotte, he is destined to be violently crushed. Okay, the warm-up time is over. I will finish you off in one bite. At this moment, Charlotte stopped chasing, and the crystal spider silk in his hand instantly tightened. Gagaga in an instant, Aclesi's body was covered by the spider silk trap, and the polymer on his body was cut off again by the spider silk coating. Taking advantage of the opponent's restricted movement, Charlotte fired spider silk towards the night sky. Swish! The spider silk poured into the void, and Charlotte's figure turned into a cannonball and soared into the sky. The wind was fierce, and Charlotte, who was in the sky, paused briefly, and then turned over and dived. The glider wings spread out, and the red and blue figure turned into a black tornado in high-speed rotation, and fell to the ground at high speed. The 4 spider spears gathered, and turned into drills. Good neighbor poisonous dragon drill. Boom. Like a cannon bombardment, the ground gravel splashed dozens of meters, and Aclesi's body was completely submerged in the black poisonous dragon. Oh no. The shrill screams soon stopped, and the rhino in the giant pit was covered by the broken polymer, and his eyes gradually lost their light. After getting rid of the rhino, Charlotte turned over and landed, and a prompt message appeared in front of him. You play as a friendly neighbor to save the Avengers, and get the number of restarts. 5. My goodness, with the update of Spider-Man version, the villains are getting less and less valuable. Charlotte couldn't complain. Shaking his head, he turned and looked at Carter and others. Say thank you, everyone. Thank you. Carter came back to his senses, and Nick Fury's reminder came from the headset. With such a powerful thug guarding here, there must be something else in the factory. I understand. Carter waved his hand, and a group of agents quickly followed her to the factory. When passing by Charlotte, Carter paused. Come with me, your friends were also captured by them. Friends? Charlotte glanced at Harry. No. Carter's mouth twitched. Your 2 girlfriends. Don't talk nonsense. I'm just a child, and I like older ones. Although she said this, Charlotte still followed Carter to the factory honestly. Coulson, you take people to keep an eye on them. Understood. Coulson directed the scene, and Harry flew into the factory on his flying skateboard. On the other side, Tony thought about it, and decided to follow and take a look. After all, they were here. If they go back so early, Pepper will definitely pull them to practice yoga. It's so hard. Are you okay? Natasha came over and asked. Of course, I can spend the whole day. After saying this, Tony fell into silence. This sentence felt strange. Seeing that Tony was fine, Natasha tapped the headset lightly. No need to call an ambulance, she said, and hurriedly followed Carter and others. Did you find anything? She asked. Carter looked around the empty factory, frowning. Not yet. But I found it. Natasha glanced at the scene and found something wrong. She went to the corner and fumbled, and soon opened a hidden underground passage. Seeing this, Charlotte couldn't help but get closer to Carter. Well, this is called professionalism. Carter said expressionlessly. I'm a leader. I don't need to learn these. After that, she led the team into the underground passage. Charlotte spread her hands. This guy is getting more and more annoying. Not long after, everyone entered the underground passage and soon found the secret base hidden underground. The empty underground fortress was dimly lit, and the humid air was extremely unpleasant. Hundreds of steel cages were hung from the ceiling, in which all the missing fake Spider-Man were imprisoned. In the center of the ground, a red and blue machine similar to a giant reactor was running slowly, and dense hoses emitting faint light connected hundreds of metal cages, as if absorbing something from these Spider-Man's bodies. The arrival of Charlotte and others attracted the exclamations of these Spider-Men. Look, someone is coming. Not those guys. Great, someone is here to save us. Save us. We are saved. Did you see it? It's Spider-Man, and he is wearing a metal suit. Everyone was surprised, but Charlotte frowned. He saw the figures in 2 of the cages. Gwen, it's Spider-Man, he's here. Mary Jane called out weakly, but Gwen, who was in a coma, could no longer hear any sound. She was closest to the red and blue device, and her body lost the most power. She had fainted a day ago. Charlotte saw this, and did not act rashly. The spider sense continued to warn him, which made him think that things were not that simple. Carter was alert to the dark corners around him and waved his hand for the agent to turn on the lights. Buzz before they could make any move, the dim underground fortress suddenly lit up, and a figure emerged from the protruding iron frame of the stone wall. Ha ha ha, congratulations on finding this place. Now you can leave your last words. A familiar figure on the iron frame spoke slowly. When Charlotte saw this guy, her eyes narrowed slightly, and Carter frowned. It's Bucky, she said. Charlotte nodded. I know. He thought for a moment, then said, can you tell me what happened? He looked at Bucky. Bucky's mouth curled up cruelly. Anyway, you are all dying soon. I can answer your last question in this life. Bucky raised his hand, and the armed personnel behind him brought Steve's portrait. Since there is a clone captain, there must be a clone Bucky. Clone Bucky held Steve's portrait and looked at Charlotte with hatred in his eyes. From the moment I was born, I knew that I would only have one friend in this life. Either die with him, or live with him. In countless lonely and cold nights, the two poor cloned creatures kept each other warm, so we were able to persist for so many years. No one knows how we survived. We went through the world's most brutal training, and the most terrifying physical experiments. Among a group of failed test subjects, only we survived. Our plan was about to succeed, and we were finally going to be free. But because of you, Spider-Man, you shattered all our hopes. You killed the clone Steve, killed my only friend, and I had nothing to lose. So Spider-Man, you must die. Bucky accused at the top of his lungs, and Charlotte couldn't help but shrugged. Sorry, you should know that I can't die. Of course I know. Bucky sneered. So this terrible machine is built for you? No, to be precise, it is a terrifying machine built for all Spider-Man. It can absorb the mutant cells in your body and finally create another great Ultimate Spider-Man. Ultimate Spider-Man? Charlotte raised his eyebrows. It seems interesting. On the side, Natasha said with a serious face, I feel it's more than that. Carter nodded. Find a way to rescue those Spider-Men. Charlotte touched his chin. It's a bit difficult. I guess he plans to self-destruct. Self-destruct? Everyone was confused. Charlotte explained. He just said that he has nothing to lose, but anyone who says this is a guy who wants to fight to the death. Carter suddenly realized, I've watched a lot of movies these days, and it's true. Really, what kind of movies do you like to watch? Charlotte asked curiously. Carter thought for a moment. Romance movies, action movies, and what? You actually watch them separately? What a pity. Natasha reminded with a dark face. Agent Carter, now is not the time to talk about movies. Carter quickly came to his senses. Sorry. As he spoke, the speed of the red and blue machine increased dramatically, and a gust of wind swept through the underground fortress. Buzz the machine made a noisy sound when it was running. When Bucky waved his hand, a large number of cyborgs emerged from the corners to block the exit. Now you only have two choices, either kill us and escape from here and watch these fakes being sucked dry, or save them at all costs. As long as any tube is pulled out, the whole machine will explode completely and all of us will die here. As soon as this was said, everyone's face was ugly. Charlotte smiled. I think there is a third option. Sorry, it's a bit late. Chapter 105 Balala Energy. Summon Little Spider. 4,000 words. Please subscribe. Seeing the damn Spider-Man so calm, Bucky was shocked at first. Could this guy know the password to cancel the self-destruction program? The next second, he reacted suddenly, and a look of disdain appeared on his face. Cunning guy, the third option can only be that you die completely this time, and you will never be resurrected. He waved his hand, and a large number of cyborgs rushed towards Charlotte and others frantically. Pyjama baby, I shouldn't have followed. Tony's chest reactor burst into a strong light, and the high temperature ray was turned on at full power. The red energy swept across the front, and a large number of cyborgs were cut off by lasers. Harry didn't say much, and stepped on the flying skateboard to throw pumpkin bombs all the way to bomb the crowd. Boom. The scene was in chaos. Carter threw out a shield to repel the attacking cyborgs, and then retreated to Charlotte's side. Seeing Charlotte's hands changing constantly, as if performing some ancient and mysterious ritual, Carter was thoughtful. Is this the third option you mentioned? She asked. Charlotte's face was still calm. Yes, guard this place. Don't let them interrupt me. How long will it take you? Carter wanted to know the exact time. 1 minute. No problem. Carter didn't ask any more questions and then summoned a group of agents to stay by Charlotte's side. This guy might have received some magical rewards after winning the resurrection match, which could help them solve their current troubles. Carter thought so he chose to believe Charlotte. Charlotte just stared at the red and blue machines in the underground fortress, and as his hands completed the seal, his eyes glowed red and blue respectively. The summoning materials delivered to the door are simply great. Buzz, in an instant, a huge spider totem bloomed under his feet, and a gorgeous magic circle enveloped the red and blue machines. What is this? The sudden scene shocked everyone on the spot. Bucky's face changed drastically. He wanted to urge the cyborg to attack frantically, but he was hit in the chest by an arrow shot from the darkness. Puff. Ah. Bucky screamed and fell from the iron frame to the ground, and the severe pain made him crazy. Attack those hoses, he roared. Boom. Tony noticed the cyborg's movements, and next he controlled the Mark armor to lift off. The reactor on his chest burst into strong light, and the red laser swept across a circle, cutting off the cyborg who wanted to attack the hose in an instant. At the same time, the magic circle flickered, like the whisper of an ancient god filling the entire underground fortress. I borrow the power of the spider totem, and the cute and charming little spider entrenched in the web of fate. Show up. Buzz. With Charlotte's shout, the red and blue machine quickly rotated in the magic circle, and the cosmic spider web emerged from the void. The spider silk hanging from the spider web connected Charlotte and the red and blue machine at the same time. The changes in the magic circle made the faces of the people present change. What is this? Magic? Oh my god, Spider-Man who can do magic. What will happen next? I'm so looking forward to it. I guess he must want to move this machine to another place. Amid the exclamations of the crowd, a mysterious aura spread from the cosmic spider web, and the ancient and powerful aura shocked everyone to the point of being unable to move. Damn, why is this happening? Bucky roared angrily. Upon discovering this situation, Charlotte looked at the magic circle in front of her with expectation. The special effects were full, and the little spider that appeared next must be a very scary guy. It can't be that there is a lot of thunder but little rain, right? The whisper of the ancient god soon ended, and the red and blue machine burst into dazzling and brilliant light under the cover of the spider web. Buzz. The dazzling light quickly occupied everyone's sight, but it converged in an instant. The underground fortress returned to dimness again, and the huge red and blue machine disappeared, and the hoses connected to all Spider-Man disappeared one after another. What happened? Our bodies in the cage. As the machine stopped drawing power from their bodies, a group of Spider-Men gradually recovered some physical strength. Carter saw this and waved his hand for the agents to rescue them. But clone Bucky still had to make a final struggle. Ha ha ha, Spider-Man, you will not die, but they will die. I want them to be buried with me and Steve. Bucky laughed crazily and suddenly took out a glass bottle from his waist and poured the densely packed mutant spiders into his mouth. What? Carter and others looked ugly. Although I don't know why this guy did this, it must be bad. Sure enough, after Bucky swallowed the mutant spider, his body quickly mutated and expanded. The black hair and barbs growing all over his body flashed with cold light, his limbs were extremely twisted, and the evil and creepy breath was extremely uncomfortable. Because Bucky swallowed more than one mutant spider, he completely turned into a giant spider the size of a bus. On the head of the giant spider monster, Bucky's twisted face was full of crazy smiles. Ha ha ha, die. He raised a spider leg, and the remaining cyborgs swarmed up again. Kill them. Boom. Energy pulses bombarded the crowd, and the next second Tony's feet were seen with flashing fire and staggering. Sir, there is 15% energy left. This is really bad news. Tony landed, and Harry's pumpkin bomb was also used up, leaving only Barton on the high ground holding 3 pitiful arrows. This is their last range-killing weapon. The electromagnetic guns in the hands of Natasha and others could not deal with the large number of cyborgs at all. Kakaka surrounded by a group of cyborgs, the giant spider monster quickly approached everyone. Carter looked back and saw Charlotte's strange face. She immediately had an ominous premonition. Where is your magic? I don't know. Charlotte shrugged. Carter, She helplessly held her forehead. "This is the first time you make me feel insecure." The moment she finished speaking, she suddenly heard Buggy's exclamation. "What is this?" Buggy stopped at this time, and a palm-sized red and blue spider web appeared on his abdomen at some point. The spider web emitted a brilliant light, and then suddenly flashed. Buzz boom. In an instant, the spider web exploded, and the overflowing magic energy enveloped Buggy's spider body. The surging energy swept over, and overturned a large number of cyborgs one after another. "Damn, who is it?" In the energy light, Buggy roared loudly around him. Puff. Another spider web shot out from the darkness, and fell on Buggy's head. Boom. The magic energy exploded again, and the black hair and barbs on the spider monster's body quickly fell off in the raging energy. Ah. Damn it, come out. This energy attack was not enough to hurt Bucky, but it made him feel unusually irritated. There. Suddenly, Charlotte narrowed his eyes, and found a flash of red and blue light in the darkness. "Here it comes." A smile appeared on his face. He stretched out his hand, and a chirping sound came from the darkness. Chi-chi-chi swish, the stone wall made a slight sound, and a palm-sized figure leaped out of the darkness, and then gently landed in Charlotte's palm. Is this a spider? Or is it a metal spider? Carter and others were full of curiosity. They saw that the palm-sized spider was red and blue all over, and the surface exuded a metallic luster, but there were no exposed mechanical parts. The most surprising thing was that this spider did not have 8 eyes like ordinary spiders. The black gem-like eyes were the size of marbles, which looked extremely inconsistent. The mouthparts of the little spider were not as ferocious as those of ordinary spiders. 2 white little fangs were exposed. As the little spider blinked, it could instantly capture the hearts of countless girls. Charlotte was silent. It turned out that the thunder was big and the spider was small. Although he was not very satisfied, he still reached out and touched the little spider's head. "Haha, very good. I'm very satisfied with the summoned creature with long-range energy attack." He tried to comfort himself. After getting Charlotte's affirmation, the little spider retracted its threatening eyes and then crawled in Charlotte's palm with his eyes closed to enjoy it. "Wow, what a cute little spider." Harry on the side wanted to reach out and tease it, but was scared away by the little spider's fangs and claws. "What an unfriendly little spider." Harry embarrassedly retracted his hand. Seeing this, Bucky couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He thought it was a scary guy, but it turned out to be a little waste. "Humph, it's very cute, so cute." He turned around with a grin, and a large amount of spider silk shot out from his abdomen, and a huge spider web was about to cover everyone. Chi-chi-chi. Facing the incoming spider web, the little spider's eyes shone slightly, and his abdomen contracted, and shot out red and blue spider webs. Puff puff boom. The red and blue spider web exploded above everyone, and the huge spider web was torn apart by the energy. Chi-chi-chi. The next moment, the little spider in Charlotte's hand climbed onto Charlotte's head, and it seemed like a machine gun that kept firing spider webs in the direction of Bucky. Puff puff boom boom. In an instant, the gorgeous magic energy enveloped Bucky, and Carter and others took the opportunity to launch the final attack on the surrounding cyborgs. At the same time, Charlotte, who successfully summoned the little spider, no longer wasted time. Buzz, the moment his eyes turned red, the red and blue nanometal on his body turned black. Puff puff puff. The figure shuttled through the cyborg army, and the crystal spider silk left along the way cruelly cut their bodies, and the blood color in Charlotte's eyes became more and more intense. The prompt information in front of him changed rapidly. Kill value +3, kill value +3. Every time you take away a cyborg's life, your kill value will increase by 3 points. The increase in kill value depends on the target's strength. If it is an ordinary gangster, it may only increase by 1 point at most. Above his head, Spider-Man has stopped shooting spider webs. It seems a little tired after shooting a large number of spider webs. It did not close its eyes to rest, but waited for something. Spider-Man, die. The next moment, the huge spider monster roared in the crowd, and the shadow enveloped it. Charlotte's figure suddenly rose in the spider silk slingshot. Boom. It was like a black cannonball hitting Bucky's abdomen, but the result was that Charlotte was crushed by the huge figure. Ha ha ha, is this all your strength? Bucky landed with a bang, and the ferocious spider legs kept stabbing, vowing to tear Charlotte apart. Puff puff puff. While Charlotte rolled to avoid the spider legs, she saw that the sharp spider legs could leave a black hole as thick as her wrist on the ground every time, and she did not dare to be careless. In an instant, the black spider spear extending from behind flashed with cold light and instantly pierced Bucky's abdomen. Puff. Hoo-la la. Immediately, a massive mutant spider spewed out from the hole in Bucky's abdomen. The creepy scene made Charlotte feel numbing. I hate spiders. Charlotte slid out of Bucky's attack range and patted the little spider on his head. Except you. Kai GG. The little spider then retracted his angry eyes. At the same time, the mutant spider group that suddenly appeared spread rapidly, devouring a large number of modified people along the way, and Charlotte's killing value was less than 50. It seems that there is no chance. Charlotte felt pity. Soon, a massive mutant spiders forced Carter and others to Charlotte's side. There are too many spiders, and the energy of the armor is insufficient. This time it should be finished. Tony took off his helmet, his face full of helplessness. Harry also looked desperate. If I can get out alive, I must develop a device that can carry more pumpkin bombs. Barton nodded. I want to change to a bigger quiver. You have no chance. As all the cyborgs were devoured by the mutant spiders, Bucky seemed to become even bigger. He looked down at everyone, and his eyes finally fell on Charlotte. Eating you can also prevent you from resurrecting again. I don't believe you can. Halfway through his words, Bucky's face was full of madness. Don't whisper, he roared. Ah, can't you? Charlotte looked at the little spider on her shoulder. I'm angry. Chi-chi-chi. The little spider glared at Bucky and then jumped to the back of Charlotte's hand. I saw it open its bloody mouth and bite the back of Charlotte's hand, and then the surface of its body bloomed with gorgeous spider web patterns. Buzz. In an instant, the glowing red and blue patterns quickly spread from the back of Charlotte's hand to the whole body, and the spider web on the surface of the nano battlesuit bloomed with brilliant light. The blood red in his eyes was replaced by magic light at this moment. Charlotte felt a mysterious power surge into his body, and the spider totem on his chest flickered unconsciously. What is that? In the horrified eyes of everyone, the little spider completely turned into red and blue magic light covering the nano battlesuit, and the black battlesuit turned red and blue again, and the light of the spider totem was completely fixed on Charlotte's chest. Boom. Before everyone could react, Charlotte's figure had already burst out. Good neighbor meteor punch. Boom. The fist emitting magic energy hit the ground, and the gorgeous energy swept away. Along the way, large areas of mutant spiders were seen quickly decomposing in the magic, and could no longer condense into shape. What? Bucky was shocked, and he quickly sprayed spider webs to cover Charlotte. Puff swoosh. Charlotte raised his hand to shoot spider silk, and the spider totem bloomed in the void for a moment, and then suddenly exploded. Boom. The huge spider web melted in the explosion, and then a red and blue figure was seen bursting out from the spider silk slingshot. Good neighbor, rising dragon fist. Boom. The fist wrapped in magic energy landed on Buggy's abdomen, and the spider totem bloomed again. No. Buggy's face was full of horror, as if he sensed the terrible energy in his abdomen was agitated. Sure enough, as the spider totem flashed for a moment, the explosion of magic energy cruelly tore Buggy's spider body. Hoo-la-la. Endless mutant spiders appeared again, and were instantly forced to decompose into disgusting mucus in the rampage of magic energy. Then, Charlotte shuttled through the battlefield, and at the same time, surrounded the remaining mutant spiders in a circle with spider silk emitting magic light. Good neighbor, I can't make it up anymore. Boom. The ground trembled slightly, and as Charlotte flew and fell into the spider web, the spider totem under his feet released a dazzling red and blue light, and the remaining mutant spiders completely dissipated. This time, it was still the landing posture of Black Widow. In the afternoon. No, there will be extra updates in the evening. Chapter 106 Black Cat's Bad Taste, 4,000 words, including 2 extra chapters. We won. Carter and the others breathed a sigh of relief when the terrifying mutant spider disappeared. The spider mutant in the cage couldn't help getting excited when he saw this. We are saved. Great. Thank God. No, we should thank Spider-Man. No, we should thank God for sending Spider-Man. Has he seen God? A group of agents began to rescue the mutants, while Charlotte looked at the prompt message that appeared in front of him. You play the role of a friendly neighbor to save the mutants, and the number of restarts +8. The killing value reaches 100, and the 100% critical strike is enabled, which can be stored until the next use. Before the 100% critical strike is used this time, the killing value should not be able to continue to accumulate. Charlotte thought in his heart, and the magic energy in his body quickly dissipated. The spider web patterns on his body converged to the back of his hand, and condensed into a small spider again. The spider totem on his chest also dimmed due to the loss of the battle. Chichichi the little spider yawned on the back of his hand, and he fell asleep tiredly. With the self-destruct machine as the main summoning material, the summoned little spider is born with the ability to control the explosion of spider silk, and can also inject magic energy into Charlotte's body to make up for his lack of energy attack means. The power consumed is borrowed from the spider totem, and the endurance is limited. Fortunately, he has more than one spider totem. Thinking of this, Charlotte rubbed the little spider's head with her fingers, and then put it on top of her head. Friends who have been Spider-Man know that Spider-Man does not have a pet bag. The little spider on the top of the head uses the power of the spider totem to restore his physical strength with every breath, and gradually a faint red and blue halo rises above Charlotte's head, which looks very funny. Looking at Mary Jane and Gwen who were rescued, Charlotte did not come forward to say hello, but turned to Carter. It seems that Kingpin has cooperated with Hydra. He may also be a member of Hydra. Is there any way to deal with him? Carter shook his head. We don't have any evidence to prove that he is Hydra. After all, he has never appeared at the scene. His legal team is no worse than Stark's. Yes, I have heard of Kingpin. He once robbed me of a great lawyer. Tony interrupted. Charlotte thought for a while. This guy is a big trouble. Can you lock his location? He asked Carter again. Carter raised his eyebrows and whispered to Charlotte, I know what you want to do, but Kingpin's whereabouts have always been a mystery. He rarely appears in the public eye. He should not be found in a short time. It doesn't matter. I think he will be willing to see me. Charlotte shrugged. For this mysterious guy, he must find a way to deal with it. No, how can this be? My superpowers. Suddenly, the rescued mutants were in turmoil. As a mutant found that he had lost the ability to shoot spider silk, the other mutants also hurriedly checked their superpowers. However, the conclusion was that they all lost Spider-Man's superpowers. No. My god, why are you doing this to me? We've become ordinary people again. Oh my god, why is this happening? Instantly, a group of mutants wailed and knelt on the ground crying in despair. Seeing this, Harry comforted them. Don't be sad. The reason you were kidnapped is because you have superpowers. If you didn't have this thing, you wouldn't be kidnapped. Some people thought this statement made sense and secretly rejoiced. But some people couldn't accept it. They cursed at Harry. Shit, if you could have rescued us earlier, we wouldn't have lost our superpowers. That's it, you useless guys. Give me back my superpowers. This is all because of you. You have to be responsible to the end. A group of people clamored and cursed the agents, wanting to get an explanation. Seeing this, Carter sighed helplessly. How could this happen? Are they fools? Tony smiled indifferently. You'll get used to the idiots of this era. Charlotte adjusted the spider silk launcher on her wrist, and a large piece of spider silk exploded, hanging a group of people on the ceiling. Oh shit, it's Spider-Man. Why would he do this to us? We are his fans. He should be on our side. Damn Spider-Man, I'm no longer his fan. Don't try to calm us down. He's a selfish guy who only wants to have superpowers. He's afraid that we will steal his limelight. The group looked at Charlotte in disbelief at first, and then they all started cursing after they realized what was going on. Charlotte picked his ears and then shot spider silk to lock their mouths. Okay, it's much quieter now. He looked at Harry. Say thank you. Harry was stunned. Oh, thank you. When did this guy have this habit? Carter also looked helpless. Coulson, you are responsible for the next thing. No problem, leave it to me. Coulson nodded. Carter looked at Charlotte. Let's go. Spider-Man who saved everyone again. But if you treat them like this, they will become your black fans next time. Charlotte walked forward and walked side by side with Carter, saying indifferently, I don't need their support unless I want to participate in the election. Election? Carter laughed. Okay, you can tell me about it. She glanced at Tony and others behind her and then whispered in Charlotte's ear, "How did you win the resurrection match this time?" Charlotte waved her hand. "There's nothing to say. It's too easy for me. There is no difficulty at all. By the way, I helped you solve 2 troublesome guys. Remember to give me some of the operation funds." Carter. Without waiting for her to agree, Charlotte leaned towards Tony. "Are you interested in discussing cooperation?" Tony was surprised. "You want me to help you sell Spider-Man's peripheral products? It's a bit troublesome. It's hard for you to deal with the copyright in this regard when you wear a mask every time." Harry suggested from the side. "Why don't you take off the mask secretly and I will help you?" Charlotte glanced at this guy and interrupted without hesitation. "No, I just want to talk about the development of artificial spider silk. Then you can talk to me." Harry was very interested in artificial spider silk. Charlotte refused. "No, you should focus on other things, such as your father's unfinished experiments. Of course, cooperation will produce more intersections," and he was afraid that Harry's life was not strong enough. After all, he already had 4.5 spider totems. Hearing this, Harry also thought that he should not be distracted, so he did not continue to mention it. Tony did not seem to be very interested in artificial spider silk. "Sorry, I have collected some mutant spider silk samples during this period, and I'm fully capable of replicating better artificial spider silk." Charlotte. He almost forgot that Tony was a genius, and replicating artificial spider silk was nothing to him. My spider silk is better than this." He was still unwilling to give up. Tony smiled slightly. "I have also collected your spider silk, and the difference is not very big. Unless it is another kind of spider silk. Yes, the kind of spider silk that stops in the air. Then I will be very interested," he continued. Charlotte waved his hand in disappointment. "Forget it. I also want to know how to make that kind of spider silk. It seems that Spider-Man is destined to be a poor ghost." Tony reached out and patted Charlotte on the shoulder, comforting her. "Relax, man. I can invite you to be the spokesperson for spider silk products." "Really? Of course. Well, take off the locator on my shoulder and I'll agree to it." It's embarrassing that you found out." Tony still kept smiling. As they chatted, they soon came to the factory open space. In the mess, Charlotte found something wrong. Clessa's body disappeared. "Did you have someone take the body away?" he asked Carter. Carter frowned. "No, if the agent took it away, I would definitely know about it. So for Kingpin, the body of the rhino is still useful," Tony said. Harry crossed his arms and said uncertainly, "They shouldn't clone another rhino, right? You already know the answer." Charlotte came to the pit, squatted down to check, and suddenly his heart moved. He left on his own. He pointed to the footprints around him and said, "He's not dead yet." Harry took out his phone and said, "While there are still clues, I will have someone track him down." As soon as he finished speaking, thunder flashed across the sky, and raindrops began to appear in the gradually moist air. In just a few seconds, heavy rain fell from the sky, quickly washing away the traces left at the scene. Harry, well, even God is helping him. He looked helpless. Carter said to Charlotte, "We will find this guy. There is one more thing. Come to S.H.I.E.L.D. tomorrow. We have made some discoveries about the strange black spine." "Okay, no problem." After speaking, Charlotte fired spider silk to shuttle through the heavy rain and soon disappeared in the rainy night. Looking at the direction where Charlotte disappeared, Harry thought for a moment and turned back to the car. "Can I take a ride? My armor is out of power," Tony said and squeezed in. Boom. In the rainy night, in the dirty alley, under the leaking tarpaulin, Klee lay quietly on the bed covered with newspapers. There was a shocking bloody hole on his chest, but as the granulation squirmed, his injury was getting better quickly. But there was no joy on his face. The rats were looking for food in the garbage, and he just looked at the tarpaulin above his head, which was constantly accumulating rainwater, and the gradually formed bulge began to seep water. A drop of rain fell on the corner of his mouth, and Clessy subconsciously licked it, bringing back memories of the past. A long time ago, he lived in this place that looked like a garbage dump. He could eat 5 hamburgers in one meal, and he could also endure hunger for 3 consecutive days. Every time it rained, he could take a good bath, which was the moment he looked forward to most. This place was full of garbage, which was the only property he owned, and had free disposal. But there were always people who would deliberately steal his garbage, just to see his miserable appearance. Garbage should stay in the garbage dump. This was the most common thing he had heard. He had no money, and no power to protect himself, so he could only become garbage, and stay in a dirty corner forever. This kind of life lasted for a long time. Until he met a guy named Jinping, his fate changed. At that time, Kingpin was just a small leader of a society, but he also taught him how to get money and power. Following Kingpin, he had money and power, but his life did not get better. He had to show others how cruel and terrible he was, and to kill his enemies in the most vicious way, which almost broke him down. He was just a poor guy who had been bullied since he was a child, and he just wanted to live a stable life. As long as he had 3 burgers a day, a place to sleep, and no rats to bother him, he would be satisfied. However, he was forced to get used to the life of the society. Until not long ago, he put on the latest experimental measure to perform a mission, and he was defeated by Spider-Man, and fled back to Kingpin. Kingpin told him that the radiation experiment could save his life. But he knew very well that Kingpin was just using him as a guinea pig. He still agreed. He wanted to survive, and he could only rely on luck. As a result, he succeeded, but also failed. He was defeated by Spider-Man again. This time he did not return to Kingpin, because he knew that Kingpin would not tolerate a waste that had failed twice to survive. He chose to return to the original place, and accept his fate. Become a garbage. Garbage can only stay in the garbage dump. Achilles showed a bitter smile. It turned out that nothing had changed. After recovering some strength, he propped himself up and searched for something in the garbage dump beside the bed. Oh, it was half a piece of leftover pizza, his favorite in the past. Reaching out to drive away the mouse that was snatching food, he picked up half a piece of pizza and put it in his mouth to chew. Well, it still tasted familiar. He was very satisfied with his last meal. Hoola la, the heavy rain continued, and the swaying woman stood quietly in front of Achilles with an umbrella in her hand. Achilles didn't notice how the other party appeared at all. This is an extremely seductive woman. The black tights perfectly outlined the hot figure. As the eyes moved up, Achilles' heartbeat accelerated inexplicably. Although the woman was wearing an eye mask, it couldn't hide her beauty, and her sexy red lips always stimulated the man's nerves. Coupled with the snow-white long hair tied into a ponytail, he immediately understood who the woman in front of him was. Black Cat, the most legendary thief in New York, is also one of Kingpin's enemies. I didn't expect it to be a woman. You're here to kill me, right? Achilles swallowed half a pizza quickly, and then relaxed. Come on, please be quick, I'm afraid of pain, thank you. He was very polite, because this was the last lesson his mother taught him before she died. Black Cat looked at the embarrassed man in front of her, and shook her head slightly. She threw a key to the ground, then lifted the bedboard, to find the backpack she had left behind. This was the jewelry she had stolen 3 days ago. I'm not interested in killing people. Achilles. Okay, I'm overthinking it. You go quickly, someone will come to kill me later. Hearing this, Black Cat looked at the other party with interest. Interesting, but you can do me a favor before you die. Why should I help you? Achilles was not interested in doing anything now. Black Cat chuckled, because this is a very interesting thing. She took out a bunch of keys from her collar and threw them to the other party. You go to this place and tell the owner of the house that I will steal his most important things. Achilles' mouth twitched. Does he need to enter the house to tell others? It's really interesting, but I just want to end it all. He refused. Black Cat turned around and said, you decide whether to go or not. By the way, I just met a group of killers on the road. I solved them. I thought their target was me, but now it seems that you can't die for the time being. After doing this, if you are lucky, you should be beaten to death by that guy. As he said that, Black Cat jumped and disappeared into the alley. Looking at the key in his hand, Achilles thought for a long time. He had never done such a ridiculous thing in his life. Well, just do it once. The last time. Late at night, Charlotte finally returned to the rental house. Before that, he went to see Uncle Ben and Aunt May, so he came home so late. Click. The moment he opened the door with the key, Charlotte's keen senses detected breathing sounds in the house. He opened the door calmly, and when he saw the figure in the house, his face became very exciting. Very good. This guy came to the door to seek death. Regarding the problem of unstable update time, because there are no manuscripts saved, it will be a few hours slower, and the additional chapters will be a little later, and they cannot be released together. Some readers have complained that these chapters are a bit sloppy, probably because I didn't save any drafts, and I didn't have enough time to polish 8,000 words a day. I will pay attention to these issues later, and I hope they won't affect your reading experience. The last question is whether the Rhino Man should die, because there will be jokes about this character later. If you don't like him, just kill him. Chapter 107 of Elaine Saves Spider-Man, 4,000 words. Please subscribe. It seems that you already know. After entering the door, Charlotte came to the living room with a calm face and poured a glass of water. Next to the refrigerator, Ackley put down the expired milk in his hand with a guilty conscience. Seeing that the owner of the house was so calm, he wiped his mouth and said, "It seems that you already know." Charlotte frowned. This guy is a little bit wrong. The chemical polymer attached to the skin has been broken, and he dared to come to him in a swagger. There must be a conspiracy. But what does this sentence mean? What do I know? When did you know? He asked again. He was referring to his true identity. What? Ackley scratched his head, not understanding what the other party wanted to say. He didn't think too much and continued, "Actually, I'm sorry to bother you so late." As he said, he pointed to a bunch of flowers on the table, "But I brought a gift." "Charlotte, you are still so polite," he said. Ackley nodded. "This is the last thing my mother taught me." "No, you seem to know me." He was stunned. Charlotte rolled her eyes. "Don't you know me?" Ackley was puzzled, and then suddenly realized. "I see, you knew about this a long time ago. She must have told you." "I didn't know before, but now I know." Charlotte came to the window, pointed to the open space outside the window and said, "Let's talk somewhere else. If you break it here, I will pay for it. No need to be so troublesome." Ackley smiled freely. "I know you want to kill me, but I still have to make it clear." He put down the key in his hand and said, "She asked me to tell you that she was going to steal your most important thing. It should be a provocation. But seeing your reaction, I guess this is a bad taste between you two lovers, and she still played me. But it doesn't matter. It's quite interesting to do a stupid thing before you die." "Charlotte, who wants to steal my most important thing? Don't you already know? When did I say it? Just now." "Charlotte." He seemed to have misunderstood something. "Well, thank you for your gift." Charlotte used her fingers to fiddle with the flowers on the table that were covered with dirt. It was obvious that they were picked from the park. "Do you know who I am? Black Cat's boyfriend." Ackley looked confident. Charlotte held her forehead. What on earth was this guy talking about? "My name is Charlotte Parker," he said. "Charlotte?" Ackley's face changed. "So you. Seeing this, Charlotte smiled slightly and said, "So you only know who I'm now. That's easy." Just as he was about to take action, he saw Ackley holding his stomach with a painful face. "Oh, it's so uncomfortable. I shouldn't have stolen the expired milk in your refrigerator." He held his stomach and clamped his legs together, looked up at Charlotte, and forced a smile. It turns out that Black Cat's boyfriend is called Charlotte Parker. If her enemies know about it, you will definitely be in danger. Hearing this, Charlotte's mouth twitched. He was no longer able to complain. What on earth was he and this guy talking about? Is it the same thing? But he almost understood that it was the Black Cat who asked Ackley to find him and threatened to steal his most important thing. The Black Cat, Felicia Hardy, was the daughter of the great thief Walter Hardy. That was the father and daughter who cleaned his room. He guessed their identities, but never cared. After all, he didn't have anything valuable on him. The two guys were so enthusiastic to help him clean up. Maybe they were eyeing the things in his hand. At that time, he only had a black spine in his hand, which has now been sent to SHIELD. So it shouldn't be this thing. If it wasn't for this reason, then the Black Cat might have known his identity. Stealing the most important thing for Spider-Man would make the Black Cat famous in the underground world. But what is the most important thing for Spider-Man? Family, friends, lover. What else? Money? Impossible. Spider-Man is the poorest. Could it be my young heart that is not experienced in the world and longs for pure love? Haha, really have a good eye. While thinking, Aklas couldn't help but run to the bathroom. That's the guest room, the bathroom is next door. Charlotte reminded quickly. Thank you. Hoola la, there was a sound of water rushing out from the bathroom. Charlotte shook her head, then opened the refrigerator and cleaned out the expired food inside. I haven't been home for 2 weeks, and many things are inedible. Soon, Aklas walked out of the bathroom with a pale face. Expired milk plus spoiled pizza, am I so fragile now? He couldn't help but sigh. He had no problem eating these things before. Charlotte glanced at the other party. It seems that you are poorer than me. Dogs don't eat this stuff. I used to be worse than dogs. Aklas smiled bitterly. You can beat me to death now. I won't resist. No hurry, I'm hungry. Do you want to eat something? Charlotte got up and walked to the kitchen. Aklas shook his head. I have no appetite. Imported steak. My rich second generation good friend gave it to me. I'll eat it. Aklas's eyes lit up. After speaking, his stomach churned again, and he ran to the bathroom again. 10 minutes later, Charlotte brought 2 plates of steak to the table. He pushed a steak in front of Aklas. Eat it. Yeah, thank you. I haven't eaten imported steak yet. Aklas carefully cut a piece of beef with a knife and fork and put it into his mouth to chew with a look of enjoyment. Charlotte's eyelids jumped. You're already enjoying it before you put it in your mouth. I can imagine it first. Aklas swallowed the beef. If you have eaten the most unpalatable things in the world, you will learn this skill, which allows you to eat any garbage. Charlotte heard it and shook her head. What a unlucky guy. He muttered, then put down the knife and fork in his hand and picked up a whole piece of steak with chopsticks, took a big bite, and his mouth was full of oil. Cool. How did you know the black cat? Charlotte asked while eating. Aklas wanted to learn how to use chopsticks from Charlotte, but failed, so he just grabbed it with his hands. When I was waiting to die, she showed up. She asked you for help the first time you met. Yes. You don't look like someone who is willing to help. Black cat is very beautiful. I was bewitched by her. Excuse, how beautiful can she be? It's not like Charlotte hasn't seen black cat without makeup. After thinking for a while, he added, she seems to be very beautiful. Aklas grinned and said, I really envy you for having such a beautiful girlfriend. She must be very what? Nothing. I don't swear when I'm not working. If you continue to be so polite, I won't beat you to death. Sorry, the steak you fried is really delicious, and it tastes like home. Aunt May taught me this. You can go to her house to try it, if you have a chance. Really? Aklas looked at Charlotte with anticipation. Charlotte rolled her eyes. Of course it's fake. I'll beat you to death soon. Oh, that's a pity. Aklas continued to gnaw on the steak. Actually, I really envy you. You can live a normal life. This is my dream, since I was a child. Charlotte put down her chopsticks. Then why did you join the underground society again? Aklas lowered his head. Actually, I had no choice. I understand that most people don't have a choice, but if you do something wrong, you should pay the price. Charlotte said. No one taught me this. Aklas picked up the plate and licked the delicious sauce, then put it down with a satisfied look on his face. Thank you for your hospitality. I'm very happy. If I can survive, I would like to be friends with you. Let's talk about it later. Charlotte didn't agree. He got up and cleared the plate. Have you heard of the story of Spider-Man? Of course. I want to show off something to you. I fought him twice. Aklas smiled proudly. Charlotte's mouth twitched. Who won? Of course I lost. Aklas didn't feel lost at all. He laughed. Because of him, I'm almost dead. Then why are you laughing? I'm being polite. Mom said that when dealing with friends, you can't pass on negative emotions to them. She's a good mother. I think so too. So when you come to your friend's house as a guest, you wash the dishes. Mom doesn't seem to have any. Okay, I'll wash them. Aklas walked into the kitchen, and Charlotte stood behind him. Do you know who Spider-Man is? What? I mean, does your boss, or maybe someone you know the true identity of Spider-Man? Of course not. If the boss knew who Spider-Man was, he would have had someone blow up that guy's house. Hearing this, Charlotte breathed a sigh of relief. Without waiting for him to continue asking, Aklasy said to himself, I'll tell you a secret. I saw the boss and the mysterious organization come together. They seem to be called Hydra. I heard they are terrible. They know Spider-Man's identity, but they just refuse to tell the boss. But they have had some problems recently. At this point, he turned and whispered, their boss is dead. Guess who it is? I don't know. Haha, I know you don't know. Aklasy said proudly, but I know that their boss is Captain Steve, the legendary figure who has lived from the last century to the present. He is a guy who intends to subvert the world. He was killed by Spider-Man, and the secrets about Spider-Man disappeared. Charlotte frowned. Hydra is a huge organization. There must be a file backup about Spider-Man's secrets. Aklasy scratched his head. Really? Then I don't know. After all, I'm just a thug. Charlotte threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind. If you meet Spider-Man after you die, what will you do? He asked. Can you still meet Spider-Man? Aklasy's face suddenly became ferocious, and his ferocious appearance made Charlotte complain. What are you pretending to be? Well, you found out. I became the boss's gold medal fighter with this expression. Aklash smiled awkwardly. I know what you want to say. I heard that Spider-Man will not die, and I have proved this. If I meet him again, I will certainly teach him a lesson. The 2 times he hit me really hurt. Okay, I know, you won't die. Charlotte smiled, then took out his phone to send a message. Instead of creating another opponent in the resurrection match, it would be better to let Carter lock this guy up. He had this plan a long time ago. Aklash didn't notice Charlotte's actions. He carefully sorted out the washed dishes and cleaned up the kitchen. It's getting late. You shouldn't have a chance to kill me. The boss's killer may have arrived. He looked at the night outside the window. The rain has stopped. I'm leaving. If you stay here, your things in your house will be in trouble. The moment he finished speaking, a black shadow flashed outside the window, and Charlotte's heart moved. You can't leave, he said. Why? He's right, you can't leave. The moment the teasing voice appeared, the glass window shattered. Akalish's face changed, and before he turned around, he saw the green long tail that broke through the window and swept him. Wait. He just opened his mouth, and then the whole person was locked by the throat by the attacking long tail, and finally hung in the air. Seeing this, Charlotte turned back to avoid the attack range of the long tail. Lizard's tail. Could it be? He was shocked. As expected, the terrifying green big lizard slowly climbed up the messy windowsill, and his eyes stared coldly at Akalish, who was bound by the long tail. Big bald head, your boss wants your life. Are you ready? Hey you. Akalish, whose throat was locked by the long tail, flushed and couldn't say a complete sentence at all. Do you want to beg for mercy? The lizard man grinned with a ferocious smile, and he began to enjoy the feeling of killing his opponent. But the next second, when he accidentally glanced at Charlotte in the corner, the pupils in his eyes shrank instantly, and his eyes subconsciously avoided the other party. Why are you hiding here? He glared at Aklasy. I know, you must want to take him hostage, you bastard. Aklasy. I didn't say anything. Without getting Aklasy's explanation, the lizard man was furious. He controlled his long tail and swung it violently. Aklasy's figure suddenly smashed into the bedroom wall, and the broken bricks submerged the figure inside. Boom. No, I will lose money if I do this. Charlotte went crazy. The lizard man seemed not to hear this, and he strode towards Aklasy. When passing by Charlotte, he whispered, don't be afraid, he can't hurt you. Charlotte. This voice. It was indeed Professor Kurt. Ahem. At this time, Aklasy, who was buried by bricks, shouted at the top of his voice, don't hurt him, please. Beg me. Professor Kurt sneered. It's useless. You must die today. Oh my god. What did I hear? Do you want to kill him? At this moment, the iron hook of the zipline shot out from the window, and the black phantom flew to the windowsill with the traction of the iron chain. Sorry, this guy's mine. You can't kill him. Felicia, wearing an eye mask, tilted her head and blinked at Charlotte. Don't thank me too much. Charlotte. The villain saved Spider-Man. This world has finally gone crazy. More updates in the evening. Chapter 108. Humor is the best medical beauty for men. 6,000 words, including 3 additional chapters. Black Cat. Professor Kurt's smile became more ferocious when he found Felicia. Obviously, he also knew the super thief who appeared recently. Seeing that the black cat's eyes were fixed on Akhilesh in Charlotte's direction, he grinned. Haha, very good. You want to save him, then I will kill you. You want to kill him, then I will stop you. Felicia was not to be outdone. You can't kill him. Akhilesh in the ruins screamed. Who do you want to kill? Charlotte raised her hand weakly. Unfortunately, Professor Kurt and Felicia had no time to pay attention to Charlotte. At the moment, when the air stagnated, the two tit-for-tat people jumped up at the same time. Die. The strong wind whistled, and the green lizard ejected its claws and aimed at the other's throat, but Felicia's body was more agile than expected. At the moment when the claws attacked, her body shrank several inches, her toes lightly touched the claws in front of her, and then turned over and passed over Professor Kurt's head. At this moment, she seemed to have really turned into a black cat, who the breeze blew past, and the snow-white ponytail swayed. Felicia squatted down to remove the extra inertia when she landed, without making a sound. Come with me. She took Charlotte's hand and said. Charlotte hesitated, but you haven't finished fighting yet. Let's go. Without waiting for Charlotte to agree, Felicia directly pulled Charlotte towards the balcony. Wait, I'm afraid of heights. I'll hold you. Then I'm not afraid of heights. Two figures jumped down from the 14th floor. Felicia, who was falling at a high speed, raised her hand and fired a grappling hook to hook the balcony of the opposite building and swung between the apartment buildings with the help of the grappling hook. Charlotte in Felicia's arms saw this and thought about it. Being able to easily carry people with a grappling hook, this guy's physical fitness completely surpassed the scope of ordinary people. Asshole, you are not allowed to take him away. Professor Kurt's roar sounded in the night sky, and the green lizard jumped down from the balcony, crushing the outer wall of the high-rise building with his hands and feet, chasing Felicia. Charlotte was his most proud student and his friend. He had completely failed. He had betrayed Charlotte's trust. He couldn't let Charlotte, who had always helped him, get into trouble. Behind him was a messy balcony. Seeing that the lizard monster was still unwilling to give up, the Dusty Oakley shouted, Your target is me, let him go. Who is it? Why are you not sleeping at night? It's so noisy. The middle-aged woman with curlers on her head opened the window and cursed. The next moment, a black shadow flashed in front of her, and the window was immediately closed with force. Bang. Ah. My teeth with a scream, broken teeth with blood, fell from the high-rise building along with the broken window glass, and more residents were awakened by the noisy sound. They opened the windows one after another to see what was going on, but they were frightened by the terrible big lizard opposite and their legs became weak. Oh shit, what a big monster. It's a lizard. Oh my god, it's so scary. Close the window quickly Hassoon. A black shadow flashed and landed on the roof, and Felicia dragged Charlotte to run on the roof. My classmate, how did you get involved with that big lizard? You'll make me feel very troubled. Felicia asked as she ran. Charlotte, who was following behind her, had a strange look in her eyes. If you don't take me away, he might not chase you. I can't let you be killed by him. Why? I still want to steal your most important thing. You've already stolen it. What? This is the first time I've held hands with a girl, and this is my most important thing. Do you think you're very humorous? What? You still want to steal my humor? I really want to throw you down. Felicia was speechless for a moment, and then she saw the terrifying lizard man jump onto the roof. I got you. Bang. The claws attacked. Felicia threw Charlotte away, and a sliding tackle instantly avoided Professor Kurt's attack. Let's go. The moment the two staggered, Felicia took advantage of the situation to launch a grappling hook to sweep Charlotte away. Professor Kurt, who missed the opportunity, gnashed his teeth. Damn it, you can't take him away. He ran on the roof with his hands and feet, still chasing him. At this time, Felicia had already taken Charlotte to another building. You seem tired, let me go. Hearing Felicia's increasingly heavy breathing, Charlotte knew that this guy was already exhausted. Felicia said without turning her head, No, I haven't stolen your most important thing yet. What do you want to steal? I'll give it to you directly. You are insulting me. Is it okay? Shut up. Felicia couldn't help cursing, her chest heaving. In addition to being exhausted, she was also very angry. Okay. Charlotte covered her mouth. It seems that Black Cat didn't know that he was Spider-Man, otherwise he wouldn't have worked so hard to save him. Look at Professor Kurt who was chasing him behind. Charlotte was a little sleepy. Just as he was about to fall off the building to end it all, there was a roar of fire in the night sky, and a green tail flame came quickly. Charlotte, I'm coming. Harry flew over the tall buildings on his flying skateboard and threw pumpkin bombs along the way that exploded in the air. Boom. White dust fell all over the sky, and Professor Kurt, who was covered by the dust, immediately covered his eyes and screamed miserably. Ah. What is this? He knelt and struggled. Because of Harry's arrival, Felicia pulled Charlotte to hide under the tarpaulin on the roof nearby. Seeing this scene, Charlotte said with certainty, it must be Harry's latest technological weapon. That's just ordinary lime. Barton jumped off the helicopter, and he landed steadily beside Charlotte, aiming his arrow at Felicia, and explained casually, Charlotte, you can let the hostage go. Barton looked at Felicia coldly. Wait, we are one of us. Charlotte raised her hand, and he stood up to block the arrows and said, your mission should be to take the rhino away, not to save me here. Barton. He couldn't figure it out. It was the first time he heard a hostage make such a request. After thinking about it, he turned and looked at the roof, where Professor Kurt was, and shot arrows one after another to assist Harry in dealing with the monster. On the side, Felicia heard the rhino mentioned by Charlotte, and a glimmer flashed in her eyes. You know the rhino, so you really know Spider-Man. How do you know I know Spider-Man? Charlotte took the opportunity to talk. Felicia glanced at Barton, then leaned close to Charlotte's ear and whispered, a few days ago, I went to S.H.I.E.L.D. to steal some things and accidentally discovered some secrets in their system. Stay away from me, it's itchy. Charlotte rubbed her ears. Felicia's face turned black, but Charlotte asked again, have you seen my information? Yes, you are a relative of Captain Carter. Don't mention it. Okay, your information note is Spider-Man's contact person. So what do you want to steal? You guessed it right. I want to be Spider-Man's contact person in your place. That's it? Charlotte held her forehead. You should have said it earlier. You scared me. He thought Black Cat really discovered his identity. Felicia was in a good mood when she saw the lizard monster began to flee in a panic. I saved you. Spider-Man will definitely take the initiative to meet me. He will thank me. Thanking you doesn't mean I will be friends with you. Charlotte poured cold water on the side. Felicia was full of confidence and subconsciously straightened her back to show her proud figure. As long as he is a man, he will not refuse my request. Charlotte glanced at this guy and pouted. The mysterious and great Mr. Spider-Man has seen everything, and you can't attract him at all. He has seen it. Felicia frowned. Yes. Where did you meet her? Who is she? Online, a lot. Felicia's face was dark, and she resisted the urge to beat Charlotte to death. Okay, you're fine now. Here's my contact information. Remember to give it to Spider-Man. Don't play tricks. I know where you go to school. Oh. Threatening me? Charlotte snorted coldly, took the other party's contact information, and put it in her pocket. Congratulations, the threat was successful. Very good. Felicia stood up and jumped off the roof and blew a kiss to Charlotte before leaving. It's considered thanking you for your help. Charlotte raised her hand to grab the empty kiss, threw it on the ground, and stepped on it hard. You didn't brush your teeth at night. Felicia. This guy, I must teach you a lesson when I have time. In midair, she glared at Charlotte, raised her hand to launch a grappling hook and flew away. On this side, Professor Kurt finally felt relieved when he saw Harry appear and quickly got out of the encirclement and disappeared into the night. Hey, my friend, long time no see. Soon, Harry jumped off the flying skateboard and punched Charlotte on the shoulder with his fist, feeling very good. I saw Spider-Man not long ago, and he saved everyone again. He smiled. Charlotte put his arm around Harry's shoulders. Of course, I heard about it. You came just in time this time. Harry raised his eyebrows. Say thank you. Charlotte. Which bastard taught you that? Spider-Man. Very good. Let's change the subject. Charlotte pointed in the direction of the rental house. Rhino should still be at my house. No hurry. The captain has already gone. Why won't she save me first when she arrives? The captain thinks Spider-Man will protect you. but he didn't come. Yes, I guess he's asleep so late. I think so too. The two chatted and boarded the helicopter. My house was damaged. You find a designer to redecorate it for me. Charlotte ordered Harry without hesitation. Harry didn't care. He put the flying skateboard at his feet. No problem, but I think you can move in with me. I don't like living with men. I live in a castle. You can choose a room farther away. I hate castles. Why? Castles remind me of magic, and I hate magic. Speaking of magic, Harry thought of business. Mary Jane is in the hospital. Remember to visit her tomorrow. What happened to her? Charlotte asked knowingly. Harry shook his head. This guy is very unlucky. She was bitten by a mutant spider and became Spider-Man, but was soon kidnapped by the underground society. This time it was Spider-Man who saved her, but she also lost her superpowers. I guess she should be hiding in the quilt crying now. By the way, there is Gwen. I didn't help you make an appointment with her last time. She is also in the hospital this time. Harry patted Charlotte's chest, and his smile gradually became obscene. I prepared 999 roses for you. She must be very touched. Hearing this, Charlotte's face froze. Have you sent it? I have sent it. In your name. Don't say that I'm disloyal. Iron percent at Ash. Charlotte was so angry that her teeth itched. The Osborn father and son were simply the nemesis of Spider-Man. It would be super embarrassing to meet them in the future. By the way, where are you taking me? Charlotte reacted. Why did he get on the plane inexplicably? Harry smiled. The captain asked me to invite you over. It's almost dawn anyway, and you probably can't sleep. After saying that, Charlotte pulled up her hood and lowered her head to snore. Harry, it's fun. I'll come too. Barton on the opposite side looked at the two guys pretending to sleep and turned his head away indifferently. Childish. Shield. Be gentle. I'll go. You have to treat the prisoners well. In the corridor, Akles, who was handcuffed and shackled, was dissatisfied with the pushing of the agents around him. He pretended to be fierce and glared at Carter's back. You bunch of bastards, don't give me a chance to get out, otherwise I will tear you apart. Carter said without turning his head. You have no chance. You will stay in prison for the rest of your life. Humph, no need for you to remind me. Akles snorted coldly. He was silent for a while, and then quietly asked Agent Hill beside him. Are there hamburgers in prison? Agent Hill's eyelids twitched slightly. Yes. Are there steaks? Yes. Can I take a shower? Yes. Are there rats? Hill was surprised. Do you like to eat rats? No, I'm worried that they will disturb my sleep. Well, don't worry, with your danger level, you can have a single room, a private bathroom, 3 meals a day, and you can apply for midnight snacks, and there are psychological counseling classes every day. Can I still study and go to class? Akles was stunned, then suddenly stopped, and knelt on the ground crying. Why? Why? He wailed to the sky, making Carter irritated. What's wrong with you? She sighed. Aklesh's face was full of tears. Not only can I eat enough, there are no rats, and I can study. There is such a good place. Why I never knew. Why didn't you catch me earlier? I regret it so much. Carter, this world is really sick. However, none of the agents present laughter to Aklesh. They were silent. A person commits a crime for money. This person is guilty. A person commits a crime for bread. This society is guilty. Aklesh in front of them taught them a lesson. Hey, Captain, you're all here. At this time, Harry's voice broke the silence. Why aren't you talking? He walked in front of everyone and asked curiously. It's you. Suddenly, Aklesh, who was kneeling on the ground, looked up and saw Charlotte next to Harry, and was overjoyed. Great, you're still alive. Charlotte covered her face. Actually, I notified them to arrest you. Really? Thank you so much. Aklesh dragged the heavy shackles towards Charlotte, but was stopped by Agent Hill. Let him pass. Carter said. Agent Hill frowned. What if he suddenly gets angry? She didn't want Charlotte, the Spider-Man contact, to get into trouble. Carter nodded. It's okay. Yeah. Agent Hill hesitated to let go, and Aklesh stepped forward to hug Charlotte. Thank you, Charlotte Parker. You really treat me as a friend, and found such a good place for me. I'm here. The boss will definitely not be able to find me, and I can finally live an ordinary life. My friend, I'm so touched. Woo woo woo. Looking at Akhilesh, who was so moved that tears were streaming down his face, Charlotte forced a smile. "Are you okay? I mean here." He pointed to his head and asked. Akhilesh covered his face and cried, "Of course I'm fine. I'm fine. I will always treat you as a friend." Harry was deeply moved when he saw this and patted Akhilesh's shoulder, intending to comfort him. "Who are you?" Akhilesh said bluntly. Harry was stunned. "I'm Harry, Charlotte's best friend." Hearing this, Akhilesh's eyes welled up with tears again. "Then you are also my friend." He hugged Harry and said. Although Harry felt something was wrong, he still accepted this guy's kindness. "Yeah, we are all good friends." Agent Hill and others looked at this scene and subconsciously stepped back. Because this kind of thing is contagious. Charlotte couldn't stand the strange atmosphere at the scene anymore. He looked at Carter. "What did you ask me to come here for?" Carter tilted his head and gestured. "Come with me." The two came to the corner. Carter said, "I feel something must have happened between you, but he did something wrong. He will be punished. I don't intend to interfere." Charlotte looked in the direction of Akhilesh. His heart moved. Rhino Man no longer has that strange chemical polymer. The danger level has not decreased. Carter shook his head. "No, according to Dr. Banner's speculation, Akhilesh has successfully survived the chemical experiment. As long as he undergoes a similar experiment again, it will be easy to restore his previous combat effectiveness." Charlotte touched his chin. "In this case, you have to keep a close eye on him and don't let him leave your surveillance range. Don't worry, he can't escape." "No, I mean don't let him die." "What?" Carter was stunned at first and then reacted. "Are you worried that he will enter the resurrection match?" "Yes, I met your old friend this time. That guy is really cunning. I almost fell for him again." Charlotte's words made Carter's face solemn. "It's really troublesome." "Then I understand. He can't die." "Then," she said, "but I'm not sure." Huh. Charlotte frowned. Carter explained. Nick Fury proposed a new plan called the Suicide Squad. The purpose is to use the power of these criminals to carry out particularly dangerous actions. Akhilesh is likely to be the first experimental target. By the way, there are also those who use Spider-Man's superpowers to commit crimes. Spider-Virus infected people are also in this plan. What? Charlotte finally lived in Bengbu. Nick Fury is a genius. After a long time, Charlotte exhaled. "Very good. The malice in this world is still so strong." He said to Carter, "Let's talk about business." "Well, you follow me." Carter ordered Agent Hill to take Akhilesh away and then took Charlotte to Dr. Banner's laboratory. It's so painful. Why do I have to work overtime again? Shit, how come only 30 seconds have passed? I'm in so much pain. Before he even entered the door, Charlotte heard desperate wails coming from the laboratory. "Wait, you can't go in." He stopped Carter with a serious face. Carter frowned. "Why?" Charlotte's face was solemn. "I feel the strong resentment of an ultimate creature called a worker. His resentment can destroy anyone's mind, thereby controlling everyone to become evil puppets, and has terrible infectious power. As long as we step through this door, we will become one of them, and finally become psychopath." Carter cursed inwardly and pushed the door open. Charlotte quickly followed. Hey, I haven't finished yet. Why are you interrupting? You're rude. You'll end up being a beast of burden, not a psychopath. Shut up. Oh. Charlotte covered her mouth. In the laboratory, Dr. Banner saw Carter coming and begged with tears on his face. "Captain, I want to go off duty, please." Looking at the pitiful expression of the honest man Banner, Carter felt a wave of resentment coming towards him. Shit, what that guy said was actually true. "Thank you for your hard work, Dr. Banner. Go back and have a rest." Her face changed slightly, and she hurriedly urged. Thank you. Dr. Banner, who was allowed, rushed out of the laboratory quickly. The fresh air outside made him excited to the point of going crazy. Haha, I'm free. I love this world. I love my mother, my father, and my cousin. As Banner ran away, his shouts became smaller and smaller. Carter rubbed his eyebrows. "Since I met you, there has been no normal person around me," she said to Charlotte. Charlotte covered her face tightly with the hood. "Don't talk to me, otherwise you will be invaded by resentment." Bang. Carter finally couldn't help it. She raised her hand and punched the metal laboratory table to make a fist-sized dent. Who inhaled? Carter's chest was ups and downs with a livid face. She took a deep breath and tried to calm the anger in her heart as much as possible. I guess the reason why you met so many people against you in the resurrection match must not be because of them. You are just like them. You don't understand humor at all, Charlotte said and came to the next laboratory table, looking at the 3 black spines. Just when Carter thought Charlotte was getting to the point, a helpless voice came to his ears. Humor is the best medical beauty for men. Die. Carter was furious, and the wind was howling. Charlotte raised her hand to hold the fist that was coming. Boom. In an instant, the laboratory shook slightly, and the equipment in the laboratory flashed sparks in an instant under the wind of the fist. Feeling the nearly 10-ton impact force in the palm of her hand, Charlotte was a little surprised. Captain, are you serious? After Carter's emotional outburst, he quickly calmed down. Sorry, I shouldn't have done this to you. She slowly retracted her fist, looking embarrassed. I should be the one to say sorry. Charlotte wanted to say something, but was blocked by Carter. Listen to me first. Woo woo woo, I can let you talk, but you can't talk nonsense. Woo woo woo. Seeing Charlotte nod, Carter tentatively let go. I'll just say a few words. Well, go ahead. You were a little ambiguous just now. Go to hell. These days, there are 2-in-1 chapters, and the additional chapters are also 4,000 words 2-in-1. A total of 14 chapters have been added, and half of them are gone. Thank you for the 100 points of rewards from the world universe. Thank you for the 100 points of rewards from Huxiang. Thank you for the 100 points of rewards from Shai and Mo Yuanshi. Thank you for the 100 points of rewards from the oceanographer. Thank you for the 500 points of rewards from the noisy maniac who sneered at the eulogy of chaos. Happy tip, the number of people in the group has been lifted, and brothers who want to join the group to urge for updates can join now. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109, The Origin of Hydra, 4,000 words. Please subscribe. A minute later, Carter smoothed her messy hair, and with a panda eye, she calmed down again. Don't hit me in the face next time, she said calmly. Okay. Charlotte put her right hand behind her. Respect the old and love the young. As long as you stay calm, I will always choose one of them. Let's talk business. Carter turned around and clicked on the virtual computer, and a complex data comparison chart appeared on the screen in front of Charlotte. Drive Banner discovered that the black spine is actually completely different from the human spine. There is no DNA information in it, but there is a very special substance that can prompt human cells to complete metabolism in a very short time, thus achieving an effect similar to immortality. And this process has no side effects on the body, but because the cell metabolism rate is too fast, the special substance will accelerate the evolution of human cells. Evolution? Charlotte frowned. The way your ex-boyfriend transformed seems to have nothing to do with evolution. He is not an ex-boyfriend, Carter explained solemnly. He killed me just before he was about to become your boyfriend, so this doesn't count. Okay, the Hydra captain should wait until the dance is over before killing you. I was wrong. I shut up. You continue. Charlotte put her hand over her mouth when she found that Carter's eyes were not right. Carter's eyes warned and explained, because the evolution rate is too fast, the human body can hardly bear it, so it is easy to be deformed, and it becomes like Steve. Bucky also implanted a black spine, and his deformation process is a little different from Steve's. Charlotte said. Bucky? Carter frowned. Didn't that guy swallow a mutant spider? That guy is a clone. It was the real Bucky who took me away 2 weeks ago. Charlotte briefly described the process of Bucky's transformation, and Carter seemed to be thinking about something. I guess it's because the black spine will adjust the evolutionary direction appropriately for different individuals, or it may be because of different physiques, which leads to different external manifestations of the evolved distortion. Dr. Banner needs to continue researching to draw a final conclusion. Are there no other scientists in SHIELD besides Dr. Banner? Charlotte thought of Banner's desperate expression just now. I feel like he's about to break. Carter was also a little helpless. We have been contacting other world-class scientists. There are very few geniuses like Dr. Banner who have 7 doctoral degrees. Only he has the ability to discover the secret of the black spine. Well, your requirements are quite high. Charlotte looked at the black spine on the experimental table and said thoughtfully, if our bodies are strong enough to withstand this kind of evolution, does it mean that we can use this thing to improve our life level? It's possible, but it's not recommended. Carter said. Drive Banner also found that the special substance in the black spine seems to have no specific carrier, and it seems to appear out of thin air. Appeared out of thin air? Charlotte touched his chin. So, the black spine is likely just a medium for transporting special substances, a device similar to space teleportation. Carter nodded. I thought so too, but Dr. Banner couldn't determine the principle of the black spine's delivery of special substances, and our guess was unfounded. Even if there is no basis, it still cannot prove that the substances in the black spine are not good for us, Charlotte said. Carter shook her head, and she tapped the virtual screen, and the data of the last century appeared in front of Charlotte one by one. She said, after I obtained some of the authority of S.H.I.E.L.D., I found that as early as the last century, the Science and Strategy Bureau had discovered something similar to the black spine. They appeared in some very special people, including the former leader of Hydra, John Schmidt. Then what? We found that they all have one characteristic, that is, at the beginning, they were not ambitious or evil guys. Hearing this, Charlotte raised her eyebrows. You mean, they changed their personalities and became evil people after the black spine was transplanted? Carter sighed. It's possible, so I never doubted that Steve would rebel. He is really a good soldier. Charlotte carefully observed the information in front of her and found that there were exactly 9 people who had transplanted black spines, and she couldn't help but feel moved. 9 black spines. Is this the origin of Hydra? Carter understood what Charlotte was thinking, and she said, the symbol of Hydra is a skull plus 6 octopus tentacles, and the 6 black spines found in the last century were all found in their members' bodies. Charlotte had a strange look on his face. The octopus is an invertebrate mollusk. They use octopus tentacles to represent the black spine. Isn't that too hasty? It should be related to the deformed tentacles produced after the spine is implanted. As he said that, Carter clicked on the virtual screen again. At that time, a total of 9 black spines were discovered. Later, all of them disappeared due to the war. Until the appearance of Steve and Bucky, plus the one they tried to transplant to Tony, only 3 have appeared now. So there are still 6 black spines. Charlotte had a headache. At least 6 terrible guys will appear later. Yes, this is very likely. Carter's face was solemn. Because of Steve's death, they must have hidden secretly, or it may be because they have not found a suitable candidate to transplant the black spine. Tony Stark is an example. Charlotte thought for a while, what will happen if all 9 spines appear? Can we summon the dragon? Exercise more and watch less anime. Carter said, people with implanted black spines cannot be killed by conventional means, unless their bodies are completely destroyed by heavy weapons. Your method is also very good. Just pull out their spines, so that they will definitely die. Yes, it's troublesome to die. Charlotte shrugged. If you encounter 9 black spines in the game, I think that resurrection game must be very exciting. Carter rolled his eyes. If you are careful, almost no one can kill you. Charlotte looked indifferent. Spider-Man must die. This is what the captain of Hydra said. I'm the main target, and it is difficult to deal with those guys hiding in the dark. Well, anyway, your superpowers can make it easy for you to win the resurrection match. Carter said as he turned off the virtual computer. I have told you everything I should tell you. You should be careful next time. They must have a bigger conspiracy. The chaos caused by the mutant spiders is just confusing us. Although this is the case, it is really troublesome. Charlotte asked, how is the cleanup of the mutant spiders going? Carter nodded. Drive Banner has made a special device to sense mutant spiders. Our people have caught quite a few of them. It will take time to clean them all up. Drive Banner again. You have to be careful. Scientists can easily make mistakes when they are in a bad mood. Charlotte reminded, Don't let him get involved in dangerous projects recently, otherwise he is likely to turn into a grumpy green giant and he will destroy this place, where he has to work overtime all day. Did your superpowers tell you? Carter became alert. Yes, my hunch should be right. Okay, I'll pay attention, Carter said, and then said, why don't you use your superpowers to sense whether there are any Hydra undercovers in SHIELD? Charlotte's mouth twitched. Fortunately I didn't join you, otherwise I would be the next collection of resentment. He said a few names that he remembered, and said, actually, I'm not sure. You'd better investigate it before taking action. Don't worry, I won't wrongly accuse a good person. The two chatted, and left the laboratory. Hey, Captain, what's wrong with your eyes? Harry, who came to find Charlotte, saw the bruises on the corners of Carter's eyes and his eyes were very strange. The next second, he suddenly became furious. Arsehole, what did you do to our captain? Harry grabbed Charlotte's collar and whispered, well done, Charlotte. It turns out that Dr. Banner is not the only one who has a grudge against Carter. I didn't do it, he explained reluctantly. Who else but you? Harry gritted his teeth. I'm going to tell everyone. Let them see how you treat our dear Captain Carter. I'm going to make you the sinner of SHIELD. Carter's face darkened instantly after he said this. She warned, if a fourth person knows about this, I'll make you stay in the training room for the next 2 weeks. Hearing this, Harry's face was full of pity. He let go of Charlotte's collar and turned to look indignant. Captain, I don't allow anyone to bully you, even if this person is my best friend. That's not allowed. Charlotte covered her face, leaned close to Harry and whispered, friendly advice, disappear within 3 seconds. You may be able to escape. Harry trembled, then snorted coldly. Charlotte Parker, I won't let you go. 1v1 tonight. Don't call anyone. After saying that, he turned and slipped into the blind corner of the corridor. Charlotte scratched his forehead. Such a familiar line. He glanced at Carter who was about to explode beside him, and asked weakly, does SHIELD have boiled eggs for breakfast? Yes, the cafeteria is on the left ahead. You can go and eat by yourself. No, I want to rub your eyes with boiled eggs. Get out. Bye immediately. Charlotte slipped into the dead corner of the corridor and hugged Harry. Go, go. I'm waiting for you. Good brother, take me flying with your flying skateboard. No problem, but I want to know how it feels. What? I've wanted to do it for a long time. She actually made me get up at 5 o'clock to train. She's simply a devil. I understand you, but I don't recommend you to do this. I know, I can't beat her. You can sneak attack. Good idea. You will die more miserably this way. Very good. I'll have someone send 10,000 roses to the hospital now. Gwen will be very happy. Go to hell. Hey, I can't hit you. You bitch. You actually sneak attack. Hey, I can't hit you. Wait for me. After leaving SHIELD, Charlotte returned to the damaged rental house, and the renovation workers were already working on it. Harry's efficiency is pretty good. In the corner of the bedroom, Charlotte put the sleeping little spider into her pocket. The noise last night didn't wake this guy up. It seems that he is really tired. Then, he found a hotel near the apartment to stay. As for Uncle Ben and Aunt May, he would not go if he could avoid it. After all, he now has 4 spider totems, which is very dangerous. After sleeping until 8 o'clock in the evening, Charlotte got up, washed, and then put the awakened little spider on her head, and then turned over and jumped down from the hotel window. Whoosh, the wind whistled in the sky, and a nanometal quickly covered Charlotte's body. Swoosh. At the moment of landing, he raised his hand and shot spider silk across the street, startling the cheers of passers-by. Oh, it's Spider-Man. Metal suit, it's him. I read the news today. He saved a lot of people again. But many counterfeiters' superpowers disappeared, and they thought it was Spider-Man's fault. Oh, I also saw the report about them. It's really funny. A bunch of clowns. As soon as the man finished speaking, a motorcycle speeding by the roadside passed by her at high speed and took away her brand name bag by the way. Ah, my bag. Spider-Man, help me. She shouted at the figure in the distance, but Charlotte didn't hear it. Gradually desperate, she was finally powerless and furious. Ah, damn Spider-Man, it's all your fault. Passerby, Brooklyn. On the outer wall of the apartment building, the red and blue Spider-Man quietly climbed up to the balcony of the high-rise building. This is Professor Kurt's home. The room was dark, and Charlotte did not hear any sound inside. Professor Kurt was not at home. He asked Harry during the day, and Professor Kurt had asked for leave a week ago. Thinking about what happened last night, Charlotte was almost certain that Professor Kurt was the lizard man last night. So, nothing has changed. On the top of the high-rise building, Charlotte sat on the edge of the rooftop, overlooking the hustle and bustle of the neon city, and his light blue eyes dimmed slightly. Will he also? Thinking about it, he took out his mobile phone from his trouser leg. He quietly installed a camera at home. On the screen, Uncle Ben and Aunt May snuggled up to each other on the sofa, watching the TV show with relish. Little Charlotte called me today, Aunt May said. Ben Parker smiled. He's traveling again. I know. Aunt May nodded and said absent-mindedly, he's getting busier and busier, and he must be under a lot of pressure. Don't worry, he's not a child anymore. He can handle his own affairs. By the way, do you want to eat some fruit? Ben Parker said, raising his hand to shoot Spider Silk to pull the banana on the table into his palm. No, I want to eat an apple. Aunt May shook her hand, and the apple on the table was caught in her hand by the Spider Silk. Seeing this scene, Charlotte helplessly held his forehead. What's going on? Uncle Ben and Aunt May have become Spider-Man virus-infected people, and fate has played a joke on him. Beep. At this time, a message popped up on the phone screen, and the location was the hospital in the city center. This is the warning system installed by Carter for him, which allows him to discover malicious incidents in the city at the first time. By accumulating the number of restarts, he has the confidence to deal with the increasingly difficult resurrection matches. Turning off the phone, Charlotte put aside distractions and glided towards the direction of the hospital. Not long after, when he arrived at the hospital, he found that this malicious incident was a bit tricky. But the little spider on his head was extremely excited. Chid can't wait. Thanks to Detective Pikachu for the 100 points. Thanks to Achahajunke for the 1000 points. Thanks to Zadeo Shenshi Shianrande for the 500 points. Happy tonight's extra chapter is not guaranteed to have 6000 words. I will try my best. Chapter 110 Ned's Colorful Spider Silk Band-Aid. 4000 words, including 2 extra chapters. At the entrance of the hospital, sirens rang out one after another. As police cars arrived at the scene, the police officers with good eyesight immediately spotted the red and blue figure on the street lamp. Oh, it's Spider-Man. He finally showed up. It's him. Great, we can be much more relaxed this time. The police officers were greatly encouraged, and George rarely showed a disgusted expression towards Spider-Man. Because his daughter Gwen was in this hospital and became infected with the spider virus. In other words, Gwen is now also Spider-Man. Although she has lost her superpowers, she once became Spider-Man, which is a fact. It is difficult for him to speak ill of Spider-Man, but it does not mean that he likes this guy. What are you arguing about? Go and save people. He snorted, and a group of police officers quickly corrected their attitudes and rushed into the chaotic hospital with weapons in hand. Ah! Help! Run! Monster! Monster! In the chaotic crowd, George led some police officers to rush upstairs against the flow of people. The other police officers were responsible for evacuating the citizens at the scene. Quick, get out of here. Go this way. Boom. The next moment, the ceiling above everyone's head shattered, and rubble flew down from the sky, and the crowd burst into even more miserable screams. Ah! It's coming. SHHH. The hideous humanoid spider monster fell fiercely into the crowd, and then a large green lizard swooped down. Gaga, I got you. Professor Kurt showed a creepy grin, raised his claws, and tore off the monster's head. Under the horrified eyes of the citizens, he leaned over and bit the monster's body, and the sound of gnawing flesh and blood made everyone's scalp numb instantly. Oh shit, this monster is eating another monster. Ugrun. The black blood of the spider monster splashed, and Professor Kurt stood up and licked the corner of his mouth, revealing a satisfied and terrifying smile. After eating the monster's flesh and blood, the pain in his body was finally relieved. Swoosh. The next moment, Spider Silk fell from the sky and enveloped him, which made Professor Kurt feel frightened. Spider-Man. Hey, it's me, your good neighbor Spider-Man. I can be your good neighbor too. Hearing the voice, Professor Kurt looked up at the hole in the ceiling and saw a pair of light blue eyes flickering slightly. Don't come to trouble, or I will tear you apart, Professor Kurt threatened while tearing off the spider web covering his body. Charlotte shrugged. I cannot cause trouble, but you have to tell me why you eat such disgusting things. It's none of your business. Professor Kurt snorted coldly, picked up the broken body of the monster, and threw it at Charlotte. Bang! Black blood splashed on the ceiling. While Spider-Man's vision was blocked, Professor Kurt rushed out of the hospital with his hands and feet. Stop, you monster. The police officers at the door screamed in panic and opened fire. Bang bang bang, the gunfire spread, and Professor Kurt was not afraid of the bullets at all. The flying bullets were embedded in the muscles and were clamped tightly, and the scratched skin was healed in an instant. Get lost. As the gunshots became more frequent, Professor Kurt became more and more irritable. When he turned around, his long tail swept across and rolled up a motorcycle, ready to throw it at the police officers. Puff! At this moment, a spider web emitting red and blue light shot out from the bushes at the door and instantly landed behind Professor Kurt. Boom. Instantly, the magic energy exploded, and the violent energy directly lifted Professor Kurt's body. Shit, what the hell? The terrifying big lizard slid to the corner of the wall in the energy, and then a strange spider jumped out of the bushes. Swish! The next moment, the red and blue figure flew to the ground with the help of spider silk, and the little spider landed on Charlotte's shoulder. It's Spider-Man! The onlookers exclaimed, and the police officers immediately put away their weapons and began to evacuate the surrounding citizens. They subconsciously handed the terrible enemy to Spider-Man. Charlotte patted the little spider on his shoulder and said to Professor Kurt, "Sorry, I actually have a pet, but I haven't had time to tell you yet." Chi-chi-chi. As if to prove his existence, the little spider turned around and shook his abdomen, wantonly provoking the other party. Seeing this, Professor Kurt stood up and patted the gravel on his chest. His ferocious face was extremely gloomy. Damn, Spider-Man, if you must make trouble, then congratulations, you have more trouble. Charlotte spread his hands. I just want to find a good place for you to retire. You just need to follow me. Should I thank you? Professor Kurt glanced upstairs, grinning and revealing his creepy teeth. You should care more about others. What? Charlotte subconsciously looked up, only to see a loud noise upstairs, and another humanoid spider monster broke out of the window and climbed the outer wall wantonly. Huh. He frowned slightly and shook his shoulders. The little spider understood and turned around to shoot spider silk towards the tall building. Swoosh! Boom. The magic spider web exploded, and the spider monster climbing the outer wall screamed and fell to the ground. The skin contaminated with magic energy quickly melted, which was a horrible sight. Seeing this scene, Charlotte was thoughtful. The little spider was summoned by the self-destruct machine as the main material, and it has a damage bonus for ordinary mutants with mutant cells. But for a lizard mutant like Professor Kurt, the magic energy of the little spider can't cause much damage to him. And Professor Kurt saw that the spider monster was defeated by the little spider so easily, and his face was slightly moved. But his purpose this time was not to fight Spider-Man to the death. He grinned and said, the mutant cells left in the bodies of those Spider-Man fakes have begun to take effect. Spider-Man, you will be busy next. After speaking, he jumped onto the wall, and at the same time, several humanoid spider monsters appeared in Charlotte's sight. Well, I'm indeed very busy, and have no time to deal with you. Charlotte shook his head. He gave up chasing Professor Kurt, and fired spider silk with both hands to lock the void. Boom. In the spider silk slingshot, Charlotte's body turned into a cannonball and rushed up, accurately hitting a spider monster. Shh. Bang! As the spider monster screamed, black blood fell down, and the spider monster fell to the ground. Chi-chi-chi. Seeing this, the little spider waiting on the ground jumped onto the half-dead spider monster, and two small tiger teeth pierced into the spider monster's skin. Ah. Chi-chi-chi. As the spider monster's screams became weaker, the magic light spreading on the little spider's body became more and more dazzling. In just a few seconds, the spider monster had already restored its human form. Soon, several more spider monsters were thrown down by Charlotte, and the little spider used the same trick to absorb the mutant cells in these monsters. Seeing this scene, Charlotte raised his hand and gave a thumbs up, giving his pet a thumbs up. With a little spider that can restrain the mutant spider, he can be much more relaxed. Especially the little spider has the ability to absorb mutant cells, which is a pleasant surprise. Boom, at this time, the sky was roaring with fire, and Harry rode his flying skateboard to the scene. Hey, my friend, there is a big lizard over there. Leave it to me. Wait, don't provoke him first. Charlotte did not hesitate to stop Harry from approaching Professor Kurt. Harry had not yet been injected with a gene serum, and his physique was still within the normal range. Professor Kurt was thick-skinned and the pumpkin bomb could not hurt him at all. Once Professor Kurt seized the opportunity, Charlotte might not be able to see Harry again until the resurrection match. There should be a lot of monsters here. Solve the trouble here first, Charlotte said. Harry listened to the advice and nodded. Okay, I understand. As he said that, he jumped into the hospital floor. Harry, we are here. At the door of the ward, the weak Mary Jane supported Gwen and squeezed into the crowd. Seeing the green figure passing by, she shouted hurriedly, "Ha!" The flying skateboard bypassed the concrete pillar and came to Mary Jane. I almost forgot about you. Don't worry, it's okay, Harry comforted, and a creepy roar suddenly came from the next ward. Bang! The door broke, and the scary monster pounced on the passing patients. SHHH. Ah. Help. Puff. Blood splattered, and the spider monster excitedly gnawed at the flesh. This scene made Mary Jane pale, and Gwen also resisted the urge to retch. Harry, who was standing by, saw that the spider monster did not notice them, so he signaled with his eyes, and the three of them slowed down and retreated carefully. Just as the three were about to leave the monster's sight, a scream sounded behind them. Ah, what a scary monster. Shh. The three hurriedly turned around to shut up Ned, who suddenly appeared. But it was too late. SHHH. The spider monster turned its head, staring at the four people with its creepy eyes. What are you doing? Run. Ned's scream almost pierced the eardrums of the three people. This scream also attracted the nearby spider monsters. SHHH. Black shadows flashed, and several spider monsters blocked the four people's way. Damn loud voice. Harry glared at Ned. Ned looked innocent. Sorry, I was too scared. However, the flying of several spider monsters had made Harry no longer have time to blame Ned. Get down. Boom. Several pumpkin bombs were thrown out, and the surroundings burst into flames. The violent heat wave overturned the attacking spider monsters, and Ned, who fell to the ground, screamed again. Oh, my butt. A piece of debris flew and pierced Ned's body, and the wound caused last time broke and bled again. Sorry, the distance was a bit close, but fortunately we are fine. Harry took the opportunity to take Mary Jane and Gwen away from the scene. Behind him was Ned, who was holding his body and limping. Wait, I hiss, it hurts. Be careful. At this time, another spider monster attacked, and the red and blue figure flew over and kicked Ned's butt, preventing this guy from being knocked down and dismembered by the monster. Oh, I'm going to die. Ned, who was kicked away, slid to the feet of Harry and the other two. He braked with his face and felt that he had no desire to live. Harry heard Spider-Man's voice, and his face was happy. We are saved. In a narrow place, he couldn't use his advantages at all. Fortunately, Spider-Man arrived. Oh, my hero. Mary Jane held her face with both hands, her eyes full of stars. Gwen saw this and couldn't help wondering, isn't your hero Charlotte? Mary Jane pouted. Don't mention that guy. He hasn't come to see me until now. The most annoying thing is that he actually sent you flowers. I will never talk to him again. Hearing this, Harry turned his head subconsciously, and he didn't interrupt because he felt guilty. On this side, the fist wind whistled past with the sound of wind, and there were several muffled sounds in a row. The wall of the ward was shattered with a rumble, and the vulnerable spider monster's body was embedded in the wall, and the shrill wailing sound was endless. Chi-chi-chi as the little spiders jumped onto the bodies of the spider monsters one after another to absorb the mutant cells. Several monsters finally restored their human form. After doing all this, Charlotte clapped his hands. He looked at Harry and others. Are you okay? Okay, I saw that you are still alive. No, I'm dying. Ned, who was lying on the ground, raised his hand. Just dying, but not dead yet. Charlotte said as she threw a colorful spider silk to block Ned's wound. "Okay, your bleeding has stopped. Thank you, Spider-Man." Ned's face was full of gratitude, while Harry and others looked at the super conspicuous colorful spider silk on this guy's part and turned their heads away silently. They wanted to laugh, but it was very rude. "How are you?" Soon, Carter and others arrived here. They were stained with some black blood stains and obviously killed a lot of spider monsters. Natasha tapped the headset lightly. Coulson sent a message that there should be no such monsters nearby. "Who said that?" Barton shot an arrow without looking back, hitting a spider monster on the ceiling. The monster that was shot fell to the ground and wailed, and the little spider quickly pounced on it to absorb the mutant cells. Watching the monster regain its human form, Carter and others looked surprised, but did not ask much. Soon, Charlotte waved to the little spider. He held the little spider and came to Mary Jane. "Stretch out your hand." "What?" Mary Jane looked confused. Charlotte explained, "Those monsters are mutated from mutants like you. I suspect you will soon become that kind of monster." "What?" Mary Jane's face turned pale. Before she could ask more questions, she saw the little spider climbing onto her shoulder. Puff. 2 small canine teeth pierced her skin, and Mary Jane struggled subconsciously. "No, take a deep breath. It's normal to feel pain." Charlotte held down Mary Jane's struggle. Mary Jane blinked. "It doesn't hurt much." "Then what do you call it?" "Instinct." 3 seconds later, the little spider jumped into Gwen's palm. Gwen did not resist and let the little spider bite her fingertips. Buzz, the magic energy of the little spider flashed for a moment, and Gwen only felt that something was taken out of her body, but she didn't feel much else. "Okay, done." Charlotte put the little spider on her head again. Seeing this, Carter stepped forward and said, "If it is really what you guessed, then the other mutants should soon become monsters." Charlotte nodded and then handed the little spider to Harry. "The remaining mutants are left to you." "No problem." Harry wiped his hands and then excitedly held the little spider in both hands. "Little cutie, you have to be good. I'm your master's best friend. Don't bite me." Mary Jane on the side said faintly, "Isn't your best friend Charlotte?" Harry waved his hand. "It's just a polite remark. Don't mind it." Mary Jane. As Harry left with the little spider, Carter frowned. "I didn't expect that there are still mutant cells left in those guys. If they are lucky enough not to become monsters, they may recover their superpowers soon. It may also be because the mutant cells in their bodies suddenly decreased, so they became monsters." Charlotte guessed. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. What kind of anti-routine is this? It's a bit late. Chapter 111 Spider-Man. 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 4,000 words. Please subscribe. You play as a friendly neighbor and save an unfriendly citizen. The number of restarts +3. The number of restarts remaining. 20. Looking at the number of restarts in front of her, Charlotte smiled with satisfaction. Full of security. "What are you laughing at? You haven't explained what you said just now." Carter glanced at Charlotte in front of him. Charlotte came back to her senses and pointed at the mask on her face. "Can you see me laughing?" "I guessed. You are awesome." Charlotte gave Carter a thumbs up and was about to speak when she saw George leading a group of police officers rushing over. "Gwen, are you okay?" George pulled Gwen over with a nervous look on his face. Gwen smiled slightly. "I'm fine." George glanced at Charlotte, then waved his hand to let the police deal with the scene. Then, he said to Gwen with a guilty look on his face, "I'm sorry I didn't find you the first time. I understand you have something important to do." Gwen has long been accustomed to it and expressed her understanding. George shook his head, his tone trembling a little. "I mean, I couldn't come to see you right away. You disappeared for half a month and I couldn't find you." Gwen still kept smiling. "I said, it's okay. You are responsible for the safety of many people. I understand you. I'll have someone take you home. I can go back by myself. You should deal with the important things first." There seemed to be something wrong with the conversation between the father and daughter, and Charlotte noticed it keenly. But he was not interested in other people's family affairs. However, the white gauze wrapped around George's wrist aroused his curiosity. He didn't stay any longer because he didn't want to face George's official power. "Are you leaving?" Seeing Charlotte turn around and shoot Spider Silk, Carter hurriedly said, "You haven't told me why they are like this yet. I'm just guessing. You go back and ask Dr. Banner. By the way, let me borrow something from you." As he said that, Charlotte had already jumped down from the corridor and used Spider Silk to roll away the mutant sensing device on Natasha's waist. After Spider-Man left, Gwen felt a little lost. "I haven't thanked him yet." Mary Jane comforted. "It's okay. Next time you are in danger you can see him and thank him in person." Gwen was silent. This sister is not smart enough. No wonder she couldn't get into Empire State University. George didn't have time to pay attention to Spider-Man. There will be a lot of headaches waiting for him to deal with. He walked towards Carter. "Hello, I'm George Stacy, in charge of this area. Isn't Coulson here?" George was very polite to the leaders of these mysterious organizations. "Coulson has other things to do, and I'm responsible for the mutant spider related events." Carter was serious and then handed the mutant sensing device on his waist to the other party. "We will send this thing to you in batches later, and please be sure to report those who are infected with the spider virus in the future." "What is this?" George took the device curiously. "It can sense the special bioelectric waves emitted by those guys within a certain range. Here is the switch." Carter was about to demonstrate it on the spot, but was interrupted by the nervous George. "Wait, I should be able to use it. I have something to deal with. Wait a minute." After speaking, George hurriedly left the scene. Looking at George's back, Carter frowned slightly. "He's a little bit wrong." Natasha took a step forward, her lips slightly raised. "Yes, a little bit, but it's not a big problem." Late at night, George, who worked overtime until late, finally returned home. Although he looked exhausted, he still came to Gwen's room and knocked on the door gently. "How are you?" After waiting for a while, Gwen's voice came from the room. "I'm fine. You don't have to worry about me." "That's good." George smiled, then took off his equipment lightly and went to the bathroom to wash up. Hoola la, he turned the faucet to the maximum, then looked up at himself in the mirror. Old again. Gwen has grown up too. He smiled with a hint of relief, and when he looked down, he saw the white gauze on his wrist, and his smile instantly withered. Slowly unwrapping the gauze, there was a shocking knife mark on his wrist. Under the knife mark, some spider silk protein seeped out from the small hole in the wrist. Reach out and touch it, and the spider silk protein will condense into fine spider silk. Yes, he was also bitten by a mutant spider, and then became Spider-Man. He became the Spider-Man he hated the most. He couldn't accept this fact, so he cut his wrist with a knife, trying to stop the disgusting spider silk from spreading from his wrist. But he failed. His self-healing speed is getting faster and faster. No matter how he hurts his wrist, the wound will heal quickly. Spider silk protein will also emerge from his wrist inadvertently, which hurts his sensitive nerves. He finally became the guy he hates. Looking up, George stared at himself in the mirror, and the red and blue guy emerged in his mind. When he first met Spider-Man, the guy didn't have this nickname yet. A fledgling superpower. He helped the police solve a difficult case as soon as he appeared, and all the police officers were very interested in that guy. George was no exception. He was very grateful to that guy because that guy saved his subordinates with spider silk. He even praised him in front of all the media. He was the first to say the name Spider-Man, so the media called that guy Spider-Man. Soon, Spider-Man helped the police solve several cases again, and the whole of New York knew about this superpower called Spider-Man. But he found that Spider-Man was only involved in their case by accident when he was solving some gangsters and saved them with the help of luck. Although this was the case, he was still very grateful to him. But gradually, he felt something was wrong. The subordinates and colleagues around him were talking about Spider-Man, and they hoped that this guy would appear every time to reduce their workload. This is wrong. Putting the hope of fighting criminals on an unidentified person, the police will only rely more and more on Spider-Man, and will become more and more lazy and unmotivated. For the first time, he began to have negative emotions towards Spider-Man. But this was not enough to make him completely hate Spider-Man. In the following days, more and more people talked about Spider-Man. He was the director of the branch, and his ability to do things exceeded that of everyone else, but no one would praise his work ability as before. They attributed the successful capture of criminals to Spider-Man. How could this be? He was obviously the one who worked the hardest and most seriously. In order to fight the criminals in the city, he gave everything. He lost the time to accompany his daughter, and his wife left him. He was a complete loser in the family. He only had work left. Spider-Man only showed up at the last moment, and then all the praise and credit became Spider-Man's alone. What was he? Soon, his dear baby daughter also began to discuss Spider-Man in front of him. Because of her contact with Spider-Man, Gwen asked him about Spider-Man, and the relationship between father and daughter eased a lot. He was very happy for this change, but also felt sad. Gwen had admired him as a father since she was a child. Even because of her mother, she did not resent her father, but there was still a gap between him and him. This gap seemed like an insurmountable gap, and it could only be like this in this life. The more sensible Gwen was, the more guilty George felt. He once wanted to make it up to Gwen, but work left him no time to be distracted. Because of Spider-Man, their relationship was much better, but Gwen's admiration for him gradually disappeared. He could feel it. Damn Spider-Man, is he going to take Gwen away even? He was unwilling and unconvinced. He was angry. He completely hated Spider-Man. When Spider-Man appeared again, he wanted to arrest this guy. The charges of obstructing the police, ignoring New York laws, and not having the power to enforce the law flashed through his mind. But when he was about to act, Spider-Man seemed to know what he was thinking, and ran away first. And the next time Spider-Man appeared again, he had already regarded this behavior as a provocation. Finally one day, Spider-Man died, and the Green Demon claimed that he killed Spider-Man. He was so happy, but he couldn't show it. Now no one competed with him. On this day, he took Gwen shopping for the first time, and bought a lot of clothes and cosmetics she liked. But Gwen was very unhappy, because Spider-Man was dead. But it doesn't matter, the child will soon forget these unhappy things. In the future, his father will be the only person she admires, and subordinates and colleagues will also know who is the most capable person. But something bad happened. Spider-Man didn't die, he appeared again. He defeated the Green Demon, and more people admired this guy. He became a loser again. Soon, Spider-Man disappeared for a while again, and some people said he was dead again. No, he appeared again. He was not dead. He appeared for a while, and then disappeared again. I heard that he was dead. No, he wasn't dead. Damn it, is he dead or not? George was going crazy. Until half a month ago, Gwen disappeared. People in the mysterious department told him that Gwen became Spider-Man, and was probably kidnapped by Kingpin. Oh my god, my Gwen. She became the Spider-Man he hated the most. But he didn't have time to be angry. He had to rescue his daughter from Kingpin. But Kingpin's power was too huge. He couldn't do it at all. No one knew where Kingpin was. He was a mystery. Then, he was bitten by a mutant spider that suddenly appeared and became Spider-Man. He was crazy. He hated spiders and Spider-Man. It was all because of Spider-Man. He killed Gwen. Why didn't he show up? Gwen would die. Oh, he showed up. Gwen was fine. George breathed a sigh of relief. He wanted to go to the hospital as soon as possible, but he was too busy. But as long as Gwen was fine, it was fine. My daughter is very sensible. She will definitely not blame me. Oops, the place where the accident happened this time was the hospital, and Gwen was in danger again. There were many citizens at the scene, and he couldn't take care of Gwen. His duty was to protect everyone, including Gwen. But his ability was limited. He could only put his hope on Spider-Man. Spider-Man's rescue operation was very successful. Although some people died, Gwen survived fortunately. Oh my god, what am I thinking? Some people died. I shouldn't feel lucky. But Gwen is still alive. He was entangled. When he saw Gwen again, the father and daughter returned to the way they were before. There was a chance to eliminate the gap between them. He may have lost this opportunity forever. Blame Spider-Man. No, he can't be blamed. Spider-Man saved Gwen twice. He caused all this himself. Becoming Spider-Man is his retribution. No matter how much medicine he takes, no matter how crazy he destroys the spider silk launching organ, he can see this disgusting thing every time he takes a shower. He has become the person he hates the most. In the mirror, George's face gradually became hideous. He wanted to break the mirror because the mirror showed him the most disgusting side of himself. He is George Stacy, who protects New York, and Gwen's father. But what did he do? Just a clown. This is how he evaluates himself at the moment. It's really ironic. God played a big joke on him. He hates God, just like he hates Spider-Man. Fortunately, no one knows all this. After tomorrow, he will still be the righteous George Stacy. He will hide this secret for the rest of his life. Click. Suddenly, the door of the bathroom was gently pushed open, and George hurriedly covered himself. Splash. He wiped his face with water in his hands, and looked at Gwen with a smile that a father should have. Why don't you sleep? I woke you up. I'm so sorry. I'll go shopping with you tomorrow. He smiled. Gwen shook her head, took a deep breath, and looked at her father at the moment with complicated eyes. Don't pretend. I already know. What? George's face was flustered, but his years of experience in dealing with the world made him calm down quickly. He tried his best to control his trembling lips. What did you say? I don't understand. Gwen glanced at the gauze that was not hidden on the sink, the medicine at home, the blood and spider silk that were not cleaned up in the bathroom. All prove what's going on with you now. George hurriedly threw the gauze on the sink into the trash can. No, it's not what you think. You actually hate Spider-Man, don't you? Gwen interrupted her father. George waved his hand to explain. No, I don't hate him. Don't think too much. I know you hate him. Gwen lowered her head. So after I became Spider-Man, I was worried that you would find out. Hearing this, George was silent. After a long time, he sighed deeply. Yes, I hate him. I know the reason why I hate him is ridiculous. In fact, I just hate my own incompetence. He looked bitter. I have worked hard for so many years, but I'm not as good as a little guy. My daughter seems to like him very much. This makes me feel lost, scared, and angry. I can't accept it. I can only curse him in a dark corner. Even if he saved you, I still hate him. This is wrong. I know. But I still can't like him. He is a hero, and heroes are the honor I once had. As he said, he turned around, not wanting Gwen to see his ugly face. But Gwen's next words completely made him lose control of his emotions. But father, no matter how much I like Spider-Man, I still love you the most. Because you are my father, the person closest to me, and the person I admire the most. Spider-Man is a hero, but he is everyone's hero, and you are my hero. Gwen came behind George. She slowly hugged her father, and her eyes begged. So, father, please, don't compare yourself with others anymore. Her voice became hoarse, as if she was also suffering from another torment. Gwen. At this moment, George's body was trembling. He raised his head as much as possible, not wanting his daughter to see his cowardly look of tears. I promise you, I will not compare myself with Spider-Man anymore. Forgive me, Gwen. Father, I actually forgave you a long time ago. Thank you, my dear Gwen. Hey, then I forgive you too. Suddenly, a head wearing a metal mask poked into the bathroom from the window, scaring the father and daughter. Spider-Man. 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 I didn't sleep well yesterday because I was thinking about the plot. I'll take a nap first. There will be more updates tonight. Thanks to Dow K. The reward of 1,500 points. Happy. Chapter 112. Benefiting all humanity and winning the Nobel Prize. 4,000 words, including 2 additional chapters. The father and daughter exclaimed. Charlotte also shouted. Hi, Mr. George, I'm sorry to bother you, but please believe me, I didn't mean it. I can only blame myself for being too good. He waved and said hello. It's hard to admit that others are good, but it's not hard to admit that you are good, right? Are you mocking me? George looked helpless. Seeing Spider-Man again, he felt that he didn't hate him anymore. In fact, he just hated himself. He finally saw it clearly. Seeing that her father was very stable, Gwen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She stood behind George and made an okay gesture to Charlotte. She was very grateful that Spider-Man took the initiative to find her and teach her how to solve her father's knot. Charlotte also nodded slightly, then raised her hand and snapped her fingers. Chi-chi-chi, the little spider flew from the window and landed in his palm. Mr. George, your superpowers can be retired. George was stunned, then took the initiative to reach out. He had seen guys playing flying skateboards use little spiders to absorb the mutant cells of those monsters. Then, the little spider jumped into George's palm, and two fangs pierced into his skin. Buzz the red and blue magic light flickered slightly, and the spider silk launching organs on George's wrist automatically merged at a speed visible to the naked eye. George was a little overwhelmed by this magical scene. Gwen beside him said, "Actually, you can keep this superpower, it will help you solve the case." George shook his head and looked at Charlotte. "Thank you, Spider-Man. I think you will find the remaining spider virus infected people next and restore them to their original state, right?" Of course. Charlotte had this plan. The mutant spider must not be that simple. In order to avoid future troubles, he decided to clear all the mutants, including Uncle Ben and Aunt May. It is really dangerous for them to have this ability. The danger comes from Spider-Man's temporary enemy, Kingpin. He guessed that Kingpin might also capture mutants for experiments. After getting Charlotte's answer, George turned to Gwen and smiled. "You heard it. No one can be an exception, especially me. I understand, Father." In just a few minutes, the gap between father and daughter completely dissipated, and Charlotte knew that she should leave. He did not disturb the two of them, called back Spider-Man, and jumped out of the window. "Wait, Spider-Man." Gwen suddenly remembered that she had not thanked him formally. She jumped out of the window and reacted the next second. She no longer had superpowers. "Gwen." George nervously leaned out of the window and saw a red and blue figure flying past and sweeping away the falling Gwen, quickly disappearing into the night. Seeing this, George finally breathed a sigh of relief, and a trace of blood slowly appeared on his pale face. This reckless person, Spider-Man, has saved her 3 times. He shook his head and laughed, with endless relief in his eyes. This was the day when Gwen called him father the most. The rooftop of a nearby residential building. Under the billboard, "This is the place where Charlotte and Gwen like to stay the most. Hey, here you go." Charlotte handed the newly bought coffee to Gwen. "Thank you." Gwen took the hot coffee and took a sip. "Thank you, Spider-Man, you are really good." She bowed her head and said. Charlotte waved her hand, and he turned around and leaned his hands on the low wall of the roof, looking at the neon lights in the distance. "You're welcome. This is what a good neighbor should do." Gwen came to Charlotte's side, leaning forward with her elbows on the low wall. The night breeze blew through her shoulder-length hair, and the golden hair set off her ease and faint smile at the moment. "How do you know that George is also a spider mutant?" she asked. "I have a special sensing device made by SHIELD. SHIELD, are they the ones who saved me? Yes, they should announce their existence to the citizens soon." As Charlotte said, he moved slightly and took a step away from her. Gwen noticed this detail and couldn't help laughing. "You sound very young. You are shy." She became more interested in Spider-Man. Charlotte shook her head. "No, you probably haven't had time to take a shower yet. You smell." "Gwen." She awkwardly stroked the hair by her ear. "Sorry, I thought too much." "It's okay. I forgive you." Charlotte thought for a moment, "But you have to pay for the coffee." Gwen's face darkened. Spider-Man was very different from the hero she imagined. Could this guy be fake? Well, he looks a lot like the guy who ran away. No, not very similar. Gwen's heart moved, and she seemed to understand something. A smile appeared on her face again. "Thank you, Spider-Man. You saved me 4 times. Charlotte scratched her head. "Is that so many? I haven't counted." "Don't try to change the subject. You must pay for the coffee." Gwen didn't have the habit of playing tricks. She rested her chin on her head and looked at Charlotte. "Okay, I'll give it to you, but you have to wait until I get back to get the money. I'm only wearing pajamas." "You didn't even take a shower before changing into pajamas. You're so sloppy." "I'm just too tired. I'm actually very clean." "Okay, I believe you. Goodbye. I should go back." "Take me back. It's too high up here." "No, I'll only take you downstairs. It's very close to your home." "It's too late. It's very dangerous. You've learned martial arts. I don't believe anything will happen to you." After saying this, Charlotte was silent. It seemed like he was exposed. But it didn't matter. He just exposed his vest. "Let's go." He sent Gwen downstairs with a spider silk and then jumped onto the tall building. "See you tomorrow," Gwen shouted on the street. "I'll take a day off tomorrow. I won't work overtime." The next day, Empire State University. Boom. Charlotte rode his motorcycle into the campus. He had fallen behind in many courses during this period, and he definitely didn't have enough credits, so he planned to make up for it today. He took Dr. Otto's clean energy course. Walking into the classroom, Charlotte saw the figure sitting at the front desk at a glance. Today Gwen was dressed very youthful and beautiful. He liked to play with pretty girls the most. "Hi, see you again, classmate Gwen." Charlotte greeted her and sat next to Gwen, not feeling anything wrong. But other classmates saw this and started to whisper, "Is that guy Charlotte Parker?" "Yes, he was very famous some time ago. He is still famous now. I know him. He gave Gwen a lot of roses. He is pursuing Gwen. Oh my god, he is a funny guy. Goddess Gwen can't like him." Charlotte, who was sensitive, heard this and immediately thought of what Harry had done. He realized that his behavior seemed to be too familiar. Gwen knew Spider-Man, but she might not remember Charlotte Parker. He glanced at Gwen, who was looking straight ahead and was about to pick up his school bag and sneak behind. "Classmate Charlotte, you seem to be hiding from me," Gwen whispered. No, I just feel it's too boring here, so I want to go to the back. Do you remember me?" Charlotte suddenly wondered. Gwen looked at Charlotte and smiled slightly. "I know Mary Jane. You are her hero, a former hero." Charlotte frowned, and he put down his school bag again. "Her current hero is Spider-Man," he said. "Yes." Gwen turned the ballpoint pen in his hand and continued. "She told me a lot about you, and I think you are qualified. That guy is an info. Don't listen to her nonsense." Charlotte didn't seem to care much, but Gwen was very dissatisfied with Charlotte's attitude. "Do you hate Mary Jane?" She frowned. "No." "Then why are you not interested in Mary Jane? She is very beautiful, the most beautiful girl I have ever seen. You don't understand. I'm doing this for her good." "You said it, and I understand. Are you standing up for your friend?" Charlotte picked up his school bag again, and he planned to stay away from him. Asking questions all over the place, so annoying. "Classmates, class is about to start." At this time, a middle-aged man with curly hair and a middle part walked into the classroom, dispelling Charlotte's idea of getting up and changing seats. "Today I have prepared a very simple topic for you, the calculation formula for the initial stage of tritium required for the artificial sun experiment. I have confidence in you." "Well, only a little confidence." Dr. Otto walked into the classroom and began to write down the complex calculation formula on the blackboard, ignoring the painful expressions on the faces of the students present. As we all know, Dr. Otto's class is the most difficult and the most boring. But as long as you have a correct attitude, you can basically get enough credits from him. The premise is to listen carefully, but this time seems to be different from the previous ones. Dr. Otto actually used the artificial sun experiment as today's course, which is simply killing them. A lot of brain cells will die. A group of students sighed, but Dr. Otto ignored them. He has the qualifications to be proud. So he is only responsible for teaching, and whether you can learn or not is not within his consideration. He is only interested in real geniuses and more experimental funds. And below, Gwen is still obsessed with Charlotte's attitude towards Mary Jane. She whispered, "I hope you can be nicer to Mary Jane." Charlotte rolled her eyes. "I didn't do anything excessive to her." "You are being excessive now. She can't see it. You were obviously not like this when you were a child. She talked about it in the hospital. It was you when she was most helpless." Gwen seemed a little excited, and her voice was a little louder, which immediately made Dr. Otto dissatisfied. "It's okay to whisper, but it's very disrespectful to me to speak so loudly." He turned and glanced at Gwen and Charlotte, and his eyes finally fell on Gwen. "Gwen, let's start with you. Let me see what you have learned in my laboratory. I hope you don't whisper loudly," he said seriously. Gwen's face was stiff, but she knew she couldn't refuse this reasonable request. "Sorry, doctor, I will try my best." As she said that, she turned her head and glared at Charlotte, and then gestured on the draft with a bitter face. Although it was just the calculation formula in the initial stage, let alone giving her a class period,
Even if she was given a month, she might not be able to figure it out. This is not her area of expertise. Before Charlotte could gloat over his misfortune, Dr. Otto said again. Student next to you. Yes, that's you. Stop looking. Student with a jacket in the color of Spider-Man. You should try it too. Charlotte. This was really an accidental injury. Gwen next to him had a smirk on her face. Fortunately she was not the only one to suffer. Charlotte glanced at Gwen and then buried her head in calculations. But this question is too difficult. No, I can't. I can only find a cheat. He pretended to think with his head down, but his hands under the table were busy. Stark Tower. Tony, someone wants to see you. In the armor laboratory, Pepper raised her hand to knock on the door and then raised her mobile phone to signal. It's that guy. Tony, who was busy improving the armor, turned around and put down his work when he saw this exclusive mobile phone. He walked out of the laboratory, took the mobile phone, and looked at it. Why is this guy interested in thermonuclear fusion experiments? He smiled. Pepper poked his head out curiously. Who is looking for you? Spider-Man. Spider-Man? Pepper was stunned. How did he get your contact information? Last time I defeated that disgusting spider monster, I gave him a business card. Tony laughed. I thought he would ask me to cooperate on other projects, but I didn't expect that he would actually plan to get involved in the field of nuclear fusion. Then will you help him? Of course. Although thermonuclear fusion and my cold nuclear fusion reactor are two completely different reaction mechanisms, I'm a genius, and this little problem can't stump me. Tony said. He raised his hand and clicked on the virtual computer, quickly inputting the calculation process and the results obtained later. This initial stage calculation formula is too monotonous. I'll give him a change. You want to use this little thing to stump me, naive Spider-Man. Tony became more and more excited as he calculated, and time passed quickly. Time is up. In the classroom, Dr. Otto clapped his hands. Others can leave. Gwen and this classmate stay. As soon as this was said, everyone immediately swarmed out of the classroom, leaving only two unlucky guys. No, there was only one unlucky guy. My name is Charlotte. Charlotte Parker. Charlotte, who had finally copied the answers, had a confident smile on her face. Hearing this name, Otto couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. I know you. Kurt Connors has mentioned you to me. You are his most proud student. You are very smart and talented, but you have to know that my experimental project is completely different from his. Perhaps because of Professor Kurt, Otto's serious expression eased a lot. It seems that you already have the answer. Yes. Charlotte stood up, and Gwen on the side was full of disbelief. How is it possible? She murmured. Nothing is impossible. Charlotte boasted to Gwen. For a time traveler, plugins are indispensable. Then, he handed his draft to Dr. Otto and turned around. At this moment, he felt that he was imitating the brilliance of a top student, dazzling to the extreme. Where are you going? I haven't started reading yet. Otto suddenly called Charlotte. Charlotte. He raised one foot and put it down silently. How embarrassing. Dr. Otto glanced at the draft casually. In fact, he didn't have any hope at all. But just this one glance made Dr. Otto unable to keep calm. What? He was shocked to find that what Charlotte gave him was not the answer to the initial stage, but the calculation results of the tritium element in the first 3 stages. Among them, there was a calculation method that he had never thought of, which could get the answer he wanted faster and more accurately. Genius. A real genius. Kurt Connors, you are so selfish that you let Charlotte Parker learn your shitty regeneration experiment class. It's a waste of his good talent. He should come to my laboratory and help me improve my artificial sun experiment, benefit all mankind and win the Nobel Prize. This is the meaning of his existence. Dizzy, get off work and sleep. Chapter 113 Octopus Tentacles. The arm intercepts the second time. 4,000 words. Please subscribe. Seeing Dr. Otto so shocked, Gwen seemed to understand something. She quickly walked up to Dr. Otto and looked at the draft. The various obscure and complex calculation formulas dazzled her. It felt like she was reading Dr. Otto's notes. Did you really calculate this? Gwen looked at Charlotte in disbelief. Charlotte shrugged. Okay, I admit I cheated. I copied it. I knew it.
Gwen just showed a look of contempt, but saw Dr. Otto put away the draft and looked at Charlotte with admiration. Your name is Charlotte Parker, a very talented young man. Why don't you come and learn how to grow the sun from me? He said humorously. Gwen was stunned. Doctor, didn't you hear what he said just now? He admitted to cheating. Dr. Otto glanced at Gwen. Student Gwen, you don't understand men's humor. You are the only one around him. Do you think he will copy your answer? Gwen. It may be that he went online for help. I just saw him playing with his phone. If the answer can be found online, then what have I worked hard for so many years for? Is it funny? Dr. Otto's face was full of disdain. Hearing this, Gwen finally reacted. Student Charlotte, you deceived me. Her eyes were extremely resentful. Charlotte shook her head. Sorry, I don't have the habit of lying. But it's fun to deceive little girls. Dr. Otto patted Charlotte on the shoulder. I understand you. I did the same when I was young. Charlotte, you are so frivolous. Gwen. Is this the happiness of men? Gwen. Go back and feed the lizard in the lab. Kurt asked me to take care of it for him. Don't let it starve to death, or it will annoy me when it comes back. Dr. Otto assigned Gwen a task and then invited Charlotte to his home. Charlotte also wanted to know what stage Dr. Otto's artificial sun experiment had reached. Seeing the two of them leaving, talking, and laughing, Gwen was full of envy. Dr. Otto had never invited her to his home. Feeling disappointed, she took out her cell phone. Hello, Mary Jane, I have news to tell you. Your hero is a genius. 9 o'clock in the evening, a villa on the coast. Oh, you're back. Otto led Charlotte into the door, and a charming woman came towards them. Ruth, I'm sorry, I'm back late today. Otto put down his coat, and he went forward to kiss Ruth on the cheek, loving her as much as ever for 10 years. Is this your student? Ruth looked at Charlotte, curious. Otto never brought students home. Charlotte smiled and waved. Before he could introduce himself, Otto spoke first. I was lucky today. I found a genius, a guy who talks to girls in class. Ruth put her arm around Otto's right hand. I was often approached by male classmates in class before. She smiled. Otto raised his eyebrows. Really? If I remember correctly, that male classmate was me. You have a good memory. Of course. Otto patted the back of Ruth's hand and looked at Charlotte. He is Charlotte Parker, and he will complete the artificial sun experiment with me in the future. Doctor, I haven't agreed yet. Charlotte smiled reluctantly. Spider-Man followed Dr. Otto to plant the sun. The picture was so beautiful that he couldn't imagine it. Seeing Charlotte's refusal, Dr. Otto didn't care. He was confident that he could convince the other party. Ruth, take out my treasured red wine. I want to celebrate today. Okay, dinner is almost ready. You guys chat first. Ruth went to get the wine, and Otto said to Charlotte, before dinner, come and visit my laboratory. Yes. Soon, the two came to the attic, and various experimental equipment were running in an orderly manner. Dr. Otto's laboratory is much larger than Professor Kurt's. Compared with Professor Kurt, whose capital chain may break at any time, Dr. Otto is obviously better at finding sponsors. This is my private laboratory. The equipment in the school is too backward. They will become a burden to me. Otto introduced. Charlotte curiously glanced at the equipment on site, and then his eyes fell on the huge machine in front of the window. This machine is similar to 4 corresponding mechanical horns, but the external shape is more like an octopus tentacle. You saw it. Seeing that Charlotte was attracted by the touch-sensitive machine, Dr. Otto proudly came to the machine and introduced it. This is the big guy I used to carry out the final stage of the artificial sun experiment. It can carry out the final thermonuclear fusion. After the experiment is successful, I will become the world's most famous scientist, and the whole world will change because of my artificial sundae. Otto's face was a little excited. I will be the most dazzling scientist at this year's Nobel Prize, because I have benefited all mankind. With almost unlimited energy, human life will undergo a qualitative change, and there will be no more wars in the world. I can save countless people, and this era will only remember my name. Charlotte nodded. If the experiment is successful, it will indeed cause a sensation around the world. The next second, the excitement on Otto's face disappeared, and he sighed. Unfortunately, there is only one step left. I'm almost able to calculate the most perfect value of tritium, just one step short. So, Charlotte Parker, I need your help. Otto solemnly invited, complete this great experiment with me. But Charlotte changed the subject and said, I'll think about it, but doctor, are you the only one in the laboratory? Dr. Otto was a little disappointed when he didn't get a satisfactory answer. There are 2 assistants. I know what you want to ask. He took Charlotte to the corner of the laboratory. The artificial sun experiment requires absolute stability, so my assistant must have a strong tacit understanding. But it is impossible to achieve 100% perfection. So I built a machine to assist my experiment. It can connect my nerves under the control of the chip, allowing me to do the work of several people at the same time. Especially in the final fusion stage, it can perfectly assist me in completing the experiment. As he said, Otto lifted the white cloth and saw 4 dark golden mechanical octopus tentacles on the iron frame. The mechanical device similar to the spine connected the 4 tentacles, which should be the carrier with the control panel. At the end of the spine, the thumb-sized chip flashed red light from time to time. How is it? Pretty good, isn't it? Otto said proudly. Charlotte smiled and said, yes, it's pretty good, but be careful not to let anyone steal it. This thing is very suitable for carrying his nanosuit. Don't worry, the security system here is the best in the world. Dr. Otto was not worried at all. Charlotte didn't say anything. Even if Dr. Otto did not succeed in obtaining the infinite energy of the artificial sun, this set of octopus auxiliary equipment would be enough to win the Nobel Prize and make Otto a world-famous scientist. But Dr. Otto would not be satisfied. It is precisely because of scientists' dissatisfaction that the world can progress. Well, it may also be destroyed. He made up his mind to take this thing away in a few days. Without the octopus tentacles, it should be able to delay the progress of Dr. Otto's experiment. It would be best to destroy the fusion machine together. Unlike Professor Kurt's obsession, as long as Dr. Otto is not affected by the octopus tentacles, he will not go crazy and become a villain because of the failure of the experiment. Otto, dinner is ready. Ruth suddenly called out, and Charlotte came back to her senses. Thank you very much, Doctor, for showing me these things. He smiled. Otto shook his head. You're welcome. I just hope you can think about it carefully. This is an opportunity for you to become a world-class scientist. I'll consider it. Well, let's go eat. Ruth's cooking is very good. The 2 came to the dining table, and Ruth poured red wine for the 3 of them. You don't seem to be chatting very smoothly. Ruth saw that Otto's face was not right. Otto shook his head. No, it's good that he didn't question whether I would blow up New York. He made a joke. Charlotte's eyelids jumped. Does this guy know what he is talking about? Of course I believe in the ability of the doctor. Then you have to think about it as soon as possible. Of course. Then, the 3 of them ate and talked. Ruth took a sip of red wine and suddenly asked Charlotte, I heard that you are pursuing a girl. Charlotte. He curled his lips. That's a misunderstanding. Ruth smiled and said, sorry, I didn't mean to ask about you, but I asked a student just now, and he mentioned you. Who is he pursuing? Otto was a little curious. Gwen Stacy is also your student. Oh, it's her. The 2 of them were whispering in class. I should have thought of it earlier. Otto looked like an experienced person. If you want to pursue a girl, then you should read her poems. Charlotte. I think taking her shopping can better show that I love her. This kid is very humorous. Ruth looked at Otto gently. You studied physics, and I studied English literature. Do you remember what you did at that time? Otto was a little embarrassed. Yes, I tried to explain the theory of relativity to Ruth, but Ruth wanted to discuss Eliot's poems with me. In time and past time, both can be present time. He couldn't remember clearly. In the future time. Ruth was very patient. Yes, the future time. Otto looked at Ruth with tenderness in his eyes. Charlotte was thoughtful. Future time. Is it a preview? Beep beep. Suddenly, there was a strange sound from the attic and the villa alarm sounded. What happened? Otto quickly looked at the surveillance in the room and his face changed drastically. Damn it, they stole my experimental equipment. Oh my god, it's Spider-Man. 3 Spider-Men. Ruth couldn't believe it. In the screen, 3 red and blue figures jumped down from the attic holding strange things and quickly disappeared from the surveillance range. Otto cursed. It's the recent counterfeit. It turns out that they have been eyeing me for a long time. No wonder I always feel that someone is following me recently. He got up and rushed to the attic and found that the equipment in the laboratory was in a mess and the octopus tentacle had been stolen. Because compared with other large experimental equipment, only this thing is the easiest to take away. Damn Spider-Man. Ruth, call the police quickly and we must catch them. Otto scratched his scalp irritably and Charlotte was speechless. Is this the world's top security system? As for the theft of the octopus tentacle, originally, he would have done it, but he didn't have time to do it. But he is bound to take the blame. No, since he is taking the blame, he must get the thing. Doc, I'll go after them. Saying that, Charlotte turned around and rushed out of the villa without hesitation, ignoring the reminders of Dr. Otto and Ruth, and quickly disappeared into the night. This kid is too impulsive. Ruth's face was full of worry. Seeing this, Dr. Otto was touched. It seems that he has thought about it, otherwise he wouldn't be so anxious to help me recover the equipment. He was even a little happy. You are still laughing. What if he is in danger? Ruth rolled her eyes at Otto. Otto then reacted, yes, those 3 guys are Spider-Man. Charlotte may be in danger. Quickly notify George to come over and make sure Charlotte's safety. I have already called. They will be here soon. I hope Charlotte will be fine. An alley under the night. Haha, great. We stole his equipment. The fat pig must beep us now. Yes, we messed up his lab. This is his punishment. Humph, what's so great about the artificial sun experiment? How dare he look down on us? Although we are his students, we are also Spider-Man, superheroes. He has no right to look down on us. Yes, let's take a look at how to use this octopus-like thing. Haha, it looks very interesting. In a dark corner, 3 people took off their masks, revealing 3 young faces. They fiddled with the octopus tentacles for a while, not knowing how to use it at all. Just when they were about to throw the tentacles away like garbage, a warm greeting came from above their heads. Hey, 3 kids, it must be very hard to work overtime so late. Do you need a cup of coffee to refresh yourself? What? We've been discovered. The sudden voice made the 3 panic. They subconsciously looked up, only to see Spider-Man in a metal battlesuit elegantly holding a cup of coffee on the spider web across the alley above their heads, watching their every move. It's Spider-Man. The metal suit, it must be him. Spider-Man, we are your fans. Can we take a photo together? The 3 were very excited, but Charlotte shook her head. If you can send that thing back, I can agree to it. Impossible. The 3 refused without hesitation. That fat pig is too arrogant. We have to teach him a lesson. Yes, he insulted us. He said we were idiots, which is unforgivable. We are punishing the evildoers. They were filled with righteous indignation and believed that their behavior was not wrong at all. Charlotte just listened quietly. Are you done? What? Charlotte looked down at the 3 and said, the doctor is right. You are indeed idiots. What? The 3 widened their eyes, not understanding why Spider-Man also scolded them. But this did not prevent them from fighting back. Damn Spider-Man, you actually helped that fat pig. That's our enemy. We won't worship you anymore. You've lost our trust. Oh, a bunch of stupid fans. Who cares? Charlotte said, and the siren sounded outside the alley, and the 3 of them were completely panicked. How could this happen? We ran so fast. How did they find us? Impossible. It must be Spider-Man who betrayed us. It must be him. Damn Spider-Man. Seeing that the 3 of them still didn't realize how they were exposed, Charlotte shook his head helplessly. It's really a bunch of idiots. Friendly reminder, don't celebrate before you run far next time. After saying that, he swung his hand and shot Spider Silk to sweep away the octopus tentacle. Before Charlotte could catch the tentacle, a dark shadow flashed in the alley, and the violent lizard monster intercepted the tentacle halfway, and then flew open the sewer manhole cover, and disappeared from Charlotte's sight. Charlotte. Second interception? Do you really think I'm easy to bully? He followed him into the sewer without hesitation. More later. Chapter 114. Is it the Kingpin who killed Spider-Man with one punch? 6,000 words, including 3 extra chapters. In the dark and damp sewer, a pair of light blue eyes loomed in the darkness. But Charlotte tapped the spider logo on his chest, and under the light, 2 or 3 mice quickly hid in the cracks of the cracked wall. In the piled up rotten mud and sand, Charlotte did not find the footprints left by Professor Kurt. But on the wall beside him, the traces of claws rubbing guided him to the depths ahead. What does this guy want Dr. Otto's tentacle arm for? And he met it by chance. Charlotte was puzzled. He raised his hand and shot spider silk to lock the ceiling of the sewer and flew continuously, but he was always unwilling to step into the thick dirt at the bottom. He could imagine how smelly this place was. Fortunately, the air circulation system of the nanosuit isolated the smell so that he did not vomit on the spot. And it was his first time to enter the sewers of New York. Whether in movies or animations, the sewers of New York are like a super large maze, dry all year round, hiding secrets and darkness that ordinary people cannot know. So as the traces left by Professor Kurt became fewer and fewer, Charlotte, who was at the intersection of the sewers, completely lost his direction. Chi at this time, the little spider climbed onto Charlotte's shoulder. It looked around and then called out to the left. Here. Charlotte scratched her head. Chi the little spider nodded. Charlotte did not hesitate and jumped up to shoot spider silk to the left passage. Although he didn't know why the little spider could sense Professor Kurt, he was willing to trust his little friend. Next, under the guidance of the little spider, Charlotte passed through several sewer intersections in succession, and the amount of sewage gradually increased. Hoo la, the sound of water became louder, and looking at the narrower pipe outlet in front, Charlotte hesitated. Because it was almost filled with sewage. If he was asked to jump in, he chose to give up. What's the difference between this and jumping into shit? He thought of his good comrade, old Steve. Chi at this time, the little spider sprayed spider silk from its abdomen, and it swung to the ceiling like Charlotte's movements, and quickly drilled into the darkness above the sewage. Seeing this, Charlotte used his hands and feet to climb on the ceiling and quickly approach the place where the little spider disappeared. Soon, he found a hidden cave here. The claw marks reappeared around the cave, which was obviously a passage dug by claws. This is it. Charlotte went into the cave, and after passing through the narrow cement cave, he suddenly saw a clear view. This is an old underground laboratory, and the metal equipment in it has been seriously rusted. Under the dim light, you can vaguely see the red and blue figure in the rusty cage. Spider mutant. Charlotte narrowed his eyes slightly. It turned out that the spider mutant was locked up here. No wonder the little spider could find this place. Looking at the simple experimental equipment near the cage, I saw a big green lizard tinkering with the octopus tentacles. What a bunch of idiots. They have already revealed so many details to them, but they still set off Otto's alarm. They are really stupid. What's more hateful is that they were discovered by Spider-Man. If I hadn't acted in time, Spider-Man would have gotten the upper hand. Professor Kurt cursed the 3 unreliable guys. He wore goggles on his ferocious lizard face, and the tools in his hands flashed arcs and sparks from time to time. He wanted to transform Otto's octopus tentacle arm so that it would be more convenient for him to use. Otto had taken him to visit the laboratory before, so he remembered this auxiliary equipment that could enhance his combat effectiveness. Soon, the tentacle arm was transformed, and Professor Kurt didn't know what happy thing he thought of, and laughed. Ha ha ha, Otto, this old ghost actually dared to snatch my Charlotte. This time he stole your treasure, and you must be mad to death. Then congratulations on your success, handsome old lizard. The sudden voice scared Professor Kurt. Who is it? He turned around and exclaimed. It's me, your good neighbor Spider-Man, the most legendary superhero in New York, the dream lover of 9 million girls. Click. When Charlotte introduced herself, Professor Kurt had already hung the octopus tentacles behind his back without hesitation. With the continuous sound of the machine, the tentacles were already dressed. Charlotte, I'm introducing myself, but you are equipping weapons. How rude. He was hanging upside down in the air, speechless. Professor Kurt grinned. I didn't expect you to find this place. It's really hard for you. But I also want to congratulate you. You will stay here forever. Charlotte spread his hands. Before the fight, can you tell me what's going on? He pointed to the unconscious Spider-Man in the cage. He continued, I know you will tell me. For Spider-Man's questions, villains usually explain patiently. But Professor Kurt seems to be an exception. Come closer, I'll tell you. Professor Kurt's smile became more ferocious, and the 4 tentacles behind him rolled up a gust of wind and meandered towards Charlotte. But in an instant, the claws at the end of the tentacles split open like a beast's mouth, and the red light in them quickly locked onto Charlotte's figure. SHHH. 4 octopus tentacles came with a strong wind, and Charlotte had already disappeared on the spot. Boom. With several loud noises, gravel burst out of the underground laboratory. Almost in an instant, a red and blue figure rushed behind Professor Kurt and reached out to the opponent's back. He has rich experience in this area. Got you. The next moment, Professor Kurt's back seemed to have eyes, and he turned around and pounced just when Charlotte was about to touch his back. Zizzy the air hissed, and the claws attacked. Charlotte's face remained unchanged, and his 5 fingers clenched into fists. Bang, bang. With a loud noise, Professor Kurt's figure was directly blown away dozens of meters by this huge force and smashed into the concrete stone wall like a cannonball. Wow, the stone wall cracked, and Professor Kurt, who was stuck in it, spit out a mouthful of green blood, and his whole body became weak. Meanwhile, Charlotte slowly retracted his fist. You fell before I even used my strength. The light blue light in his eyes flickered slightly, and his tone was teasing. Professor Kurt's strength was much stronger than that of Lizard Parker, but it was also limited. However, 30 tons of strength was far from enough for him. Immediately, he fired spider silk with both hands, and his body shot out in the spider silk slingshot. Boom. A terrible breath came, and Professor Kurt's face was ugly. The 4 octopus tentacles behind him swooped and pounced, and the claws at the end merged into sharp blades, vowing to tear the hateful Spider-Man to pieces. Yin. Boom. The stone wall cracked again under the impact of this impact, but Professor Kurt showed a grim smile. I finally caught you this time. I saw the 4 octopus tentacles barely locked Charlotte's hands and feet, and more than 20 tons of tearing force exploded. Crack, crack, cracked here. With the violent tearing of the tentacles, Charlotte's hand and foot parts of the battle suit were instantly torn into pieces. You're dead. Professor Kurt's eyes were excited. Charlotte smiled calmly. Congratulations, you broke my limiter. What? In Professor Kurt's horrified eyes, Charlotte's muscles suddenly swelled, and the exposed muscles showed a trace of purple lines. Boom. Titan's huge power burst out, and Charlotte held the tentacles that bound his hands and his palms. Puff, crack, crack, crack. In an instant, as Charlotte's hands shook, his 10 fingers sank deep into the tentacles under the huge force. The 2 tentacles were extremely twisted like twists, and sparks burst out rapidly. What? No. Professor Kurt exclaimed. He wanted to control the remaining 2 intact mechanical arms to throw Charlotte away, but he saw that the broken nanometal on the other party had already squirmed and poured into the tentacles. Basualala as the red and blue nanometal covered the tentacles. The chip on the back of Professor Kurt's neck flickered for a moment and then dimmed, and he lost control of the tentacles. What happened? You're no. Charlotte smiled, and the nanometal of the nanosuit fragments squirmed and covered the 2 twisted tentacles, quickly devouring the 2 damaged tentacles to complete the suit. At the same time, he lightly tapped the wrist device, and the other 2 intact tentacles turned into 2 giant pythons under the control of the auxiliary intelligence, to wrap Professor Kurt like a dumpling. After a while, the nanosuit was completed and covered Charlotte's body again. Chichichi little spider climbed onto Charlotte's shoulder and motioned him to look in the direction of the cage. With the help of little spider, the spider mutant in the cage has lost Spider-Man's superpowers forever. Good job. Charlotte patted little spider's head gently, then stepped forward and looked at the struggling Professor Kurt. Why do you want to catch those mutants? He asked. Professor Kurt, with blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, snorted coldly. Do you think I will tell you? No. Charlotte chuckled. Then I will throw you in school and let your students see that their teacher has turned into a monster. No. Professor Kurt's eyes were horrified. No, you can't do this. They will be disappointed in me. Then answer me honestly. I can send you to another place, and no one will know your identity. Professor Kurt gritted his teeth. Okay, I promise you. Although I don't know how you know my identity, I believe Spider-Man will not lie to me. You can trust me. Charlotte nodded. He was a little curious. Is Spider-Man's character so good? He didn't seem to have done anything particularly good to keep his promises. Before he could think about it, Professor Kurt said, "There is something wrong with my body, and I need the mutant cells in their bodies to relieve my pain." Huh. Charlotte frowned. There should be no overlap between the mutant genes of lizards and spiders, right? Professor Kurt shook his head. "I don't know. I just want to attack them when I'm in pain, and my body tells me that I should eat them." Charlotte thought for a while, then asked, "Why do you have to inject the regeneration serum? If I remember correctly, someone reminded you to be patient." Hearing this, Professor Kurt's pupils contracted. "It's Charlotte's kid. Do you know him?" he said with a twinkling look in his eyes. "Of course, he is my contact. We have known each other for a long time," Charlotte said. Professor Kurt smiled bitterly. "He must have told you about me, so you can guess my identity." Charlotte nodded. "Yes, in his eyes, you are a very good scientist. He doesn't want you to be in trouble. If he knew you became like this, he would want to save you." "No, don't let him know I became like this, please. That depends on your performance." "Okay, I will tell you everything I know." Professor Kurt took a deep breath. "Actually, my experimental funds are still sufficient, and I was not going to take the risk of injecting the serum. But that night, I was attacked. I was seriously injured and no one was willing to take me to the hospital. I was dying, and I only had a freshly made regeneration serum with me. I had no choice, so I had to do this. In order to survive, I took the risk of injecting the regeneration serum. I turned into a monster, which made me miserable." Professor Kurt showed a painful expression, but Charlotte shook his head. "You're lying. I didn't. Please believe me. Professor, if what you said is true, how did you find this place?" Charlotte looked around and said coldly, "If no one arranged this, you couldn't have found this place." Professor Kurt lowered his head. "This is a place I found by accident," he said stubbornly. "Then how do you explain these equipment?" Charlotte pointed to the simple laboratory. "All your funds are used for experiments. The experimental equipment in the school has not been reduced, and you have no extra money to buy these equipment. Don't ask." Professor Kurt's eyes pleaded. "Please, just think of it as for Charlotte's child." Seeing this, Charlotte opened his mouth, but finally did not continue to ask. His intuition told him that Professor Kurt became like this because of him. Zizzy suddenly, a projection appeared in the dim underground laboratory. "Spider-Man, hello, I'm the person you are looking for." In the picture, the huge figure was in the shadow, and not many physical features could be seen. "I only know that this guy is very fat, so fat that ordinary people can't imagine." Charlotte narrowed his eyes slightly, and he could guess the other party's identity by looking at his body shape. "The king of the underground world, Kingpin. What are you going to say?" he asked. "We should have a good chat." Kingpin spoke in a calm tone. Charlotte casually launched a spiderweb and just leaned on it, quietly listening to what the other party said next. Kingpin paused. "Is this the sense of ritual?" As he said that, he raised his hand slightly, and Kaylin beside him handed him a cigar. He slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. "Spider-Man, you are a threat to me. This is what those guys told me, but I never regarded you as a threat. In fact, there is no conflict of interest between you and me. After all, the guys you caught are just some guys who can't be on the table. They have no effect on me." He was referring to those ordinary criminals. There were his people among them, but they didn't have to be. After hearing this, Charlotte asked, "What happened next?" Jinbing took a puff of his cigar. "Because they gave too much, I participated in their actions. But they are already dead, and I have no reason to continue to target you." "What about Professor Kurt?" "It was an accident. I just wanted to fund him to complete his experiment, but he refused to accept my investment. So you sent someone to assassinate him?" "I just wanted to scare him, but it turned him into a monster." I said, "It was just an accident." Jinbing put down his cigar. "A beautiful accident. He gained power. This is a good thing." "That's not the case." Professor Kurt gritted his teeth. "I don't have to turn into a monster. If he is given a little more time, perhaps the real regeneration serum can be completed." Jinbing glanced at Professor Kurt. "You help me do things, and I will fund you to continue researching the regeneration serum. It's a fair deal, and your only choice." Without waiting for Professor Kurt to speak, he said again, "But your first mission failed. You are perfunctory to me. I can only threaten you with the people around you. Charlotte Parker? Charlotte said her name. Yes. Kingpin smiled and said, that kid seems a little different. Klessie and Kurt both like him very much, which really surprised me. Plus you, Spider-Man, you are also Charlotte's friend. It's even more perfect. You want to threaten me with him? Charlotte looked strange. Kingpin shook his head. No, I want to make a deal with you. Do you think it's possible? Of course it's possible. Kingpin grinned. The dark forces can be carried out like a business, and of course it can be between you and me. He continued, in fact, I don't like to threaten my enemies with hostages. This will bring up my sad memories, but I don't mind being sad myself. Then you may be disappointed. Charlotte spread her hands. In fact, Charlotte and I are not familiar with each other. After all, he is too outstanding, which makes me feel ashamed. Kingpin would not believe such a lame lie. He said to himself, Black Cat stole something from me. Find her and bring the thing back, and the deal will be done. I won't bother you in the future, and Professor Kurt can be free again. Hearing this, Charlotte raised her eyebrows. So I can't take Professor Kurt away now? Of course, he hasn't helped me complete the task I gave him. What if I have to take him away? He won't be willing to go with you. After Kingpin finished speaking, Professor Kurt's face was grim. Spider-Man, I won't leave. There are too many things that can threaten me. Professor Kurt's eyes were dim. My students, friends, and all my experimental data. He can easily destroy them. His power is too huge. So huge that with just one word, the whole of New York will fall into chaos, and those congressmen will have to make concessions to him. Charlotte was silent. Indeed, Kingpin is not the most powerful villain, although the Kingpin of a certain universe once killed Spider-Man with one punch. But he must be one of the most troublesome villains. Countless members of the Dark Forces under his command obey his orders. With just one word, New York will fall into panic overnight. He can kill any ordinary person without taking action. He has absolute power to speak. So only by finding him and defeating him can the hidden dangers be completely eliminated. Compared with the hard-working captain of Hydra who does everything himself, Kingpin is obviously more difficult to deal with. After thinking for a while, he looked up and said, no problem, I promise you. Where can I trade? After I get what you want, I'll let you know. Charlotte shrugged. I've dealt with your men before. They're too stupid. If they lose your things, you'll definitely think it was me. Kingpin laughed. I know what you mean. I'll go to the scene in person to trade then. Aren't you afraid? Afraid? Kingpin laughed. Ha ha ha. Spider-Man, you're really strong. You defeated the captain with strange powers. But do you know? I've been turning defeat into victory all my life. You have no chance of defeating me. Charlotte gave a thumbs up. Very good. I hope you can keep this confidence. Otherwise I'll be very disappointed. Since this guy is willing to show up, the other party's request is not a threat. It is indeed a very fair deal. He came behind Professor Kurt, tapped the wrist device, and the octopus tentacles released the other party. The trapped Professor Kurt did not attack Charlotte. He stood up and looked at Charlotte. If you fail, I will definitely kill you, so that Charlotte may survive. I will not fail, Charlotte said, and he tapped his fingertips, and an octopus tentacle arm model appeared on the virtual projection screen. Caca the next second, the tentacle fell off Professor Kurt's back. Okay, you can leave now. Charlotte looked at the Kingpin in the projection. You can leave too. Buzz instantly, the projection dissipated, and Professor Kurt turned around and climbed the wall, leaving the scene through another hole. Charlotte clicked on the virtual projection again. Hoola soon, the nanometal completely devoured the two intact tentacles, and then quickly analyzed the mechanical structure. After the nanosuit was upgraded, Charlotte gradually understood its various functions. Nanometal's defense is not the strongest, but its plasticity is the highest. As long as the mechanical structure of the tentacle is analyzed, the nanometal can generate a similar pattern. Sure enough, as the mechanical structure of the tentacle was gradually analyzed successfully, the nanometal behind Charlotte squirmed rapidly, and also extended 4 dark golden octopus tentacles. Charlotte's mind moved, and a tentacle slowly stretched out in front of him. At this moment, the perspective in his eyes changed slightly, and he saw his face. Each tentacle is equipped with an independent camera, so after Professor Kurt implanted the tentacle, he could detect Charlotte's sneak attack with the help of the tentacle. Interesting. Charlotte nodded with satisfaction, and then tapped the model with his fingers, and the shape of the octopus tentacle changed, replaced by 4 dark golden spider spears. The appearance has changed, but the mechanical structure uses Dr. Otto's technology. Well, it's much more pleasing to the eye. Charlotte turned off the virtual computer and took the unconscious mutant out of the underground laboratory. Down in the corner of the city, the manhole cover rolled around and fell to the ground, and Charlotte finally returned to the ground. He first restored the manhole cover, then placed the mutant in a nearby hospital, and then flew away. You play as a friendly neighbor to save innocent citizens, and a number of restarts +1, well, I'm happy again. Near the coastal villa, Charlotte put away his spider suit and planned to return to Dr. Otto to report his safety. Although he failed to find the stolen tentacle, he has tried his best. Dr. Otto must be touched. Thinking of this, he walked briskly towards the villa. Suddenly, the manhole cover not far away flipped over, and Professor Kurt, covered in mud, returned to the ground. He just got lost. He is a lizard, not a mouse. Kurt cursed his bad luck, but was stunned when he turned around. Charlotte was also stunned. Professor Kurt. Is it such a coincidence? No, I'm not. You recognize the wrong person. Professor Kurt's face was flustered. He quickly covered his face and got back into the sewer, not wanting people to see his embarrassed appearance. Damn Spider-Man, you really told this secret to others. You lied to me. I must tear you apart. Exclamation mark. Professor Kurt swore. Thank you for the 100 reading coins rewarded by Terra to sleep in. Thank you for the 100 points of coins rewarded by Dao K. Thank you for the 500 points of coins rewarded by Mason II. Happy I paid it off faster, but the average subscription has increased again. Chapter 115 The Eliminated Spider-Man Turns Evil. 4,000 words. Please subscribe. After meeting Dr. Otto, Charlotte returned to his rental house. The newly renovated house didn't have any peculiar smell, because Harry used the best materials. This was considered a bargain for the landlord. On the table, a brand new contract appeared in Charlotte's eyes. Yes, now Harry is Charlotte's landlord. He looked at the sticky note next to him. My friend, I know you won't be willing to accept this apartment, so I bought it. In the future, you should be more polite to the landlord, otherwise I will raise the rent. Charlotte. There was no sense of oppression in the threat. He poured himself a glass of water and then clicked the nano device on his wrist to contact Felicia. This is Spider-Man's contact method. Charlotte Parker uses a mobile phone, so Charlotte has nothing to do with Spider-Man. Beep, the other party didn't answer the phone. This happened several times. Charlotte frowned slightly. If he couldn't contact the Black Cat, he would have no way to get the things that Kingpin said were stolen. But it doesn't matter. Charlotte said he found it, so he found it. Anyway, the final goal is to kill Kingpin, not to really help this guy find something. Thinking of this, his brows relaxed. Killing Kingpin was part of his plan, but he couldn't really kill this guy. After all, he had to prevent the other party from entering the resurrection match and causing trouble for himself. He could only beat this guy to the point where he couldn't take care of himself. Thinking of this, Charlotte began to research online how to beat people into a vegetative state. Well, this method is really a torture. Late at night, Charlotte finished his human body research and went to bed. The next day, he went to class as usual. Today's class ended quickly, and Charlotte didn't immediately find a way to notify Kingpin. Instead, he changed into an nanosuit and went to S.H.I.E.L.D. It takes time to get the things, and in order to make Kingpin believe him, he decided to wait. S.H.I.E.L.D. training room. Under Carter's devil training, Harry, sweating all over, collapsed on the ground. Captain, I want to take a leave. The company still has a lot of things for me to deal with. Harry raised his hand. Carter frowned. Although he didn't want to let him go, Harry's contract with S.H.I.E.L.D. was clearly written. The other party had the right to move freely to a certain extent, and was not completely controlled by S.H.I.E.L.D. Harry's willingness to cooperate with her was already a very good result. Okay, you can go back, but you can't miss tomorrow's training. Of course, I still want to become stronger, so I won't miss it." Harry was as if he had been pardoned. He quickly got up and went to the corner to change his clothes. He didn't have time to take a shower. It would be bad if Carter regretted it. Dong dong, suddenly, a red and blue figure descended in front of the French window, and Charlotte, who was hanging upside down in the air, raised his hand and knocked on the French window. "I want to borrow your training room for a while. We are all good neighbors. You shouldn't refuse, right?" he said. Spider-Man. Seeing Spider-Man take the initiative to come to SHIELD, the people present were a little surprised. Natasha thought, he can take the initiative to find us, which means he has changed his mind about us. Barton wiped his quiver with indifferent eyes. He doesn't seem like a guy who doesn't bear grudges. Maybe it's because SHIELD is not completely controlled by Nick Fury now. Hearing this, Natasha frowned. Is he because of Captain Carter? I think so. Barton glanced at Spider-Man, who was welcomed into the training room by Carter, his eyes flickering slightly. "I think there is a secret between them. A man's sixth sense?" Natasha teased. "Anyway, Spider-Man didn't become an enemy. This is the best result. Nothing else matters." Barton shook his head. "This is not the result, because everything has just begun. Spider-Man has too many secrets, and his immortality is destined to become everyone's target. Nick Fury wants to know this secret, and those congressmen also want to know. This peaceful state can't last long." Natasha spread her hands. "That's a matter for the future. Captain Carter should be able to withstand the pressure. The captain's authority is not as great as imagined. You and I know it very well." Barton still didn't think it was a good idea. Just because the authority is not great now doesn't mean that the authority will be small in the future. Natasha and Barton have different views. She looked at Spider-Man and smiled slightly. "I have learned a truth over the years. If you want to climb up step by step, you need not only ability, but also someone to support you. Although the Carter family behind the captain is in decline, they are still very powerful. You can see their strength from the fact that the captain suddenly parachuted into S.H.I.E.L.D. after the ice was lifted. If Spider-Man is also willing to help her, she will soon be able to completely undermine Nick." Barton frowned and looked at Natasha in surprise. "You are Nick's man. Aren't you worried that this kind of thing will really happen?" "What is there to worry about?" Natasha looked relaxed. "I said, if you want to climb up, you need not only ability, but also someone to support you. Do you think Nick can become a commander without someone behind him?" Barton was a little curious, and he put down the quiver in his hand. If the person behind him is an ordinary person, no matter how powerful that person is, it is difficult to pose a threat to Spider-Man. "I know." Natasha took a sip of water. "I should have mentioned the alien incident to you that year." Barton heard it, and his face changed. "Are you referring to the incident where the alien warship was annihilated by the mysterious superhero before it even reached the Earth?" "Yes, she is a very powerful person and a good friend of Nick. She alone is enough to rival the armed forces of the entire Earth. Do you think Spider-Man will have a chance?" Natasha put down the water in her hand and turned to leave the training room. Behind her, Barton was thoughtful. "It seems exaggerated to rival the armed forces of the entire world, but if it is true, Spider-Man really has no chance." Thinking of this, he also left the training room. On this side, Charlotte took the water handed over by Harry. "Thank you, my friend." "You're welcome, my friend." Harry glanced at Natasha and Barton, who were leaving, feeling a little strange. "What did they talk about just now?" "It feels like it's related to you," he said to Charlotte. Charlotte shrugged. "I heard it, but it's not very important." Carter on the side also heard the conversation between the two. She returned from the resurrection match with more than just a stronger physique. She glanced at Harry. "Aren't you going to deal with company matters? Do you still want to continue training?" "No, I'll leave right away." Speaking of training, Harry felt his scalp tingling. After saying hello to Charlotte, he hurriedly left the training room. Seeing Harry leave, Carter asked, "Natasha said that Nick has a friend who is a very powerful superhero who can rival the whole world. Is this true?" Charlotte nodded. "Of course it's true." Carter's face also changed. "Does such a powerful superhero really exist?" She instinctively thought that this was a smoke bomb sent by Natasha, but Charlotte's superpowers impressed her so much that she had to believe it. "You don't have to be so nervous." Charlotte comforted Carter, then turned and came to the training equipment area. He picked up the high-density dumbbells on the ground and tried the feel. This is a special equipment for superpowers, but it still doesn't meet his requirements. If there is no disaster threatening the Earth, that guy won't come back, he continued. But for her friends, she will definitely come back, right? Carter followed Charlotte. Charlotte nodded. That should be the case, but as long as you don't do anything too excessive, Black Egg won't ask that guy back. He has his own trump card and won't be very obsessed with the position of commander. After saying that, he looked at Carter. So you really plan to squeeze Black Egg out? Carter nodded, not hiding his thoughts. Yes, Nick Fury and I have disagreements on many things. With him around, it's hard for me to let go, and his ability is not as strong as I thought. The most important thing is, you just heard it. You are fine now, but it doesn't mean they won't do it to you in the future. I can guess it, even if they don't say it. Charlotte tried a heavier dumbbell again, so I will support you. After all, with you here, I will have much less trouble. Carter raised her eyebrows. She didn't expect Charlotte to agree so straightforwardly. Do you really trust me so much? What do you think? Charlotte didn't continue the topic. He put down the dumbbell in his hand. My body still has a lot of potential, so I need a set of customized training equipment. Can you do it? Carter thought for a moment. Of course, but it will take time. Your training data cannot be left in S.H.I.E.L.D. I will use other resources to help you complete this set of equipment. As expected of Agent Carter, your idea is very good. Charlotte praised, and then said, I learned a lot of good skills from Thanos. By the way, I will teach you a few moves. And Harry, he also troubled you. You met Thanos again in the resurrection match? Carter looked surprised. Charlotte nodded. Yes, I asked him a lot of questions. There are not many people in the universe who are better than him in fighting skills. It must be better than yours. Universe level fighting skills? Carter admitted that she was tempted. She was also a soldier, and any advanced fighting skills were a temptation that she could not refuse. Start now. Of course. So Charlotte taught on the spot, and inevitably pulled Carter as a sparring partner. Among the people he knew, only Carter had the strongest fighting skills, and only in actual combat with Carter could Charlotte achieve greater improvement. The premise is that he needs to hold back. 2 hours later, on the rooftop outside the training room, Carter, who had finished training, handed Charlotte a cup of coffee. Thank you. Charlotte took the coffee and took a sip. Carter looked down at the city, took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled. The number of spider mutants has stopped growing. The next step is to use your little spider to turn them into normal people. She turned her head and looked at Charlotte. I asked Dr. Banner. The last spider mutation incident was because the mutant cells in their bodies suddenly decreased. The mutant cells were eager to divide and reproduce quickly and began to devour normal human cells, which caused them to suddenly mutate out of control. Charlotte put down the coffee. It's almost the same as I guessed. Is there any way to get those mutants together? If they are too scattered, it will be difficult for me to catch them in a short time. The mutant spider incident should have a result. If those mutants are left alone, similar troubles will arise in the future. As for Charlotte's request, Carter already had a plan. I have notified the TV station. There will be a Spider-Man imitation contest tonight. The prize is $1 million US. You can also make a movie with Spider-Man's image and become a superstar. How many mutants do you think will sign up? She smiled. Charlotte, if you say so, then I will also participate in this imitation contest. Very good. I hope you can get a good ranking. I want to take first place. Hey, who will be the first place in tonight's Spider-Man imitation contest? Under the night sky, the open-air stage bloomed with brilliant light. The host shouted passionately on the stage, and thousands of audiences shouted, "It's Johnny. It must be me. I will become a big star. John, come on. We love you. Can't lose." Katie. In the crowd, Charlotte and Carter were pushed and shoved by the crowded crowd. Fuck, are these all Spider-Man fans? Charlotte was a little unaccustomed to so many crazy guys. At this time, he changed into an ordinary battlesuit, and the applicants around him were dressed similarly. But there are still some unconventional mutants They wear fancy battle suits to attract attention, and they seem to have a lot of fans. Carter's face was also stiff. She pulled Charlotte to the backstage. The competition hasn't started yet. You can't come in here. The staff stopped her, but Carter took out her ID and successfully left the crowd. She breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the big Spider-Man movie on the scene. Carter shook her head helplessly. The real Spider-Man doesn't engage in this fan economy, so some counterfeit people use Spider-Man's abilities to attract some crazy fans. Charlotte scratched her head. What a niche track. It's not niche anymore. After Carter finished speaking, the host on the stage began to announce the official start of the competition. As counterfeit people came on stage to perform one after another, Charlotte's heart was finally put down. Fortunately, their performances are very poor. Carter smiled and said, "Don't worry, the judges we invited this time are very fair." 3 hours later, it was Charlotte's turn to go on stage. After the performance, the judges gave the scores. "I think this contestant's web swinging movements are not coherent enough. 5 points. 3 points. Spider-Man is a hero, and you are discrediting Spider-Man by saying so much nonsense. 6 points. The idea of the web slingshot is good, but your body is too thin, and heroes are strong. Your performance is a mess. I only wanted to give you 3 points, but your efforts touched me, so I decided to give you 4 points. Okay, the final score is 18 points. This contestant did not reach 20 points. It's a pity to be eliminated." All the judges gave low scores, and the host announced the elimination results on the spot. Charlotte on the stage was completely black-faced. Spider-Man was eliminated in the Spider-Man imitation contest. This is a sad story. This world full of malice. Destroy it! Exclamation mark. There is no first place in this Spider-Man imitation contest, because everyone will be eliminated. After leaving the stage, Charlotte switched to the nanosuit without hesitation. "Captain Carter, I will destroy these mutants now before the competition is over. Go, go, go." Chi-chi-chi immediately. Charlotte rushed to the scene with the little spider, and Carter could only helplessly hold his forehead. It's over. Spider-Man is going to be evil. We'll update later. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116, The End of Spider-Man, 4,000 words, including 2 extra chapters. On one side of the imitation competition stage. "Betty, what are you doing? Hurry up and move the chair over." "Here I am." Betty struggled to move the chair over, and the fat Spider-Man sat on it without hesitation. "Ha ha ha, the first place this time must be me." Jonah Jameson, who had already finished his performance, lifted the lower half of his mask. He took the cigar from Betty and lit it for himself with a proud smile. Betty, who was standing aside, looked down on him and muttered, "Humph, I really don't know why you can get such a high score. There must be something fishy going on." "Betty, I heard it." Jonah glanced at Betty. "Congratulations on your guess. Those judges are all my friends, so I can get a high score of 39. I only need 1 point to get a full score." "Betty, boss, you are really mean. This is not fair." She snorted. Jonah didn't care at all. He smiled proudly. "You're right. This is very unfair, because I participated in this competition. No one knows Spider-Man better than me. I'm an expert, so this is very unfair to all the contestants." Betty rolled her eyes. "I mean, you bribed the judges." "Ha ha ha, it doesn't matter. The result is the same anyway." Jonah laughed. "It seems that the first place can only be me. $1 million US. Spider-Man series of movies. All of these are mine. I will become a superstar." Betty snorted. "Don't be so proud. The contestant just now was more like Spider-Man than you. But he was eliminated." Jonah looked proud. "I said, no one knows Spider-Man better than me. Then why don't you be a judge?" If I go to be a judge, how can I get the first place in the competition?" Jonah exhaled a puff of smoke. "Betty, are you ready to be my agent?" "Brother-in-law, I don't want to be your agent." Betty refused. After saying this, Jonah suddenly shuddered, and the cigar in his hand almost fell to the ground. His eyes rolled around, and he leaned close to Betty and whispered, "Shit, keep your voice down. Don't let anyone know about this. I'm going to be a star soon, so I have to be careful to hide my marriage history." Betty was helpless. "Brother-in-law, no one here knows who you are. But they will know soon, because I will be the first to go on stage to receive the award. The competition is not over yet, but the result is already determined." "Okay, brother-in-law." "Shit, I will deduct your salary. I will go home and complain." "No, okay, I was wrong." Forced by the majesty of the virtuous wife at home, Jonah had no choice but to apologize. Betty wanted to continue to say something, but heard a series of exclamations from outside. "Oh, it's the metal suit. It's Spider-Man. Oh my god, the real Spider-Man is here. Is he here to participate as well?" "No, I think he is here to be a judge. Look, his spider silk can stay in the air. Oh god, this is unscientific. Spider-Man, I'm your fan." "Great." Amid the cheers that came one after another, Betty quickly pulled open the curtain and came to the scene outside. "Brother-in-law, it's Spider-Man. Look, he's here too." "What a surprise." Betty shouted excitedly, and Jonah immediately threw the cigar in his hand to the ground. "Humph, that guy really likes to show off so much." "That's right, how could a vain guy like him miss this opportunity?" Jonah said disdainfully, but his body was honest. He walked quickly to Betty's side and saw Spider-Man in a metal battle suit flying quickly above the audience with the help of Spider Silk locking the void. "This guy's Spider Silk." Jonah's eyes lit up. "Very good. Tomorrow's program theme has been decided. Spider-Man Spider Silk has been updated again, and I must perform well this time. No, I'm the first in the competition, so I don't have to pay to be on the show, but the show pays me the notice fee." "Betty, your brother-in-law has started to make money." "Ha ha ha." Jonah laughed, but Betty said faintly, "You admitted it yourself. It has nothing to do with me." "Jonah." The next second, there was another exclamation from the crowd. "Oh, what happened? I'm entangled in spider silk. It was Spider-Man who did it. Oh my god, what is he going to do to us?" "No, don't do this." After Charlotte arrived at the scene, he shot a large amount of spider silk to bind the spider mutants he could see without saying a word. As the little spider jumped onto these mutants and quickly absorbed the mutant cells, it instantly caused panic among the crowd. "Ah, what is this? Spider, what a strange spider. Shit, I feel like I'm missing something. No, my superpowers. I lost my superpowers. It's that spider. It took our superpowers away. Run, Spider-Man is targeting us." "No, it's impossible. We are his fans. How can he do this to us?" "Damn Spider-Man. It turns out those rumors are true. He doesn't allow another Spider-Man to exist. My friend just got out of the hospital. He told me about this, but I didn't believe him. I regret it so much. Run, he's coming." "No, don't come, don't." In the chaos, a large number of red and blue figures ran around, and then Charlotte passed over everyone's heads. Puff. As the spider silk exploded, the spider mutants gathered together were dragged to the ground. Chijiji the little spider excitedly jumped onto the bodies of these people to absorb the mutant cells, and the magic energy all over his body became more and more brilliant. On the stage, the host looked at this chaotic scene and didn't know how to host it. Simply, he directly started the live broadcast. "Well, audience, what we see now is Spider-Man has trapped our contestant with spider silk, and there is a strange big spider beside him. Oh, god, he has caught John, the contestant of this competition. I remember his green spider suit. He just got a good score of 37 points in the competition, and he is likely to be the third place in this competition. Wow, the third place was bitten by a spider. The camera is aimed at him. He will not shoot spider silk, and he has lost the qualification of third place. It is so shocking. Spider-Man seems to be very dissatisfied with this competition. He must think that this infringes on his portrait rights." He started again. He does not intend to let any contestant go. "Now I declare that the fourth place was also bitten by a spider, and he has lost the qualification of fourth place. Oh, look, the first place was caught by him. I remember his beer belly." Click. In the chaos, Flashlights kept flashing, and under the lenses of a group of reporters, Spider-Man was attacking these contestants unscrupulously. This is a carnival moment for reporters. Quick, take more pictures. Yes, that's it. This angle is great. Ha ha ha, Spider-Man hurts innocent people. This news will completely shock New York. No, don't come over here. Under the curtain, Jonah, trapped in the spider silk, looked at the little spider in horror as he jumped onto his beer belly. It seemed that he disliked the beer belly being too greasy, so the little spider changed a place and reluctantly took a bite. George's eyes were horrified, and he struggled and screamed. No, Betty, help me get rid of it. Boss, it's obviously very cute. You don't have to be afraid. Betty squatted beside Jonah, watching the little spider's two fangs pierce Jonah's chest. What a cute little spider. Cute. So cute. I'm going to die. Boss, you're so noisy. Betty covered Jonah's mouth with one hand and gently stroked the little spider's head with the other. Chichichi the little spider was dissatisfied with Betty's stroking and hissed at it. Wow, it can also call. Spiders can call. Betty was even more surprised. Chichichi after sucking Jonah, Spider-Man glared at Betty, then jumped to another destination. Don't leave, touch me. Betty hurriedly caught up. Chichichi looking at Spider-Man leaving. Jonah's face was already in tears. I'm the first. At the same time, at the other end of the scene, Charlotte shuttled through the chaotic scene and trapped a group of fleeing mutants in a short time. Because of the uninterrupted high-frequency spider silk launcher, the spider silk launcher has begun to smoke. After replacing the spare spider silk launcher, Charlotte continued to act. Don't let them escape. Leave the rest to Spider-Man. Yes. Outside the scene, with Carter's order, Coulson led his men to quickly surround the scene, not allowing any mutants to escape. Damn it, we were deceived. This is a trap. Finally someone reacted. What? Hearing this, the remaining mutants looked ugly. Damn Spider-Man, he wants to catch us all in one fell swoop. Arsehole, I'm not his fan anymore. Selfish Spider-Man, he doesn't allow anyone to steal his limelight. There's no way to escape. Let's fight him. Fight. Spider-Man, I hate you. Down with Spider-Man, we are free. Down with Spider-Man. In the crowd's anger, a large number of mutants took off their hoods angrily and turned to rush towards Charlotte in groups. With so many of us, we can definitely defeat him. We'll make Spider-Man pay the price for his actions. Charge. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, hundreds of spider mutants fired spider silk and swarmed towards Charlotte, trying to use their human wave tactics to defeat the hateful Spider-Man. Seeing this, Charlotte stopped chasing and just stayed where he was, waiting for these mutants to come to him. It's time to give these fake fans some good neighbor shocks. The next moment, the air at the scene stagnated. The host's face became extremely horrified, as if he had seen something terrible. Betty, who was chasing Spider-Man, also felt something was wrong. She subconsciously stopped and turned to look in the direction of Charlotte. With her eyes wide open, she felt her scalp tingling. That is, at this moment, Jonah, who was in a sad mood, also stopped wailing. Looking at the shocking scene at the scene, he felt that time seemed to stop at this moment. Under the camera of the reporters, the lonely back faced the pounds of hundreds of Spider-Men alone. The stage lights became the background color, and the figure of Spider-Man was everywhere. The lonely figure could be drowned at any time. He was just one person. How could one person deal with so many mutants? Spider-Man's doomsday has come. The camera can perfectly capture the anger, unwillingness, madness, and strong hatred for Spider-Man on the faces of these mutants. And they have only one goal. The hateful guy who tried to take back their superpowers. They don't need to know why Spider-Man wants to take back their superpowers. They don't care at all. The superpowers are his, and no one can take them away. But why doesn't the damn Spider-Man run? Bastard, does he really want to stop us alone? What a joke. With so many of us, we can crush him in an instant. Spider-Man is too arrogant. We have to teach him a lesson. If we want to take back our superpowers, we have to pay a heavy price. Go, crush him. Let him know that we are not easy to mess with. Ha ha ha, Spider-Man, you have no chance to regret it. All the mutants were laughing. Charlotte ignored it all. He just bent his legs slightly and held his palms at his waist. But Instantly, a dazzling blue light bloomed between his palms. The blue light instantly overshadowed the stage lights at the scene, and the entire night sky seemed to be occupied by the blue light. What? What is this? No, my eyes. The mutants exclaimed, and the dazzling light did not diminish at all. Boom. In an instant, as Charlotte pushed out his palms, a strong wind swept the scene, and a dazzling light burst out from the palms, and the night sky was completely rendered by blue light. Good neighbor Kigan wave. Puff 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 ah. Wherever the blue light passed, the violent airflow washed away everything on the scene. All the spider mutants screamed and fell from the air, and then half of their bodies were submerged by the debris carried by the airflow. What? No, it's impossible. This must be a dream. My god, this can't be true. Why is it like this? Not long after, amidst the wailing, the blue light slowly converged. The spider silk emitting blue light felt like a blue light ribbon, covering every corner of the scene. In the blue ocean, these mutants were seen struggling in all directions, but the blue spider silk wrapped around their bodies was like a maggot attached to their bones. With their strength, they could not break free from the strange spider silk at all, and could only sit there helplessly and furiously. After the breeze blew, Charlotte still stood there. He slowly closed his fist, and was very satisfied with the scene on the scene. The spider silk mode, that was refreshed again and again in the resurrection match, finally came in handy at this moment. The spider silk with blue light can burst out all the spider silk protein stored in the body in an instant, with a flash effect. The stronger the physique, the more spider silk proteins are stored, and the amount of spider silk that bursts out in the end is even more unimaginable. When he first got this spider silk pattern, Charlotte thought it was another spoof. At that time, he didn't care. After all, this spider silk pattern was really nonsense. But now it seems that those seemingly useless spider silk patterns still have a lot of room for development. In a word, cool! Exclamation mark. Soon, the host on the scene came back to his senses. Oh my god, what we are seeing now is Spider-Man's superpowers that he has never shown before. He defeated all the evil enemies alone. He is our hero. The host cheered excitedly, and the instructors in the audience hurriedly shouted at the intercom. Wait, it's wrong. It's wrong. Spider-Man didn't defeat evil criminals, but innocent people. Ah. What? Sorry, I'm a little excited. I'm going to be bad. This is a live broadcast. Exclamation mark. An extremely serious stage accident occurred on the scene, and the story of Spider-Man seems to have just begun. Thanks to the prankster Wheel of Fortune for the 2000 points. Happy. Chapter 117 Black Cat's Monument of Time. 4000 words. Please subscribe. Surround this place to prevent any mutants from escaping the scene. Under Carter's order, a group of agents surrounded the scene. Soon, George arrived with a group of police officers. When he saw Carter, he knew what was going on. Mr. George, please cooperate with our operation this time. Carter didn't intend to let George, a coolie, go. George glanced at Charlotte's busy back and nodded. No problem, I will let my subordinates cooperate with your operation this time. But what mistakes did they make? If I remember correctly, this is a Spider-Man imitation contest, he asked. Carter didn't intend to hide it. Anyway, she would explain the events of tonight to the public tomorrow. In order to prevent the mutant cells in their bodies from mutating again, this is the only way. I understand. George nodded, looking at the other side, as the little spider continued to jump between a group of mutants. The mutant cells of mutants one after another were absorbed, and they completely lost their superpowers. The magic energy on the surface of the little spider became more and more condensed, and a pattern similar to the spider totem vaguely emerged. No, it was the spider totem. The incomplete spider totem. Charlotte followed behind Spider-Man, thinking, the mutant spiders that bit these mutants all ran out of the Hydra laboratory, and the mutant spider that bit him should be the same. It's just that the mutant spider that bit him was the strongest of all the mutant spiders, so Charlotte's initial strength was 1 ton. Other mutants, in addition to low-end superpowers, have extremely limited physical enhancement. Now that Spider-Man has absorbed the power of these mutants, he can actually condense a broken spider totem. This shows that, whether it is a mutant or Charlotte, they have more or less residual power of the spider totem in their bodies. But to achieve qualitative change from quantitative change, it seems that these mutants are far from allowing Spider-Man to condense a complete spider totem. The previous underground fortress incident, plus this imitation stage incident, Charlotte has dealt with more than 80% of the spider mutants. But looking at Spider-Man's progress, after absorbing these mutants, he can only condense half of the broken spider totem at most. So it can be inferred from this that the spider totem itself in this world is also broken. If Charlotte had obtained the incomplete spider totem at the beginning, his fate might not be much better than that of Lizard Parker. Even if he could start the resurrection match, he might not be able to maintain his human form. It must be said that the power of the spider totem is small to a certain extent, which is a kind of protection for Charlotte. If Charlotte had not been mean at the beginning, Norman would not have killed him. Thinking of this, Charlotte sighed. As long as Spider-Man is weak and helpless enough, he can stay away from the fate of loneliness. Looking at little Spider again, his two fangs are already emitting sparks, but he is still extremely excited to absorb mutant cells and work efficiently. Charlotte decided to give this guy chicken legs at night. No, he seems to have never fed little Spider anything else. Not long after, little Spider finally finished this job, it jumped back into Charlotte's palm, and its two fangs pierced into the skin. Instantly, red and blue magic energy flashed, and the incomplete spider totem on the surface of little Spider quickly converged, while the incomplete spider totem began to spread from Charlotte's chest. Buzz the spider totem from Lizard Parker gradually extended the missing part, and then quickly completed it. Then, one spider totem after another appeared. A total of 5 spider totems overlapped, blooming with brilliant light, and then completely retracting the light in the next second. Carter and others present saw this scene and couldn't help but guess what these totems were. This should be the source of Spider-Man's power. I'm so envious, Coulson said with emotion. Hearing this, Charlotte glanced at him. If you are envious, I can give it to you. Coulson's eyes lit up. Really? What do you think? Charlotte rolled her eyes, raised her hand and shot Spider Silk to take the trophy on the stage into her palm. Very good. I'm the first place. No, that's mine. Jonah cried helplessly. Shut up. Agent Hill pulled the rag and stuffed it into Jonah's mouth, then trotted to Charlotte. Mr. Spider-Man, you are done with your work. Can you take a photo with me? She looked expectant. Charlotte scratched her forehead. Of course. Have you been waiting for me? Yes. I won't disturb you until you're done. Wow, I'm not used to having such a sensible fan all of a sudden. Charlotte continued, so I decided to give you another autograph. Great. Can we start now? Yes. Okay, look here. 3, 2, 1. Yeah, one more. Okay, but your face is too close to me. No, why are you pouting? Not far away. Carter saw that the always serious Agent Hill actually exposed such a crazy side, and it took her a while to react. Coulson, do you have an idol? She asked. Coulson nodded. Of course, it's you, Captain. Me. Carter looked strange. Coulson said seriously, yes. A substitute is not a substitute. An hour later, a group of agents took away the mutants who were shouting and cursing at the scene, and this farce was temporarily over. The messy scene was empty. Soon, a green figure slowly crawled to the corner of the wall. It's so uncomfortable, so uncomfortable. Where are those Spider-Mans? Why aren't there any here? Professor Kurt trembled, trying his best to endure the pain that penetrated his bones, trying to find the figure of Spider-Man. He knew that there would be many Spider-Mans here tonight, but after arriving at the scene, he couldn't find any guy who could delay his pain. Ah. Damn, why is this happening? Professor Kurt cried with his head in his hands. At the same time, on the rooftop of the apartment, Charlotte was lying on the spiderweb, swaying slightly, and he was waiting for someone. Swoosh, suddenly, the iron chain flew down to the low wall of the roof, and a black shadow flew down. Charlotte's landing posture similar to that of Black Widow made him complain. Spider-Man, we finally meet. Felicia stood up and smiled. Charlotte nodded. I heard that you wanted to see me, and I contacted you, you know. Felicia nodded. She came to Charlotte's side and sat on the spider web with a familiar look. Your hammock is good, Felicia praised, and then began to study the spider silk suspended in the air. Is there anyone holding it at the other end? She asked. Charlotte shook her head. I don't know. He moved his body. You stole Kingpin's stuff. Felicia frowned when he said this. You want to help him get his stuff back? I guess so. Do you think you can do it? What are you looking for? Don't worry, I won't do it. First, tell me why you want to find me. I want to ask you to do me a favor. Felicia jumped onto the water tank, like a black cat. It's related to the things I stole from Kingpin. Charlotte raised her eyebrows. Interesting. Continue. Felicia smiled and said, if you help me with this, I'll give you the things. Charlotte nodded. Great. Deal. Come with me. Yeah. Swoosh, the next moment, the spider silk and the flying hook intertwined, and two figures flew between the high-rise buildings. After a while, they were in the secret basement. In the quiet corridor, the two passed by empty woods along the way. Is this a hospital? Charlotte asked curiously. Felicia explained, this is an underground hospital, which is specially used to receive patients with sensitive identities. Oh, I see. It's a special hospital for the underground world. Those police officers won't find it here. It's like this. I've booked this place. You're really rich. It's just so. Felicia stopped at the door of the ward at the end of the corridor. Through the round glass of the door, the two could see an old man with wrinkles on his face lying quietly on the bed in the ward, with all kinds of life-saving needles inserted all over his body. This is... Charlotte felt that the person on the bed looked familiar. He is my father, Walter Hardy. Felicia's eyes flashed with sadness. Your father? Charlotte's heart moved. He had just seen Walter some time ago, and he was only in his 40s at most. And Walter in the ward looked at least 70 or 80 years old. What could make a person age like this in such a short time? Yes, my father was irradiated by a strange thing, and then he became like this. Felicia said. Charlotte looked strange. Before this, I couldn't tell that you had a father who was dying of illness. Are you mocking me? Felicia was not angry. She smiled at Walter in the ward. My father told me that I should do things that make me happy in this life, but it's hard for me to be myself when he is like this. As long as he thinks I'm happy, that's enough. After saying that, Walter in the ward opened his eyes slightly, and Felicia smiled brightly. In just a few seconds, Walter fell asleep again. He is dying. Felicia turned and looked directly at Charlotte. Because of aging, all the terrible diseases have found him, and he can't hold on any longer. I have been to SHIELD, and know your secret. You are immortal. I want your regenerative cells. She said directly. Sorry, that's a rumor. I don't have regenerative cells. Charlotte refused without hesitation. Felicia frowned. At the imitation competition, I saw a strange totem on your chest. That must be the reason why you gained immortality. You really peeked at me. Charlotte shrugged, but I really don't have regenerative cells. Felicia didn't believe it at all. She said, I give you Kingpin's things, and you give me some of your blood. Is that not possible? Of course you can, but you will kill your father. Charlotte said seriously, because I really don't have regenerative cells. He continued, if I'm not mistaken, your father became like this. It should be related to the things you stole from Kingpin. Felicia's face changed slightly. You guessed right. I know I guessed right. So if you want to save your father, you should start with that thing. Charlotte turned and looked at Walter in the ward. You have two choices now. First, you give me the thing and I give you my blood. If Walter has any problems because of my blood, you can't blame me. Second, we cooperate. You give me the thing and I will find professional scientists to study a way to treat your father. Felicia refused without hesitation. No, the second option will take a lot of time. This thing has been in Kingpin's hands for a while. With his wealth and status, he can find many excellent scientists to study it. I think going directly to Kingpin may find a way to treat my father. Hearing this, Charlotte rolled her eyes. You have already made a plan, so why are you looking for me? Because this is my worst plan. Felicia sighed. If your blood can cure Walter, then I don't have to take the risk of looking for Kingpin. But now it seems that you are very sure that your blood cannot cure Walter, which completely disrupts my plan. I dare not take the risk. Charlotte crossed her arms and looked at the other person. I think there is another reason. Felicia. Okay, you found out. She spread her hands helplessly. Actually, my alternative plan is to ask you to help me deal with Kingpin, but he seems to have asked you. But I don't think people like him would ask you for help, but use something to threaten you. So the reason for our cooperation is established. Charlotte turned around and sat on a chair in the corridor. Since it's established, you should show me the thing. No problem, follow me. Felicia opened the ward next door. She casually lifted the quilt, revealing a trapezoidal stone tablet engraved with strange runes. So careless? Charlotte's mouth twitched. Felicia nodded. Yes, my father said that the most dangerous place is the safest place. Haha, your father must like reading books very much. Yes. Felicia reached out and patted the surface of the stone tablet. It is called the Tablet of Time, which has the magical power of rejuvenating people. After my father knew about this thing, he spent a lot of energy and finally stole the Tablet of Time. But because he accidentally triggered the power of the tablet, he aged dozens of years in an instant. Charlotte shook his head. So this is what you deserve? You mean, this is God's punishment for us? Almost. No, I want to explain. Felicia stared at Charlotte. We gave all the stolen things to the poor. We are righteous thieves. Charlotte smiled. Or part. Okay, I understand. This is equivalent to the custody fee of the charity fund. Charlotte didn't care about these details. He looked at the Tablet of Time on the bed and couldn't help touching his chin. He remembered that this thing could indeed rejuvenate people, but if used improperly, it would backfire on the user. He was not interested in this thing, but there were people who were interested. He said to Felicia, after I take this thing, Kingpin will inform me where to trade. My goal is to kill Kingpin, and you want to save your father. We have no conflict of interest. I hope you can put away your little thoughts, otherwise it will have nothing to do with me if you kill your father. Hearing this, Felicia shuddered. Okay, I understand. She did have some little thoughts, but after being easily seen through by Spider-Man, she had to think carefully. More updates later. Chapter 118. Oops, Spider-Man was kidnapped. 4,000 words, including 2 extra chapters. The next day, Charlotte returned to Blake Street. The mutant cells at Uncle Ben and Aunt May were always a hidden danger, and he needed to solve them personally. Hey, Charlotte, you're back. Next door, Mary Jane, who was weeding, spotted Charlotte. Charlotte waved and said hello. Hi, Mary Jane, it's rare to see you working. Mary Jane put down the shovel in her hand and then wiped the sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand. I heard that you joined Dr. Otto's experimental project. Congratulations. She came to Charlotte and forced a smile. She heard from Gwen that Dr. Otto was the world's top scientist and had a good chance of winning the Nobel Prize this year. Charlotte was invited by Dr. Otto to join the laboratory, not to do odd jobs like an assistant, but to officially participate in the world's greatest artificial sun experiment. He will become a world-famous scientist in the future. But she is just an ordinary girl. Although she is young, beautiful, has a good figure, is charming, knows how to cook, and has a gentle personality, her bad family and her own unremarkable talents make her feel inferior. Compared with Charlotte, who is about to become a top scientist in the future, the so-called advantage of being young and beautiful is really too cheap. She knew very well that the gap between them was getting bigger and bigger. Seeing Mary Jane's rare silence, Charlotte also found it difficult to understand the woman's mind. Listen to what Gwen said. He smiled and said, I refused. If I really participate in Dr. Otto's experiment, my hair will definitely not be kept for the next few years. What? Mary Jane was stunned. Although she was secretly happy in her heart, she still felt it was a pity. This is a good opportunity. I think you should consider it carefully. She didn't want Charlotte to regret it in the future. Charlotte shook her head. Don't think about it. I told you before that you should do what you are capable of. I can't help Dr. Otto complete the experiment, so I didn't agree to him. Hearing this, Mary Jane lowered her head. Do you really think you don't have that ability? Of course, I know it very well. Okay, then I'm relieved. Mary Jane cheered excitedly. Yeah, that's great. You are really a fool like me. She smiled brightly. Charlotte, psycho, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I'm going home to eat. Do you want to join me? Okay, but I need to go back and change my clothes. What a hassle. Charlotte shook her head as she looked at Mary Jane's bouncing back. It's useless. Mary Jane's family was very bad, and she often came to her house to eat when she was a child. So under Charlotte's influence, since she was a child, Mary Jane's worldview was much more normal than Mary Jane and the movie. At least she wouldn't hang out in bars with gangsters. This made Charlotte very happy. But what bothered him was that this guy had started to let himself go since he became Spider-Man last time. Did the mutant cells release his nature? Well, it's possible. Friends who have been Spider-Man know that after putting on a battle suit to hide their identity, they can really do whatever they want. Click at this time, Aunt May, who heard the noise, opened the door. Seeing that it was Charlotte, she immediately stepped forward with a look of surprise and stretched out her hand to wantonly ravage Charlotte's face. Oh, my little Charlotte, you are finally home. Come in, I will cook your favorite food for you. By the way, what is your favorite food? Aunt May couldn't remember clearly. Charlotte, love will disappear, and so will family affection. Of course, it may also be Alzheimer's disease. I like beef, Charlotte said. Aunt May suddenly realized, oh, yes, I remember. I will make it right away. There is still some in the refrigerator. She pulled Charlotte into the door and was about to run to the kitchen immediately. No, I found a chef. Charlotte held Aunt May. Mary Jane will cook tonight. Did she agree? No. You little guy is still so bad. It's a good time to test whether her cooking skills have improved recently. Aunt May said, turning back and glaring at Ben Parker on the sofa. You old man, why don't you take out the red wine you hid? Ben Parker put down the newspaper helplessly. Children can't drink. They are not children anymore. Oh, you are right. I almost forgot. Ben Parker got up to find wine in the cabinet, while Aunt May pulled Charlotte to sit on the sofa. Poor little Charlotte, you have lost weight recently. It's okay, I'm busy recently. Charlotte dealt with Aunt May, trying to find an opportunity to release the little spider. The news on TV was also reporting the stage accident last night. Mr. Jonah Jameson, you were there at the time. Is the fact really as those people said? The host asked. Jonah looked angry, and he touched his mustache. I can prove that Spider-Man is simply a demon. His behavior is so hateful. He took away my... What? He took away my only good impression of him. Good impression, do you have? Of course not. The host was obviously used to Jonah Jameson's nonsense. He continued, but from the official information, Spider-Man did that to prevent the mutant cells from getting out of control again. Jonah snorted, those are all excuses. The damn Spider-Man is a selfish guy. He already has a lot of haters. Everyone knows how bad he is. Okay, let's move on to the next topic and talk about Spider-Man's new spider silk. The screen suddenly went black, and Aunt May turned off the TV. That guy named Jonah doesn't look like a good person. I don't believe what he said. I don't believe it either. Ben Parker came over with red wine, but Spider-Man's purpose is very clear. He wants to eliminate the mutant cells in our bodies. Maybe he will find us soon. Aunt May nodded, and she sighed. Yeah, I haven't had enough fun yet. As she said that, she raised her hand and shot Spider Silk to roll the apple on the table into her palm. Little Charlotte, eat the apple. Aunt May smiled with narrowed eyes. Charlotte's eyelids jumped. Oh, okay, eat it. He took the apple, but Aunt May frowned. Little Charlotte, why don't you ask us why we have superpowers? Charlotte shrugged. This is not big news anymore. Because he installed surveillance cameras at home. Ben Parker reminded. Aunt May slapped her forehead. Yes, I forgot again. I know about this. Haha, since you know, then just follow us obediently. Suddenly, a group of ferocious men in suits broke into the door, and the leading man pointed a gun at the three people. Charlotte Parker, your friend hasn't found what the boss wants yet, and the boss can't wait, so we can only come to invite you in person. Who are you? Ben Parker blocked Aunt May. His face was horrified, but his right hand behind his back was eager to try. Seeing this, Charlotte calmly pressed Ben Parker's wrist, and then stepped forward and said, I'll go with you. Very good, then I also know the rules, and won't hurt your family. The leading man shook the gun in his hand, and the few people behind him immediately covered Charlotte's head with a black hood, and grabbed Charlotte into a black business car on the side of the road in front of Ben Parker and Aunt May. During this process, the two old people hugged each other with horror and sealed each other's mouths with their hands. This surprised the man. "Have you ever encountered such a thing?" he asked. The two shook their heads. The man frowned. "But you look very experienced. If we make a sound, you will definitely shoot. That's how it's played in the movies." Ben Parker was shut up again by Aunt May. The man was stunned at first, then grinned and said, "Very good. If I meet honest people like you in the future, my job will be much easier." After that, he left with his men. Seeing the black business car leave, Ben Parker finally breathed a sigh of relief. They left. Aunt May nodded. Little Charlotte is in trouble. The next second, the two smiled at each other. "Are you interested in being a real Spider-Man?" "Of course. I'll go change my battlesuit." Haha, get ready for the crazy admiration from little Charlotte. Yes, little Charlotte will be proud of us. At the same time, in the business car. "Guys, I want to apply for a new hood. The smell is too strong." Charlotte was disgusted. Seeing this, the man said coldly, "There is no new hood." "Then take off my hood." "Do you think it's possible?" "Of course, your boss must have said that he would treat me well." "How do you know?" Classic line. Kingpin is no exception. Treating you doesn't mean what you think. Dude, you are trying to guess Kingpin's thoughts, which is dangerous. He must not have said that he would treat Spider-Man's friends rudely. Kingpin and Spider-Man may not become enemies. You'd better be polite to me. Unless you are Kingpin's most valued subordinate, he should not mind handing you over to Spider-Man. I promise you. So please shut up. The man finally compromised. The moment the hood was taken off, Charlotte saw Mary Jane tied up in front of her. Her mouth was taped, and she looked at Charlotte with horror, and at the same time she was shocked. This guy's actually Spider-Man's friend? He never said this. Charlotte was silent for a while, then turned around and asked, "Why isn't she wearing a hood?" The man said coldly, "She's pretty, but you can't see it with the hood on." "Charlotte, let her go. Just arrest me." "No, it was the boss's decision to arrest you, and I made the temporary decision to arrest this woman." The man looked at Mary Jane in front of him, as if appreciating a work of art. Charlotte rolled her eyes. "Are you sure you want to do this?" "Of course, the boss doesn't care what we want to do after work." "You don't seem to have heard what I said just now. Be polite to Spider-Man's friends." "You are Spider-Man's friend." "She is not. She is a friend of Spider-Man's friend. A friend of a friend is a friend. You must have no friends. So you don't understand that a friend of a friend is also a friend." "Shut up." The man was a little crazy, and he looked at his men beside him. "Let this woman go." "What?" The men were reluctant. "Boss, you can't trust what this kid says, and the boss is not good at Spider-Man." "Shut up." Bang. The man shot the other's head with a gun, and blood splashed on the car window. Mary Jane's eyes widened, and fear spread infinitely. Charlotte shook her head. "This unlucky guy has exposed Kingpin's plan. Idiot. This is the result of saying the wrong thing. Let her go." The man's face was gloomy. Yes, yes, yes. Seeing the boss's rage, all the men dared not say much. The business car stopped on the side of the road, and Mary Jane was thrown down. Woo woo woo. Seeing the business car drive away, Mary Jane on the side of the road struggled to get up. These bastards didn't even untie the rope before letting people go. The next moment, two red and blue figures fell in front of Mary Jane. "Spider-Man?" Mary Jane blinked, but quickly reacted. "It's Mary Jane." Ben Parker reached out and tore off the tape on Mary Jane's mouth. Mary Jane, who was able to catch her breath, shouted, "Go and save him. He's been taken away." It was Kingpin who did it. Aunt May helped to smooth Mary Jane's messy hair and said gently, "Child, it's okay. Shield. Captain, I received news that Charlotte was taken away by Kingpin. She was taken away on Blake Street." Agent Hill knocked on the door of the office. Carter looked at Agent Hill calmly. "I know. You go find Nick Fury and let him decide on this operation." "What?" Agent Hill suspected that she had heard it wrong. "Isn't Charlotte a relative of Captain Carter? Why is she not anxious about this matter at all?" She frowned and said, "The commander is not interested in Spider-Man's friends. It's hard for him to care about this matter. Just go. He will take action and I will cooperate." Carter's face remained calm. "Okay, I understand." Agent Hill nodded and turned to leave the office. Seeing Agent Hill leave, Carter smiled slightly. The magical stone tablet that can make people younger. Should all the forces be mobilized this time? She knew very well that the agents she could mobilize in these operations were not the best ones of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury only used a small part of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s resources to perfunctorily deal with her, but this time it was related to the time tablet. Even if Nick Fury knew that she had deliberately leaked the information, he would still be willing to take the initiative to take over this operation. Carter also happened to see what the real S.H.I.E.L.D. was like. Thinking of this, she clicked on the virtual computer, and the red dot on the map was constantly moving. This was where Charlotte was. She thought about it and made a phone call. "Hello, Felicia, this is Carter. Spider-Man should have mentioned me to you. The plan has changed. Charlotte was taken away by Kingpin. You can now take the time tablet to find Kingpin. Spider-Man will be here soon." "I know." On the other end of the phone, Felicia hung up. Looking at Walter on the bed, she took a deep breath. "Father, you will be fine." After saying that, she immediately left the underground hospital and drove to Ethan's apartment. Fortunately, Spider-Man told her in advance where the Monument of Time was hidden. Soon, she found the Monument of Time in Charlotte's rental house. Well, she found it under the bed. The original plan was for Spider-Man to take the Monument of Time away and then wait for Kingpin to notify him. But Kingpin seemed unable to wait. That guy kidnapped Charlotte just to threaten Spider-Man. The plan has changed, but the impact is not significant. "I hope everything goes well." Felicia prayed in her heart. Thanks to the noisy maniac for the 1,500 points rewarded by sneering at the chaos. Thanks to Mason II for the 500 points rewarded. Happy friendly reminder, it's the end of the month, and the brothers' monthly tickets are about to expire. Chapter 119 Kingpin, Monument of Time, Pyramid, 4,000 words. Please subscribe. In the night, the business car gradually moved away from the hustle and bustle of the city 60 kilometers north of New York, Bear Mountain State Park. Hula lava stream flowed, and the moonlight reflected the crystal light. The business car slowly drove into the forest park and finally stopped at the foot of a small hill. "We are here." A group of men in suits took Charlotte into the forest and soon came to a hidden cave at the foot of the mountain. "I thought the meeting place would be a unique coffee shop or a bar that girls love most." Looking at the dark cave in front of him, Charlotte shrugged. "It seems that Jin didn't plan to buy me a drink. What I mean is that if he finds a dozen girls to dance and sing with Spider-Man, this deal will be perfect. Let's go." "You're talking too much nonsense." The man pushed Charlotte and said coldly, "You are Spider-Man's friend. You should know that heroes don't like those vulgar women. Is this your stereotype of Spider-Man? You don't understand Spider-Man at all." Charlotte said and took 2 steps. "It's too dark. Remember to turn on the lights." "On. Okay, thank you. I will repay you later." The group walked through the narrow passage and soon their eyes were bright. In the hollowed out mountain, a super small pyramid more than 10 meters high reflected a light golden light under the light. And near the pyramid were various experimental equipment. On the other side, hundreds of men in suits were guarding the various exits of the mountain. "Where is your boss?" Charlotte asked. "He did not see Jinbing. The boss will be here soon." As the man finished speaking, a customized armored vehicle slowly drove in from the entrance at the other end of the mountain. Boom. The roar of the engine resounded throughout the mountain, and the gravel underfoot was also shaking slightly. As the armored vehicle slowly stopped, the man in a suit respectfully opened the door, and the pure gold cane fell to the ground first, and then a tall and extremely bloated figure walked out of the armored vehicle. Jinbing. Jinbing's face was full of flesh. His eyes were intimidating without anger. He was wearing a white suit, and there were no expensive accessories on his body. The cane in his hand was simple in shape, and only a pebble-sized gem exuded the light of money. "Boss." The moment Jinbing appeared, a group of men in suits immediately bowed to greet him. "Yeah." Jinbing glanced at his men present and nodded slightly. Suddenly, he frowned, came to a man in a suit, and looked down at him from a high position. The man in the suit in front of him trembled, lowered his head, and dared not speak, and even dared not breathe. The messenger from hell is staring at him. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The man in the suit felt dry mouth and cold sweat gradually seeped out of his forehead. Just a few seconds of torture was enough to make him collapse. Finally, Jinbing spoke. If you do it again, you will disappear from this world forever. As soon as these words came out, the man in the suit's legs softened, and he almost collapsed on the spot. His face was pale, and he didn't understand what happened at all. Then, Jinbing turned and left. Behind him, Kaylin walked slowly, and her fingers with black nail polish lightly touched the stain on the collar of the man in the suit. I have reminded you, don't do it again next time. Kaylin smiled softly with her hands covering her mouth, and then swayed her body to keep up with Jinbing. Seeing this, Charlotte's eyes became strange. Is this guy misophobic? No wonder these gangsters are dressed so neatly. They have to wear such clothes every day to work. It must be uncomfortable in the hot weather. Well, it's even more uncomfortable when fighting. Seeing Jinbing coming, the man next to Charlotte bowed and stepped back quickly. Are you Charlotte Parker? Kingpin stood still, like a wall blocking Charlotte's eyes. Charlotte looked up at Kingpin's multi-layered chin and grinned. Yes, no one told you that this is the angle of death. Huh? Kingpin frowned. What do you mean? This angle is ugly when taking pictures. Kingpin. Seeing that Charlotte did not show any fear in front of him, Kingpin finally smiled. Very good, you are worthy of being Spider-Man's friend. I'm also a little interested in you. I hope it's not that kind of weird interest. Charlotte looked around and said, is there a chair? Kingpin waved his hand, and immediately a man in a suit brought a luxurious sofa. Wow, very humane. Charlotte sat on the sofa without paying any attention to Kingpin. Seeing this scene, the men in suits present tensed up instantly. This kid is so brave, he is really not polite at all. They have already anticipated that Kingpin will be furious next, and they are ready to cut this kid into pieces. But the next moment, Jinbing sat opposite Charlotte, without any sign of getting angry. Instead, he chatted with the other party in a kind tone. This made them widen their eyes, and were extremely shocked. How old are you? Just an adult. Do you have a girl you like? Yes. Charlotte pointed at the man who tied her up. He also likes that girl. Jin didn't even look at the man, but just leaned on the crutches with both hands, rubbing the gems with his palms. Kaylin behind him waved slightly, and immediately a man in a suit came forward and took the man away. No, boss, listen to my explanation. That little devil is lying to you. I don't have a little devil at all. Tell the boss that it's not true. You said you would repay me. Bang. The gunshot rang out, and the scene was finally quiet. This is Charlotte's repayment. Jinbing kept smiling. Are you satisfied? Charlotte nodded. Satisfied. In order to repay you, I want to tell you a secret. Oh. What secret? Jinbing turned his head with interest. Charlotte said mysteriously, I just lied to you. Jinbing. He was stunned at first, and then laughed. Ha ha ha, interesting, so interesting. I haven't encountered such a funny thing for a long time. Jinbing was laughing, but the men in suits were trembling with fear, not daring to imagine what terrible things would happen next. But soon, they understood. The boss was really just happy. Charlotte Parker, you remind me of my dead child, who often lied to me back then. Jinbing looked at Charlotte. Be my son. You will inherit my huge dark empire, and become the only dark emperor in the world. Charlotte. No, brother, you are too hasty. Shouldn't you go for a paternity test first? Call dad. Call your sister. Charlotte stood up on the sofa, pointing at Jinbing's forehead and cursing. What are you saying, you guy? I hate people taking advantage of me the most in my life. Don't think I don't know what you are thinking. You guy must have some special fetish. I will never let you succeed. Dead pervert. I percent at Charlotte's output made Jinbing stunned in place, and Kaylin behind him didn't know what order to give. Kill this guy? No, the boss hasn't said anything yet. Let this guy go? No, the boss hasn't said anything yet. Finally, while Karen was struggling, Charlotte took a breath. Jinbing also reacted. He waved his hand slightly, and a group of men in suits were about to take out their weapons to kill Charlotte. The next second Jinbing said, give him a cup of coffee. Men in suits. Do you want sugar? Jinbing asked again. Karen. Charlotte thought for a while. I want juice. Okay. 2 cups. Okay. Jinbing asked someone to bring the juice. Charlotte drank the juice in one gulp and slowly breathed a sigh of relief. I forgive you this time. Don't mention it next time. Okay, I'll give you time to think about it. Jinbing just watched Charlotte finish the second glass of juice and then continued. You and Spider-Man are friends. How did you meet? Nothing special. We just met by chance and we had a good chat. That's all. We had a good chat too. Are you sure? Of course. Kingpin sat next to Charlotte. Captain Carter of SHIELD is your elder, Spider-Man is your friend, and Kurt Connors is also very good to you. You are very happy. Charlotte pouted. So what do you want to say? So you have the possibility of becoming the Dark Emperor. Charlotte. Let's not talk about this. He looked at the time. What will happen to me if Spider-Man doesn't bring what you want? You will die. Kingpin said without hesitation. Charlotte was surprised. You just said you wanted to be my son. You didn't agree. Kingpin laughed again after blurting out a word. Naughty kid, I really don't want to kill you. But I can. Charlotte responded casually. No matter which universe, Kingpin is an absolute ruthless character. His strength is average, but he is definitely ruthless and cunning. The reason why this guy wants to be a father is very simple. With Charlotte, whether it is S.H.I.E.L.D., Spider-Man, or Professor Kurt, the relationship between them will change significantly. At least it will no longer be a hostile relationship. No one knows how much sincerity there is in it. Charlotte will not show mercy because of this. But before taking action, he must make sure whether the Kingpin in front of him is a substitute. The captain of Hydra is a lesson learned from the past, although the opponent's clone did not cause him any trouble. But Kingpin is different. Once he makes a mistake, the opponent will discover his identity at the first time, and then cause countless troubles. Thinking of this, he looked at Kingpin. I didn't expect you to come here in person. Are you really not afraid? Kingpin raised his mouth slightly, with a disdainful tone. I have been turning defeat into victory all my life. Do you think I'm afraid? What a bad line. Charlotte looked at the pyramid on the other side. What is that? It is the pyramid that drives the power of the Monument of Time. I just learned how to use it, and it was stolen by the thief Civid Cat. Thinking of this, Kingpin's face darkened. The great thief Civid and Black Cat, two hateful thieves, they must die. He glanced at Charlotte. If Spider-Man chooses to help them, Spider-Man will also die. Charlotte shrugged. You can't beat Spider-Man. I said, I'll be here all my life. Turning defeat into victory, you don't have to say it a second time, no, a third time. After Charlotte finished speaking, the communicator in Kaylin's hand rang. Boss, Black Cat is here. She brought the Monument of Time. Where's Spider-Man? Kingpin frowned. Kaylin shook her head. He didn't come. He must have hidden. Humph, it seems that I overestimated him. Kingpin grinned. Let Black Cat in. Yes. Soon, a group of men in suits stepped aside to make way, and Felicia, carrying a large suitcase, slowly walked into the mountain. Charlotte, you were really brought here by them. Felicia frowned. Charlotte spread her hands. Sorry, they have guns. It's hard for me to refuse. Humph, you are such a drag. I really don't know why Spider-Man would choose you. Felicia expressed her dissatisfaction, but Kingpin was not interested in listening to this. Since the things are brought, you can go and die. Wait, how do you know that the things in here are real? Felicia raised the suitcase easily, and Kingpin sneered. The things in your hand are fake, but someone will give me the real things. What? Felicia was shocked. The next moment, a curly-haired man walked out of the crowd, holding the same suitcase as Felicia in his arms. Felicia, I'm sorry. The curly-haired man put the suitcase in front of Kingpin, and he opened the box with his hand. The Monument of Time and it was shining at this moment, and it seemed to echo the light of the pyramid. Seeing the real Monument of Time being delivered to Kingpin, Felicia couldn't believe it. Ryan, you actually betrayed me. She couldn't imagine that this was true. Ryan snorted coldly. It's just betraying you. What's so strange about that? Jinbing looked at the Monument of Time in front of him with satisfaction and waved his hand to have it sent to the pyramid. Everything can be traded, including love, right, Ryan? He smiled. Ryan smiled and said, yes. He looked at Felicia with a mocking expression. My girl, I have spent too much time and energy on you. I also lent you the underground hospital to treat your father. Even after I did so much, you still don't want to go to the hotel with me. I can't wait. The boss has promised me that after this, you are mine, and I can get a lot of money. There is no better deal than this. As if thinking of Felicia's charm at that moment, Ryan's eager heart couldn't stop trembling. Felicia gritted her teeth. Asshole, I trusted you so much. Before I came here, I gave you the most important monument of time for Sappho keeping, which was equivalent to giving you my life. Don't you understand? Of course I understand. It's the tradition of the Hardy family. I know that I have to complete a perfect theft with you to completely possess you. This is simply your excuse. Ryan sneered, so I changed my mind. I don't need to possess you for a lifetime. 1 night, no, 2 nights, 3 nights are enough. Damn it, I must make you pay the price. Ha ha ha, I'm so scared. The two were arguing, and Jinbing was watching the show. Charlotte was confused. Are they a couple? He remembered that the black cat in another universe hated all men, except Spider-Man because he was hurt by his boyfriend. Well, yes, he is already a boyfriend, but he still chose a strange way. It is difficult for normal people to understand. Anyway, he doesn't understand. It's too explosive. This chapter was coded last night because of insomnia. I will start coding after waking up. Chapter 120, The Parker Family, Spider Killer, 4,000 words, including 2 extra chapters. Kingpin on the side smiled and said, you don't understand. I don't understand either. The rules of the Hardy family are really strange. Charlotte sighed. The poor guy's going crazy. He can see but not touch. After all, his girlfriend is really great. Interested? I can give her to you. Kingpin smiled. Hearing this, Ryan turned around quickly. Boss, no, you promised me. Kingpin grinned, but the deal can be cancelled at any time. What? Ryan was stunned. Impossible. Everyone says Kingpin is the most trustworthy. He tried to comfort himself. Kingpin's eyes were playful. Is there a possibility that those who think I'm not trustworthy are dead? What? Bang. The bullet drilled into Ryan's forehead, and the betrayer fell to the ground with a face full of astonishment. Kaylin stuffed the pistol into her collar with a smile on her face. Another person who thinks the boss is not trustworthy has disappeared. Charlotte's face was dark. Is this how good reputation is maintained? Then, Kaylin received news again. Boss, people from S.H.I.E.L.D. are here, she said. A crow lark appeared on Kingpin's lips. Very good. Kingpin's name has been silent for too long. Too many people have forgotten us. It's time for the whole world to remember Kingpin's name again. Kill them all. Yes. Hundreds of men in suits quickly drilled into the surrounding passages, and there was a loud noise at the top of the mountain. Boom. In an instant, rubble fell from the sky. The moment the pyramid was attacked, nearby equipment shot out red rays to surround the pyramid, and energy shields spread out in a crisscross pattern, protecting the pyramid. Zizzy. Bang. The moment the energy shield was turned on, the rubble fell on the shield, and was immediately cut into pieces. No rubble could destroy the pyramid again. Seeing this scene, Charlotte couldn't help but complain. With such black technology, they actually mixed in the underground society? But compared to another Kingpin who built a parallel universe shuttle, the Kingpin he met was still too conservative. Boom. The next second, Kingpin punched and smashed the boulder that was about to hit Charlotte. The rubble powder scattered, and Kingpin looked up at the ceiling. In the hole that was blown open, fully armed soldiers flew down the ropes into the mountain. Obviously, the force that S.H.I.E.L.D. sent out this time was different from the past. Kingpin looked calm, and he waved his hand and said, Keelan, protect this kid, and take him to a safe place. Okay, boss. In Charlotte's confused eyes, the sexy and seductive Kaylin directly carried him on her shoulders, and ran towards the pyramid. Obviously, Kaylin's physical fitness surpassed that of ordinary people. Hey, Kit, how about it? Sister is awesome? Kaylin could imagine Charlotte's shocked eyes. But Charlotte's mouth twitched. You hit me. Oh, sorry. With that, Kaylin changed to a princess hug posture. As Kaylin ran, she moved left and right from time to time to avoid the rubble from the top of her head. And Charlotte only felt that his face was hit back and forth by something. Dong. Slow down. I'm a little out of breath. He was a little dizzy. Sorry, hold on a little longer. After saying that, Kaylin had already arrived near the pyramid. Buzz sensing Kaylin, the energy shield automatically opened a gap to accommodate the two people. Okay, you are safe now. After putting Charlotte down, Kaylin still wanted to tease the little boy, but as two red and blue figures flew from behind the pyramid, spider silk intertwined and turned into a spider web to cover Kaylin. Success. Yeah. The two figures flew to the ground and celebrated with high fives. Kaylin frowned and looked at the two fake Spider-Mans in front of her. When did you come in? She asked. Ben Parker said proudly, I came in a long time ago. I was going to wait for you to relax your vigilance before taking action, but now there is no need. You took the initiative to send the hostage here. Looking at the other side, Aunt May, wearing a spider suit, came to Charlotte. Kid, how are you? Are you not injured? Aunt May asked with concern. Hearing the familiar voice, Charlotte felt that the sky had fallen. As soon as the 5th spider totem was completed, Aunt May and Uncle Ben couldn't wait to start courting death. Today's game might fail. How are you guys? Thank you, Spider-Man. He gave up the idea of exposing the two elders. Charlotte spread her hands. I'm fine. Aunt May nodded, turned and asked Kaylin. How can we break these weird things? She pointed to the nearby laser equipment. Kaylin sneered. Do you think I will tell you? Then let you have a taste of our power. Ben Parker threatened with a clenched fist. Kaylin disdainfully, I can tell what kind of people you are by listening to your voices. To older mortals. Today you. Halfway through the words, Ben Parker and Aunt May suddenly grabbed Charlotte, turned around and flew towards the pyramid. Kaylin. What happened? Old man, that woman looks very powerful. I can see that. She is not afraid of us at all, and she can run so fast. While holding little Charlotte, she must have superpowers. I don't think we can beat her. If you feel you can't beat her, then you definitely can't beat her. Yes. Two Spider-Men, you can chat, but can you please stop throwing me around? Charlotte in midair looked helpless. Swoosh. Ben Parker caught Charlotte and flew to the entrance of the pyramid. Sorry, if we don't throw you around, we can't change the spider silk with our other hand. That makes sense. Charlotte glanced at Kaylin, who was rushing over after tearing off the spider silk, and turned to enter the interior of the pyramid. Where are you going? Aunt May asked. Where are you going to take me? Charlotte paused. Aunt May looked at the surrounding environment. We should be able to take her around in circles. If we go in here, she may block us. Don't worry, the real Spider-Man is here, Charlotte said, and walked quickly into the pyramid. Behind her, Aunt May and Ben Parker looked at each other. How did he know Spider-Man would come? You forgot, Spider-Man is his friend. Oh, I remember. Going quickly, that fierce woman is coming soon. The two rushed into the pyramid, but lost Charlotte in the narrow passage. Oh no, little Charlotte is gone. Aunt May exclaimed. Hey, don't worry, I have moved him to a safe place now. The metal figure was hanging upside down on the ceiling of the passage. Charlotte, who had changed into an nanosuit, had changed his vest. Ben Parker exclaimed, metal suit, it's Spider-Man. Yes, I'm your good neighbor Spider-Man. Do you want to save the world together? Charlotte invited. Of course, it's our honor. Aunt May was very excited. She seemed to have returned to the state of passion in her youth. You can't run away. The next second, Kaylin's sneer came. But as soon as she appeared, she saw a red and blue figure flashing by. No bang. Like a truck crash, Kaylin's figure rolled back and fell to the ground, and then she felt that her bones were dislocated, and the severe pain made her scream. Ah. How could it be you, Spider-Man? Kaylin looked at the metal figure in the direction of the pyramid in disbelief. You still have the strength to speak. Charlotte looked at the other party in surprise, and then looked at his fist. What on earth buffered the power of his fist? Well, that thing must be very cruel. Ignoring Kaylin, who had lost her ability to move, Charlotte waved his hand, and Ben Parker and Aunt May quickly followed. What a powerful Spider-Man. He defeated that woman with one punch. You are worthy of being Charlotte's idol. Do you think we can do the same as him? The two old people whispered behind him, and Charlotte didn't care. Recalling the scene just now, he guessed that the physical fitness of the two elders had also been strengthened. Otherwise it would be impossible for them to carry him to swing spider silk at such an old age. Compared with other mutants, Ben Parker and Aunt May have obviously been strengthened more. The Parker family, you have to admit it. Soon, as the three of them passed through the narrow passage, they came to a space of about 200 square meters inside. The ceiling, the golden light shone like a small sun in this space. The mottled walls reflected a faint golden light. In front, a stone statue of an Egyptian pharaoh was worshipping the direction of the sun devoutly. Under the stone statue, the monument of time stood quietly. Who is it? It's Spider-Man. 3 of them. Several men in suits guarding the monument of time found the 3 people and immediately raised their guns to shoot. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets flew, and Charlotte immediately stopped in front of Ben Parker and Aunt May, raising her hand to block the incoming bullets. Dang, dang, dang. Nanometal burst into sparks, and then Spider Silk shot away the weapons in the hands of the men in suits, and then hung them upside down on the ceiling. Behind Charlotte, Ben Parker and Aunt May hadn't reacted yet, and the battle was over. What happened? I saw Spider-Man blocking a bullet with his bare hands. We are also Spider-Man. We can try it, if we have a chance. Don't try. Charlotte's face turned black, and he quickly dispelled the 2 people's ideas. You will die if you try. This is not a joke. Beep. At this time, the nano communicator sounded. Where are you? Kingpin is difficult to deal with. Come and help me, Carter said anxiously. Huh. Charlotte frowned. Carter couldn't deal with Kingpin with his current strength. I'll be there soon, hold on. He hung up the communication. Looking at the only exit at the scene, Charlotte was relieved. You stay here and protect the stone tablet. I'll be back soon. After saying that, Charlotte rushed out of the pyramid. Ben Parker and Aunt May were wandering around the stone statue board. Is this the stone tablet that Spider-Man asked us to protect? Aunt May touched the time tablet curiously. Ben Parker nodded. It should be. This must be a very important thing. What is this? Aunt May looked at the stone statue. Ben Parker thought for a while. I guess this should be one of the pharaohs of ancient Egypt. They worship the sun god. He seemed to be praying or performing a divine activity. Is there a sun god here? Aunt May looked around. Ben Parker pointed at the small sun on the ceiling. This should be the sun god. The sun god recorded in ancient Egypt is a little different from other gods. Their sun god is not in human form. Aunt May looked up at the ceiling, and she didn't know what she remembered. She said to Ben Parker, let's also pray to the sun god and pray that little Charlotte can find a girlfriend quickly. Ben Parker. The sun god is not Cupid. Anyway, they are all gods, so they should be the same. But, hurry up. Okay. So, Ben Parker, who compromised, knelt down and prayed like Aunt May, muttering something. Great sun god, please give our little Charlotte a beautiful and kind girlfriend. It would be even better if she has money. Buzz. In an instant, the sun on the ceiling shone brightly, and the god seemed to have responded. Old man, look, we succeeded. The moment Aunt May exclaimed, the ceiling suddenly projected a golden light that fell on the stone statue, and then the light reflected to the surrounding walls, and fell on the monument of time after several refractions. This light finally enveloped the 2 of them. Oh my god, our bodies. At the same time, a mess of the mountain. Crack. Gravel splashed at the entrances and exits of the mountain, and with loud noises, the silver rhino mecha rushed out from the dust. Ha ha ha, kill. Let them know how powerful we are. Driven by a group of men in suits, dozens of rhino mechas ignored the dense bullets and rushed into the crowd, destroying everything wantonly. The huge mecha attacked, and Carter raised his shield to take the mecha's iron fist. Boom. Under the recoil of the shield, the rhino mecha staggered back. Before Carter could fight back, the stone wall of the mountain shattered again, and the giant mechanical spider built with the prototype of a spider rushed around, and people and horses fell wherever they passed, and the fully armed soldiers screamed, and were crushed by the mechanical spider. In the air, Harry threw pumpkin bombs one by one, and the explosions and flames continued to drown the rhino mechas, but they did not achieve the expected destructive power. The iron plates of these mechas were too thick. Buzz. Suddenly, the giant mechanical spider's eyes turned red, and a flying rope shot out of its mouth to lock on Harry. What? After narrowly avoiding the attack of the flying wire, Harry looked at the scary figure on the ground, that looked like a bus, and his face was grim. Damn, what is this? Spider Killer, a deadly weapon tailor-made for Spider-Man. Unfortunately, he is not here, so I can only use you to test its power. In the crowd, Kingpin smiled cruelly and strolled casually in the chaotic battlefield. All the soldiers he caught were killed by him with one punch. He never threw a second punch. Swish, the alloy arrow broke through the air, and Kingpin stretched out his hand to grab the incoming arrow without looking back. Without waiting for the arrow to explode, he threw it back into the crowd of soldiers. Boom. Ah! The soldiers screamed continuously, and Barton and the Dark looked grim. He did not dare to attack Kingpin casually, so he could only target other people. Nick Fury, who was far away in the command room, saw this scene. His one eye was full of coldness, and his fists were clenched. I underestimated Kingpin. Start plan B. Yes. Coulson immediately arranged it. Looking at the chaotic battlefield again, with a loud bang, the ground in the direction of the pyramid sank suddenly, and the surrounding laser equipment burst into flames and malfunctions in an instant under the shock of this force. Buzz, the red rays retreated, and the energy shield dissipated. What? Everyone looked in the direction of the pyramid with shocked faces, and saw a not so tall figure slowly standing up in the dust, and the stone floor under his feet had cracked into fine cracks like spider webs. He destroyed the laser energy weapon in the simplest and crudest way. And Jin, who witnessed this scene, couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. He hadn't felt the threat and oppression from the enemy for a long time. Chapter 121, Hydra. No, it's the power of Otto. 4,000 words. Please subscribe. The moment the energy shield dissipated, a red and blue figure burst out from the spider silk slingshot. Boom. A violent storm arose, and Charlotte's figure turned into a cannonball and hit a rhino mecha in an instant. The terrible force directly shattered the fuselage, and metal fragments flew out in the sky. The man in the suit in the cockpit was drowned in the smoke and sparks as the mecha exploded. No. Shrill screams resounded through the mountain one after another. I saw a red and blue figure flying in the air with the help of strange spider silk. Every attack could easily blow up a rhino mecha. Boom, the explosion and fire became the only background board. Charlotte was like a man in a deserted place. The rhino mecha that crushed the soldiers seemed like paper in front of him, and posed no threat at all. Spider-Man. It's the real Spider-Man. It must be him. No one else can have such terrible power. The soldiers cheered, but the real enemy had already rushed into the cockpit of the giant mechanical spider. Switch to manual mode. Kingpin held the joystick, with a strong murderous intent in his eyes. Spider-Man, have a taste of the power of the Spider Killer. He grinned, controlling the Spider Killer to charge all the way, and rushed straight towards Charlotte's figure. Crack, 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 the 8 insect legs of the giant spider ravaged the battlefield, stirring up a gust of wind, sand, and rocks, and in just a few seconds it had turned into a huge shadow that enveloped Charlotte. Die. Kingpin shouted, and the spider killer rumbled down with an absolute size advantage. Boom. With a loud noise, the mountain trembled slightly, dust and gravel spread, and the ground was pressed into a huge pit by the terrible spider killer. What? Such a shocking scene made the people present look ugly. What a terrible spider mecha. Where is Spider-Man? Up there, he's fine. Barton's eyes locked on the red and blue figure behind the spider killer. The next moment, Charlotte raised his hand and punched down. Boom. Dozens of tons of force bombarded the spider killer, and the spider killer's body shook. The 8 insect legs bent slightly, but as the light spread on the surface of the mecha, the spider killer's built-in physical buffer device removed most of the punching force, and the remaining force only blasted a dent less than 1 centimeter deep in the body. For the huge spider killer, this little damage could not affect the operation of the body at all. Charlotte was a little surprised, while Kingpin in the cockpit sneered. It's surprising, isn't it? Your strength has not reached the point of ignoring technology, and the spider killer has entered all your combat data into the system. You have no chance to win. After speaking, he pressed the red button, and the hole behind the spider killer immediately erupted white gas. Woo woo woo, the mist like steam dispersed, and Charlotte instantly found that his perception of the surrounding environment was extremely weakened. Swoosh, immediately, he flew away from the spider killer without hesitation, and the spider sense slowly recovered. Spider-Man, what do you think? I caught so many counterfeits, not just to develop a device to absorb Spider-Man's power. I have a plan to deal with all your superpowers. Kingpin laughed and continued to control the spider killer to pounce on Charlotte. Charlotte had an ominous premonition in her heart. She raised her hand and dragged the crystal spider silk in her hand. The spider silk trap that had been set up straightened in an instant. Crack, Crack, crack. Suddenly, the flying spider killer moved slower and slower in the spider silk trap. The sharp and dense spider silk quickly cut the body as the spider killer continued to struggle. Without waiting for the surface of the body to collapse, Kingpin pressed the button again. The body of the spider killer trembled slightly in a special pattern, and the crystal spider silk that bound the body broke under this shock force. Die. The moment it was freed from the restraints, the rope burst out of the spider killer's mouthparts, as fast as lightning. What? Harry, who was watching the game, exclaimed. How could this thing be so much faster than before? Was it intentional? If the spider killer's performance was too eye-catching, the cunning Spider-Man might not appear. This is what Kingpin was thinking. Under the early warning of the spider sense, Charlotte turned over and avoided the rope attack. At the same time, the artificial spider silk mode was switched, and spider silk burst out all over the sky and covered the spider killer. Puff 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 up. Holding the large bundle of spider silk in his palm with his backhand, Charlotte's muscles swelled up, and the nanometal all over his body turned black in an instant. His eyes glowed blood red, and a huge force poured into his body. At this moment, 70 tons of power exploded, and he swung the huge spider killer and smashed it into the nearby rhino mecha. Boom. The sky was full of debris, and a rhino mecha turned into scrap metal. Then Charlotte held the spider silk with both hands, and the huge force exploded again. Boom boom. After several swings, several more rhino mechas were smashed into scrap metal by the spider killer. Ah. Damn it. In the cockpit, Kingpin felt dizzy and had no time to press the button. Charlotte's movements became faster and faster. The spider killer turned into a windmill in his hand and rushed all the way. Wherever it passed, the rhino mechas were blown away by the huge force. Retreat. Carter saw this and immediately gave the order to retreat. She could see that Charlotte was struggling and gradually couldn't control the terrible inertia brought by the spider killer. Sure enough, when everyone retreated, Charlotte finally let go, and the spider killer crashed into the mountain wall with the accumulated power. Boom. The mountain shook violently, and the hole in the ceiling kept falling into rubble. The stone wall was also constantly cracking and sliding down boulders, stirring up the yellow earth all over the sky. Boom. What happened? Two young men flew out of the shaking pyramid. Seeing the mountain wall cracking, their faces changed. It's about to collapse here. Go. You can't leave. The stone wall was hit by a hole in the green monster, and the hideous lizard man pounced on the two with greed on his face. Spider-Man, I want to eat. What? The two were shocked. Under the shock of the terrifying monster, they turned around and fled without hesitation. Ah. What an ugly lizard. He can talk. Oh no. How did we get in? It's over. It's over. We are dead now. The two were shocked and seemed to have unlimited energy. Professor Kurt chased the two and became more and more eager for Spider-Man's flesh and blood. But he didn't notice that a dark shadow quietly followed him without making any sound along the way. The Monument of Time is here. Kingpin is about to be defeated by Spider-Man. As long as we get the Monument of Time, my father will be saved. Felicia thought to herself. Her boyfriend's betrayal did not make her depressed. She just wanted to save her father now. At the same time, Charlotte on the other side found the movement of the pyramid and began to worry. Professor Kurt, who couldn't find the mutant, was going crazy. He had to fight quickly. No, what kind of battle? He turned and flew towards the direction of the pyramid, but he was in the air and a strong wind suddenly hit him. Swoosh, the special rope shot out from the stone wall ruins and entangled Charlotte, and Scholar Eyes bloomed in the ruins. Crack. Crack, crack, the rubble rolled, and the spider killer walked out of it, sparks flashing all over his body, but still retaining most of his fighting power. Ha ha ha, Spider-Man, for Charlotte's sake, I plan to let you die with dignity. In the cockpit, Kingpin cruelly pressed the red button, and the current surged on the rope. Dazzling lightning suddenly appeared. The blood red eyes of the spider killer shone brightly, and the red laser burst out. Paralyze Spider-Man, and then kill him with one shot. Buzz boom. As the red laser flashed, the dazzling lightning passed along the way and approached the pyramid in the distance. Bang, the top of the tower was instantly cut off by the laser, and the figure covered by the current stopped struggling. Ha ha ha, hit it. Kingpin was overjoyed. At the entrance and exit, Carter frowned when he saw this scene. Is he injured or dead? On the side, Barton's eyes were sharp, and he saw the figure through the dazzling electric light. He's not dead. There are octopus tentacles behind him. What? Tentacles? Carter's face changed. She was not worried that Charlotte would be killed. Anyway, this guy was good at playing resurrection matches. But if it was a deformed tentacles with a black spine implanted, she couldn't imagine how terrible Charlotte would become after blackening. Fortunately, in the next moment, in the gradually dimming electric light, she saw Charlotte's current state clearly. The dark golden octopus tentacles were quickly rendered black in the venom mode, and the tentacles penetrated by the laser repaired themselves at a speed visible to the naked eye. Obviously, it was this thing that blocked the fatal blow for Charlotte just now. Caca, the rope that bound Charlotte broke under the strangulation of the black tentacles. Carter finally felt relieved when she didn't see the strange blood red mist. It's not the power of the Hydra, fortunately. She couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. When Kingpin saw this scene, his face couldn't help but look ugly. Damn it, how is it possible? This didn't kill him. When did his black spider spear turn into an octopus tentacle? The spider killer has no data on this at all. Damn it. He furiously controlled the spider killer to rush towards Charlotte, and his blood red eyes once again shone with red rays. Buzz, the terrifyingly powerful laser shot out one after another, and the black Spider-Man dodged left and right to easily avoid the laser bursts. Boom, the laser exploded at Charlotte's feet. The secret weapon specially built to deal with Spider-Man completely lost its power when Charlotte was prepared. Once the secret weapon is exposed, it is no longer a secret. Boom. In an instant, the black figure attacked with the help of the tentacles. While Charlotte slid down to the abdomen of the spider killer, and the spider killer's body shook violently under the violent bombardment. Bang zizzy. The huge force attacked, and the spider killer flew with sparks. Charlotte held up the huge mechanical spider with both hands, and the 4 tentacles dismantled the spider killer's 8 insect legs. Crack, crack, crack. No. The metal insect legs were thrown away, and the fuselage was seriously damaged. Kingpin pressed the last button with a grim face. Boom, immediately, high temperature flames burst out from the abdomen of the spider killer, and the huge body quickly took off. And Charlotte, under the warning of spider induction, stayed away from the invasion of flames in advance. Spider-Man, you won't be so lucky next time we meet. In the cockpit, Kingpin made a harsh remark. Before meeting Spider-Man, he thought this behavior was very childish. He never disdained it. Because he has been turning defeat into victory all his life, he will not lose. So the one who made a harsh remark was always his enemy. But now, he knows that when there is almost no chance of winning, making a harsh remark is the only thing he can do easily. It doesn't matter, as long as I leave here, I still have a chance to turn defeat into victory. Kingpin comforted himself like this. But soon, he found out that he was wrong. It seems that he has no chance. On the ground, the black octopus tentacles extended dozens of meters and poured into the energy jet. Bang! Zizzy, fire burst out, and the octopus tentacles melted into scrap metal in the high temperature. But the flight system of the spider killer also malfunctioned. No. Damn Spider-Man. Under Kingpin's curse, the spider killer lost his balance and fell diagonally towards the direction of the pyramid. Inside the pyramid. Oh, run. It's terrible. 2 figures fired spider silk and circled around the stone statue. Professor Kurt, who was chasing after it, lost his mind and only focused on chasing, not thinking anything was wrong. Damn it, stop, I'm going to eat you. Professor Kurt's flying pounces failed again and again, and the wall was blasted with holes under his repeated attacks. Chijiji, on the top of the stone statue, a small red and blue spider climbed up the head of the stone statue, aiming at Professor Kurt and exhaling a burst of spider silk. Puff 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 buzz boom. The magic spider silk exploded, the stone wall collapsed with a bang, and a large amount of rubble submerged Professor Kurt. Seeing this scene, the 2 young men breathed a sigh of relief. They landed on the stone statue and looked at the arrogant little spider curiously. It helped us. What is this? It seems to be Spider-Man's pet. I heard Jonah Jameson introduce this little thing. Oh, what a cute little guy. Spider-Man left it here to protect us. Little Charlotte's friend is really good. The 2 people's attention was attracted by the little spider, and the Black Phantom was already holding the Monument of Time and preparing to leave. Suddenly, the little spider seemed to sense something. Hiss. I saw it roar suddenly, and the two people in front of them were startled by the sudden hissing sound, and subconsciously fired spider silk to fly back. Boom, the next second, the pyramid shook violently, and the left wall exploded with rubble, and the huge mechanical spider crashed into it, destroying the entire interior of the pyramid. In the corner, the two people who were lucky enough to escape were stunned by this scene. On the other side, Felicia, who was unable to dodge, was crushed by the huge rock, and the monument of time fell nearby. Ah. Damn it, why is this big guy here? Felicia endured the severe pain. She struggled to pull out her legs, but her bloody legs were already broken, and could not support any of her next actions. Bang. Then, the Spider Slayer's cockpit was violently kicked open, and the embarrassed Kingpin crawled out of it. He stood up and patted the dust off his white suit. His eyes fell on the monument of time not far away. Humph, Spider-Man, you can't win. He raised the monument of time and looked at the flying black Spider-Man. His smile gradually became ferocious. Don't come over, or I will destroy it, he threatened. Swoosh. Charlotte flew onto the back of the Spider Slayer, looked at Kingpin and shook his head. Sorry, you can't threaten me. His target is Kingpin, and he is not interested in the monument of time. At the beginning of the month, continue to explode. Chapter 122. The Invincible Spider-Man fell again. 4,000 words, including 2 extra chapters. Put down the time tablet. Felicia looked at Kingpin nervously. The time tablet was the only hope for her father's treatment. Spider-Man, you promised me. She hurriedly asked Charlotte for help. Charlotte saw this and couldn't help but hold her forehead. Woman, you have successfully let Kingpin know how important the time tablet is to you. As expected, Kingpin looked back and forth at the two of them, his smile full of confidence. The time tablet is in my hand, and you have only one choice. Charlotte shook her head. No, I think there are other options. What? Kingpin frowned. Charlotte stretched out her fingers and counted down. 1, 2, boom. In an instant, the ruins and stone piles exploded, and the crazy Professor Kurt jumped out of it. I want to eat Spider-Man. The almost crazy Professor Kurt could no longer tell who was Spider-Man. He just wanted to bite all the living creatures in front of him to relieve the pain brought to his body by the regeneration serum. What? No. Kingpin screamed and was thrown down by Professor Kurt. The time tablet fell down, and was then rolled into Charlotte's palm by Spider Silk. Sorry, I'm used to counting to 2. He apologized to the knockdown Kingpin, and then flew in front of Felicia. Your injury seems to be very serious. He looked at the corner. 2 Spider-Men, please. Halfway through his words, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Uncle Ben's body seemed to be stronger, and his back became straighter. And Aunt May's figure was also. Spider-Man, you want us to help you save this woman, right? Aunt May spoke. Her voice was clear and delicate, no longer hoarse and heavy as before. Charlotte. Aunt May turned into a girl. Uncle Ben was happy again. Your voices. He looked at the two of them, and then glanced at the monument of time, as if he understood. Aunt May spread her hands. Spider-Man, you guessed it right. This strange stone tablet makes us young again. What? Felicia was surprised at first, and then said in surprise, do you know how to use the time tablet? Yes. Ben Parker nodded, and he pointed to the ceiling. As long as you pray devoutly to the sun god, there will be no problem. Felicia. So simple. Yes, it's that simple. Ben Parker finished speaking, and Kingpin, who was knocked down by Professor Kurt, shouted violently, get out of here. Bang. Under the heavy punch, Professor Kurt was blown away by Kingpin and hit the wall, while he stood up and rushed to the time tablet with blood all over his body. That's mine. He stepped forward, and the sun totem on the ceiling suddenly dropped a golden light. But because the cracks spread to the totem, the golden light was slightly dim, but it still shone on the stone statue, and reflected to the time tablet. But, instantly, the time monument shone brightly, and the mysterious light enveloped Charlotte. The sun's radiance was like an indestructible cage, causing Charlotte to be unable to move at all. Oh no, the good neighbor is going to become a little neighbor. Charlotte thought to herself that it was not good. The next second, the spider totem on his chest flickered for a moment, temporarily preventing the time monument from affecting his body. But as Kingpin rushed into the light, the power of the time monument was transferred to his body. No, my body. Kingpin was frantic, and his huge body was shrinking rapidly, and his face full of flesh became more and more cute. Spider-Man, I want to eat. Then, Professor Kurt, who was knocked away by Kingpin, also rushed into the light. Buzz instantly, the green totem power spread between Professor Kurt's eyebrows, and Charlotte's face changed slightly. Is this a lizard totem? When did the Marvel Universe have a lizard totem? This confused him. But the more confusing thing was to come. Professor Kurt was also suppressed by the power of the sunlight, but the lizard totem on his forehead screamed and pounced on Charlotte. SHHH. Immediately, the spider totem on Charlotte's chest was not to be outdone, and all 5 spider totems broke away from his body and pounced on the lizard totem. SHHH. Crack, crack, crack in the sunlight. 5 red and blue spiders surrounded and beat a poor little green lizard. No matter how fierce the lizard totem was, it could only retreat under the attack of the 5 little spiders. Soon, the little green lizard knew that it was defeated and wanted to leave the battlefield and return to Professor Kurt's forehead, but the 5 little spiders were unwilling to let this guy go. Puff, in an instant, the spider totems exploded and turned into gorgeous spider silk to entangle the lizard totem tightly. As the red and blue spider silk flashed, the little green lizard was completely decomposed. Hoo la la. After swallowing the lizard totem, the gorgeous spider silk transformed into a spider totem again and poured into Charlotte's chest. He even heard the sound of burping. Everyone who witnessed this scene blinked, as if the scene just now was just an illusion. What happened just now? Ben Parker scratched his head. Aunt May crossed her arms. I saw a cartoon. No. My body. At this time, the shrunken Kingpin looked at his hands in horror, and he was still aging. Professor Kurt, who had lost the power of the totem, also fainted on the ground with his eyes rolled back. The green skin on his body quickly receded, one claw disappeared, and the other claw turned into a human palm. On Professor Kurt's face, the lizard features slowly receded, but there were still 3 or 2 green lizard scales on his forehead. Obviously, the mutant cells in Professor Kurt's body had not degenerated completely. Then, Professor Kurt began to regain his youth. Without waiting for him to shrink, Ben Parker quickly fired spider silk to drag Professor Kurt out of the sunlight. It's Kurt Connors, Richard's classmate. Looking at the young Kurt, he was a little bit unbelievable. He is actually that monster. Aunt May was also surprised. We saw him when little Charlotte was born. Richard Parker, that is, the name of Charlotte's father. And Kurt Connors was Richard's best friend in school. Oh, there is also a baby. Aunt May raised her hand, and the baby Kingpin was caught in the spider silk. Wow wow wow, the baby Kingpin cried, and Aunt May's maternal love began to overflow. That big bad guy was quite cute when he was a child. Ben Parker frowned. This guy still has memories. He must be eliminated. Aunt May teased the baby Kingpin with her fingers, letting the other party bite her fingers with a ferocious look. Look, he can't even bite his fingers, so he can't do bad things. She smiled, obviously not intending to kill this cute baby. Ben Parker was still a little hesitant. This guy kidnapped little Charlotte, that's a fact. Aunt May thought for a moment. Yes, little Charlotte is more important. I see. She narrowed her eyes and said, why not raise him up and then send him to prison? Kingpin, are these 2 bastards speaking human language? He could only protest with the sound of wire. On the other side, Charlotte, who was in the sunlight, was speechless. Hey, are you guys done talking? I'm not out yet. He reminded. Hearing this, Ben Parker and Aunt May finally reacted. Sorry, we'll pull you out right away. Pull out? It feels weird. Charlotte muttered, and then 2 spider silks shot over and entangled her waist. Ah. Push harder. Old man, I've already pushed harder. I can't pull it out. So I asked you to push harder. Try harder. Come on. It's almost out. He didn't move at all. The conversation between Ben Parker and Aunt May became more and more weird, and Charlotte looked at the sun totem on the ceiling. You attack the totem above your head. It should be able to extinguish the light. He reminded again. In response, the 2 looked at each other. That makes sense. As expected of Spider-Man. You are so smart. Yes, but you are still a little worse than our little Charlotte. I think so too. As they said that, the two let go of the spider silk, and then picked up stones and smashed them at the ceiling. No. Suddenly, Felicia shot a grappling hook and locked the hands of the two. No, you can't smash it, otherwise my father will die. Felicia, with broken legs, sat on the ground helplessly, pleading. Spider-Man, there must be other ways, right? Charlotte looked down at the 5 spider totems on her chest flashing in turn, and it seemed that they could last for a long time. It seems that there is no other way. I can try. The moment Charlotte finished speaking, Carter, holding a shield, came late. Seeing the scene at the scene, Carter glanced at Ben Parker and others, glanced at the baby in Aunt May's arms, and came to Charlotte with the shield. But she raised her shield to block the reflected sunlight, and the sense of restraint around Charlotte disappeared. Success. Carter smiled. Charlotte also smiled. Very good. This game didn't collapse. He is still alive. Huh. There seems to be a sound. Suddenly, Carter looked at the paralyzed spider killer with a puzzled look. Seeing the red light flashing in the spider killer's eyes, Charlotte's smile froze. I knew it was not that simple. Immediately, he raised his hand and shot spider silk to cover Ben Parker and others. As for Carter and Felicia, it was too late. Go. Who the wind whistled, and the moment Ben Parker and others flew out of the pyramid hole, the entire pyramid exploded violently and collapsed. Boom boom, the light golden building disappeared in the dust, and the entire mountain was also shaking under this shock. No, Spider-Man go. This place is going to collapse. The rubble fell, and Ben Parker and others narrowly avoided the rubble above their heads all the way, and finally left the scene before the mountain collapsed. I don't know how long it took. In the dark ruins, a glimmer of light flickered several times, and then became dazzling. Zzzz. The light illuminated the narrow stone cave, and the tilted pharaoh stone statue won a place for the 3 people. No, the stone statue alone could not support the weight of the ruins. At this time, Charlotte supported the crumbling stone statue with both hands, and black blood continued to flow out of the wound on his abdomen. The black liquid squirmed and poured into the wound, but it was quickly decomposed by the strange force, and could not heal itself at all. Under him, Felicia and Carter woke up from their coma, and were stunned when they saw this scene. Spider-Man, you. Felicia's eyes were complicated. She looked at the narrow environment, and knew that they were buried alive. It was this man who won them a chance to survive. Carter stared at the wound on Charlotte's abdomen and frowned slightly. Something is wrong. What is this? It can actually cut your skin, and prevent the wound from healing. The wound is still festering. Felicia's face was full of worry. Charlotte gritted her teeth and her body trembled. If I'm not mistaken, this is the Gene Destroyer. Kingpin is more likely to get the Gene Destroyer by cooperating with Bucky. But unexpectedly, Kingpin also added vibranium fragments to the Spider Slayer. After the self-explosion, the vibranium fragments were enough to break his skin, and the Gene Destroyer could naturally invade his body and madly destroy his superpower genes. It turns out that the Spider Slayer can really kill Spider-Man. The invincible Spider-Man died again under the same weapon. After integrating into the Titan's body, Charlotte will not die immediately, but with the disappearance of superpowers, they will be completely buried alive, and no one can escape. If the influence of the mutant spider gene cannot be completely eliminated, this kind of thing will continue to happen. This body has no resistance to the Gene Destroyer. The reason why Charlotte waited until now was just to do one last thing. Carter, we are dying, I think. Loved. Charlotte. Felicia's face was shocked. What did she hear? Carter acted and said with embarrassment, sorry, I've watched too many movies recently, so I'm just saying it. Charlotte frowned. I warned you not to watch idle dramas. They've damaged your brain. Okay, I won't watch them anymore. What do you want me to do? Carter said seriously. Charlotte panted as he sensed the rubble above his head getting heavier. I'm dying. Is there any way to prevent them from discovering my identity? Because of the warning from the spider sense, his body instinctively avoided these fragments, resulting in his body not being completely decomposed by the Gene Destroyer in the first place. His superpowers were about to disappear, and he was definitely dead. But before he died, he had to make enough preparations. After all, Carter was going to die this time. Charlotte was worried without Carter to clean up the mess. Carter looked at the wound on Charlotte's abdomen and nodded. Yes, let the gene destroyer completely decompose your body so that your identity cannot be determined by DNA. Okay, let's do it. Try it. Yeah. Under Felicia's strange gaze, Carter reached out and pulled out the vibranium fragments from Charlotte's abdomen. Wait, you are crazy. You are still thinking about hiding your identity at this time. Felicia quickly grabbed Carter. We should find a way to save ourselves now. Carter's face was calm. Why save? We are dead. No, I can't die. My father is still waiting for me. You can't die, even if you don't want to. He is dying. My ability is limited, and I can't save you at all. No, I can't die. You crazy people. Crazy people. Felicia broke down and cried, while Carter shook off her hand and cut Charlotte's skin with vibranium fragments and smeared the black blood on these wounds. Yes, yes, right here. Apply more. I feel it. A little more. It works. Change to another place. Yes, a little here too. Wait, don't move there. It's too weird. Charlotte said with a breath. Carter's face was calm, and he stretched out his hand to fiddle with it. You're so old, but you're still shy. Don't worry, I'm so old, I just treat you like a child. I won't have any other thoughts. Wow, you're pretty powerful. You're worthy of being the strong Spider-Man. By the way, do you want me to give you that? Before Carter finished speaking, Charlotte, who had lost his superpowers, could no longer hold on, and the stone statue collapsed. Boom. The ruins trembled, and the dark and narrow space was silent. Before losing consciousness, Charlotte suddenly remembered. He wasn't injured there at all. Carter, this bastard. Good news, with these 2 chapters, the 30 chapters I owed last month have been paid off. Bad news, the average subscription has increased from 4,000 to 6,000, and I owe another 20 chapters. I'll owe the extra chapters for awards first. After all, it's not much. For now, 5,000 coins plus 1 chapter. If you think it's too much, you can reduce it. I have no experience in this area, and I'm embarrassed to owe it. Tomorrow is the resurrection match. You can discuss what you want to see in the comment section, but you can't be so timid. It's very dangerous. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123, Gwen Spider Lizard Parker, 4,000 words. Please subscribe. You play as a friendly neighbor and eliminate the Kingpin's armed forces, and a number of restarts plus 9. Congratulations on receiving the invitation to the resurrection match. You have entered the resurrection match scene. Gwen Spider Universe. Task 1, save the world to get a resurrection spot. Task 2, destroy the world to get a resurrection spot. Extra reward, choose one of the 2. Titan body. Phase 2, strength plus 30 tons. Participants, Charlotte Parker, Carter Page, Felicia Hardy, Steve Rogers, Peter Parker, Steve Rogers, Bucky Barnes, Norman Osborn, Kurt Connors, Maximum Dillon, Black Dwarf, Ebony Moore, Corvus Glaive, Proxima Midnight, Thor, Loki. Rescue Team, Task 1, Carter Page, Felicia Hardy, Steve Rogers, Thor. Destruction Team, Mission 2, Steve Rogers, Bucky Barnes, Norman Osborn, Kurt Connors. Neutral Team, choose one of the 2 missions, Charlotte Parker, Peter Parker, Maximum Dillon, Black Dwarf, Ebony Moore, Corvus Glaive, Proxima Midnight, Loki. Countdown, 1 minute. Number of restarts. 30. New York at night. The top of the Empire State Building, the antenna tower. Charlotte came to a familiar place again. Sure enough, it was still this place. He was no longer able to complain. Looking at the prompt information in front of him, the blue light in Charlotte's eyes flickered slightly. Save the world. Destroy the world. There is no mission time limit. This time the mission prompt is very sloppy, and there is no other information. It is easy to destroy the world, but it is difficult to save the world. But he has no idea what kind of crisis this world will face. Everything is unknown. And 30 restarts seem to be a lot, but the difficulty of the mission will increase accordingly. However, the organizer actually classified him as a neutral team. What does it mean? The invincible Spider-Man doesn't look like a good guy. Charlotte curled his lips. The destruction team were all guys who hated Spider-Man. He actually had no choice. The guys on the neutral team were not friendly either. He was going to be targeted again this time. Fortunately, Kingpin and Ecclesia were not dead. Otherwise there would be 2 more enemies this time. It was not a solution to continue like this. He had to find a way to completely eliminate the enemies in the resurrection match. If he allowed these guys to keep messing around in the resurrection match, he would be enemies all over the world in his future resurrection matches. This matter had to be considered carefully. It would be difficult to carry out this plan without cooperation. After a moment of thinking, the countdown ended. The first step was to find old friends first, and then collect information. Charlotte did not jump off the tall building. He was waiting for someone. Half an hour later, there was a strange sound from the iron door under the antenna tower, and a vibranium shield was thrown up first, and then a familiar figure appeared in Charlotte's sight. Little Spider, you are dead again. When old Steve saw Charlotte waiting here, his old face was very excited. The two agreed in the last resurrection match that they would meet here as soon as they entered the resurrection match. After all, Charlotte had descended to the Empire State Building more than once. It's great to play the resurrection match with you again. I even suspect that you committed suicide on purpose and wanted to meet me here by chance. Old Steve came forward to hug Charlotte, and then he didn't know what he remembered, and his smile suddenly withered. There is bad news. What? Tony is missing. Missing? Charlotte frowned. Are you referring to the Tony in your universe? Old Steve nodded. Yes, I stayed for a minute after I was resurrected this time, and I saw Natasha at first sight. She dug me out in advance, and I asked her some questions, including about Tony. His eyes were solemn. No one knows about Tony's resurrection. I'm not sure if he has hidden. After all, he once said that he wanted to live a normal life. Charlotte touched her chin and thought, that's not right. Even if he wants to hide and not be disturbed, after he is resurrected, he will at least come to see you. After all, you didn't come back alive, and he will find a way to save you. Old Steve shook his head. Maybe he still resents the fact that I almost crippled him during the 1v1 battle. Charlotte, old man, since there is no time limit for the mission this time, I'll take you to see a doctor. Why? I can maintain my peak condition at this age in the resurrection match. I'm not sick. Alzheimer's is not a disease, it's a curse. You guys are so rude. I've taken good care of the elderly. Stop talking nonsense. Tell me about the plan this time. I've been assigned to the rescue team, and you should be the same. Sorry, I'm on the neutral team now, and I may not be able to help you. Neutral team? Old Steve was stunned. Your interface information seems to be a little different from mine. I guessed it. Charlotte was not surprised. He had discovered this from the conversation between his teammates a long time ago. But Steve stared at Charlotte with a strange look in his eyes. Your neighbor doesn't seem to be very friendly. Superheroes should be assigned to rescue teammates. Charlotte rolled his eyes. Thanos' men are also on the neutral team. How do you explain this? Thanos' men? Old Steve frowned. Those guys are troublesome. If we can't win them over to our camp, they may be able to decide the outcome of this time. Charlotte was not too worried about this. Now we don't even know what the world crisis is. It's too early to talk about this. As he said, he looked at the figure that appeared under the antenna tower. Another captain is here. He smiled slightly. Hi, see you again. Carter, holding a shield, greeted old Steve. She looked at Charlotte. How did he know you would be here? She asked. Charlotte shrugged. Guessed. Obviously, they had discussed it. Carter looked around. Where's the black cat? Charlotte shook her head. It will probably take some time for this guy to recover, so we have to wait a while. Black cat? You also made an appointment with a cat? Old Steve raised his eyebrows. Is it the kind of cat that Nick Fury mentioned? Charlotte explained. No, she is a human. Felicia Hardy, also in the rescue team. Doesn't she have white hair and wear a black tights and a lace eye mask? Super sexy. Old Steve asked again. Carter was puzzled. How do you know? I think I saw it. Old Steve pointed to the neon city in the night. There, she seems to be in trouble. At this time, the pupils in his eyes emitted a faint light, shining like sapphires in the night, obviously the reward he got from the last resurrection match. Seeing this, Charlotte casually threw 4 spare spider silk launchers to the two. Very good, Captain Hawkeye, you come and teach Captain Carter how to use this thing. I'll go check out the situation first. As he said, he fired spider silk with both hands, and his figure burst out in the spider silk slingshot. Under the antenna tower, old Steve began to teach Carter how to use the spider silk launcher. First, we should carry the shield on our backs. Carter. Downtown street. Hahaha, white-haired Spider-Man, you're dead. Boom, the green tail flame passed through the block, and the demon laughed arrogantly, throwing pumpkin bombs along the way to bomb the block. Boom. Ah. Run. What kind of monster is this? Car alarms sounded one after another. Flames continued to burst, passers-by fled in panic, and the Black Phantom flew one after another with the help of the grappling hook, and disappeared into the dark alley in an instant. Damn green demon, how could this guy appear here? Felicia, who was shuttling through the alley, had an ugly face, and she hadn't reacted to what was going on until now. Resurrection match, saving the world, what a joke. And, I'm not Spider-Man! Exclamation mark. She cursed in her heart. Spider-Man uses spider silk, and she uses a grappling hook. It's completely different. Boom, while thinking, the green tail flame suddenly passed over her head. Spider-Man, you can't escape. Norman's evil eyes were full of teasing, and he threw a pumpkin bomb backhandedly. Boom. The flames burst out, and the violent heat wave lifted Felicia in midair. Shit, it hurts. Felicia rolled down the roof in a mess. Seeing the green devil swooping down at her, she resisted the pain, and turned over, and jumped towards the residential building. The more complicated the place, the better it is for her. Unfortunately, this is not a problem for Norman at all. Boom. Several pumpkin bombs fell, and the surging flames lifted Felicia again. What? Felicia fell under the billboard on the roof. Her face was extremely ugly. Boom, Norman floated in front of Felicia on a flying skateboard, tilted his head and laughed. Hahaha, I have dealt with Spider-Man so many times. Of course I know what you want to do. Accept your fate, Spider-Man in this world. You are dead. I'm not Spider-Man. Felicia explained with a cold face. Norman snorted. Anyone who can swing is Spider-Man. I'm a cunning devil. You can't fool me. As he said, a sharp blade popped out of his wrist, flashing cold light. I have to say that Spider-Man in this world is a very beautiful woman. If you are not Spider-Man, I don't mind letting you become Harry's mother. He approached Felicia step by step, with a ferocious light in his eyes. Swish, the next moment, spider silk fell from the sky to bind Norman, and then a red and blue figure flashed, and fell in front of Norman. Sorry, I don't want to call her aunt. Charlotte, it's you again. Norman's eyes widened. Before he could finish, he saw a fist as big as a sandbag hitting him. Bang. After a huge force burst and the sound of metal shattering, the green figure slid across the roof and crashed into the water tank. Splash, water poured down, and Norman's head sank into the water tank. His body struggled for a moment and then stopped moving. Destruction Team Member 1 Felicia stared at the familiar back in front of her. Spider-Man, no, it's you, Charlotte Parker. Norman's exclamation made her sure that Charlotte Parker in the list of contestants was Spider-Man. The Spider-Man she was familiar with. Charlotte turned around, and the nano mask shrank. Are you okay, kitten? He smiled. Seeing this familiar face, Felicia was shocked and smiled bitterly. I should have thought of it earlier. What Spider-Man's contact person? Captain Carter's relative. These are all illusions. No wonder you wanted to hide your identity before you died. So. She looked around. So this is the secret of your resurrection. Hope gradually appeared in her eyes. If something happens to my father, will he also be able to participate in the resurrection competition? She asked with expectation. Charlotte shrugged. Sorry, I'm not sure. But at least it's not hopeless. Felicia held her abdomen and stood up with difficulty. She took a breath. It will be difficult for me to save the world in this state. She raised her hand to wipe the dust off her face. Cats have always been mascots, Charlotte said, and then said, there should be room for you to play. There have always been many villains who died at the hands of women. The next one may be you. Suddenly, the petite figure flew to the ground with the help of spider silk, and the spider suit with white on top and black on the bottom came into view. A pair of green ballet shoes is extremely eye-catching. Chameleon, stay away from that woman, Gwen warned coldly. Charlotte. Chameleon, one of the villains in the Spider-Man universe, is good at disguising himself as anyone, including Spider-Man. Obviously, Gwen in this world has recognized the wrong person. And Felicia also looked at the woman in front of her with curiosity. Spider-Virus infected? Or Spider-Man in this world? What are you still standing there for? Come here, that guy's dangerous. Gwen urged Felicia when she saw her staring at her. Before Felicia could react, Gwen's body trembled suddenly, and a pink spider totem bloomed on her chest. But Charlotte also trembled slightly, and the spider totem on her chest emerged. You don't. The moment the Spider-Man from different universes met, the inexplicable attraction made Gwen involuntarily approach Charlotte. Although Gwen was struggling constantly, she couldn't control her body at all. But the next moment, the spider totem on Charlotte's chest bloomed again, and 5 spider totems overlapped, which suddenly increased Gwen's attraction several times. The 5 spider totems made Gwen completely out of control. She completely lost her mind, and the pink totem stimulated the instinct of her body, making her rush towards Charlotte regardless of everything. Hey, what are you doing? If you come over here again, I'm going to scream. Under Felicia's strange gaze, Charlotte was instantly knocked down by Gwen, and then it was Gwen. Let me do it. At this time, the honest man with glasses climbed onto the roof, and when he saw this scene, he was instantly struck by lightning. No, Gwen, you don't. Peter Parker widened his eyes, his face full of sorrow, kneeling on the ground wailing. His world collapsed. What is her goddess doing? Then, when he saw Charlotte's face clearly, tears instantly flowed like a fountain. Charlotte Parker, you bitch, I want to duel with you. Immediately, Peter Parker stood up and roared angrily. His face was hideous and green scales appeared on his face. His body swelled, his clothes were burst by green muscles, and his hands were transformed into hideous claws. Lizard Parker. Charlotte was embarrassed to see an old acquaintance. More updates later. Chapter 124 The Evil 6, 4,000 words, including 2 additional chapters. I hate you. Peter Parker, transformed into a lizard man, leaped forward, and a gust of wind blew in his face, but Charlotte was entangled by Gwen, and could not move away. After the spider totem on his chest came into contact with the pink totem, it seemed as if it was stuck, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not push Gwen away. No, to be precise, his body would not allow him to push Gwen away. When Spider-Mans of different genders meet, everything becomes so weird. But unlike Gwen, he can stay awake. Facing Gwen's madness, he can only use his hands to separate Gwen's face from his. With so many people watching, how can he survive in the multiverse in the future? Yes, there are more and more people. Peter, stop it. With a roar, the old Steve who rushed to the scene landed from the sky behind Lizard Parker and locked his hands tightly on the other's body. Calm down, it's no big deal. After all, Spider-Man is much more handsome than you, and it's normal for girls to like him. What? Lizard Parker cried even more heartbreakingly. No, stop talking. I won't listen. How could this happen? I'm going to tear him apart. Oh. It hurts. It hurts too much. He struggled even harder, and old Steve had no choice but to use stronger strength. Tear. In an instant, his uniform was blown up by his exaggerated muscles, and 20 tons of terrifying power burst out, enough to completely suppress Lizard Parker. Spider-Man, there are many people here. I have some money in my pocket. Take her to the next door. There is a hotel there. Old Steve shouted to Charlotte. Charlotte, shut up. I can't do it now. What? You little brat. I didn't realize you were this kind of person before. Young people are really crazy. Old Steve turned his head, then hurry up, I won't peek. As he said that, he changed to lock Lizard Parker's throat with one hand, and then secretly took out a small mirror from his pocket. Charlotte, old and dishonest. Soon, Carter, who had arrived late, landed on the roof with the help of spider silk, and his movements were awkward. When Carter saw the strange scene at the scene, her cheeks twitched slightly. She turned her back and said, if I guess correctly, you should not be interested in men. She glanced at the old Steve. The old Steve's face was dark. The guy in my hand likes that girl, but Spider-Man stole his girlfriend. As a good friend, I can only choose to help Spider-Man. Carter frowned. Although I'm not interested in your love triangle, you don't have to kill people to silence them for this matter. Murder? Old Steve reacted and quickly let go. Cough cough cough. The lizard Parker, who was able to breathe, took a deep breath of fresh air and then lay on the ground with a face full of despair. He looked at the haze in the night sky and heard Charlotte's reluctant cry for help in his ears. He could already imagine the extremely regrettable scene. He shed sad tears. The next moment, a magic circle flashed in the void, and a red and blue spider jumped from it to Gwen's shoulder, and its two small fangs suddenly pierced the opponent's skin. Buzz! In an instant, Gwen's eyes rolled back and she fainted. The pink spider totem flashed for a moment and then dissipated. Charlotte was finally able to push Gwen away. Charlotte breathed a sigh of relief. That was a close call. I almost broadcasted live. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Kai. The little spider jumped into Charlotte's palm and shook its head happily, as if asking for credit. Haha, that's great. I'll give you a chicken leg tonight. Charlotte tapped the little spider's head with her finger, and once again made the little spider a promise that had never been fulfilled. Can your pet also play in the resurrection match? Carter was surprised. Charlotte put the little spider on his head and opened his arms to embrace the world. He smiled slightly. My pet is with me. As a summoned creature, of course, the little spider is wherever Charlotte is. Looking at Lizard Parker again, seeing Gwen being pushed away by Charlotte, he wiped his tears and rushed towards Charlotte with gritted teeth. Asshole, I won't let you be so rude to her. I'm going to tear you apart. Bang. Charlotte raised her hand and clenched the fist that was coming at her. Your IQ has dropped after the transformation, right? He squinted at him. What? Lizard Parker blinked. Carter on the side explained, I guess your girlfriend lost control for some reason, and it has nothing to do with Charlotte. He doesn't have a girlfriend. Charlotte approached Carter and whispered, Carter. And with her explanation, Lizard Parker quickly calmed down. Because he saw Carter. How the breeze blew Carter's hair, and a touch of fragrance penetrated Lizard Parker's nose. In an instant, his mind was rippling, and he forgot everything. The green skin and claws degenerated one after another, and Lizard Parker finally turned back to normal. After resurrection, he was able to master the ability to transform into a lizard. Seeing this, old Steve approached Charlotte. This guy's not a good person. Charlotte nodded. As long as they are beautiful women, they can be his tranquilizer. Then I will try it too. Hearing this, Felicia became interested. She raised a confident smile at the corner of her mouth, and then she shook her hair and was about to step forward to tease Lizard Parker. Go away, you were the one who hid the farthest just now. Charlotte stretched out her hand to push Felicia's face away and then said to old Steve, this woman is not a good person either. Felicia. Old Steve was deeply concerned. Yes, but we are superheroes. We can't just look at the surface. What do you think? Charlotte raised her eyebrows. Old Steve said seriously, smell the scent of a woman. Let me smell it, okay? Then you smell it. Charlotte put her palm in front of the other party. What are you doing? Old Steve was puzzled. Charlotte grinned. My hand touched her just now, so you smell my hand the same. Old Steve's face froze. This was different from what he imagined. No, I won't smell it. I just saw you picking your nose. Slander. You slandered me. You two talk too much nonsense. Carter rolled his eyes at the two of them, then came to Gwen, squatted down and hugged her in his arms. Leave here first, otherwise it will be troublesome if you are targeted by other contestants. Okay. Soon, Charlotte and the others left. After a while, bloody tentacles climbed up, sweeping the mess on the roof. Hydra Steve's eyes finally fell on the green figured round in the water tank. Splash Bucky walked up to the side. He pulled out Norman's body and examined it carefully. There are remnants of spider silk, and the fatal injury is on the face. He was beaten to death with a fist. Hydra Steve looked at Norman's broken demon mask and frowned slightly. It must be Spider-Man. Only he has such a powerful force. This spider silk must belong to him. Bucky nodded and said solemnly, we have limited information, but what is certain is that Charlotte Parker must belong to the rescue team. If we want to deal with him, we can only unite with other people in the neutral team, otherwise we are no match for Charlotte Parker. Hearing the name Charlotte Parker, Hydra Steve gritted his teeth in hatred. Norman, this waste, died at the hands of Charlotte Parker at the beginning. I hope the guy who can discharge electricity in the big lizard can be more low-key, otherwise their end will not be much better than Norman. Bucky has a different opinion on this. Steve, our mission is to destroy the world. In fact, we can do it without their help. Hydra Steve thought thoughtfully. Bucky looked at Steve. Do you remember the last resurrection match? Of course I remember. Thinking of the last frustrating resurrection match, Hydra Steve's face was gloomy. Too many people helped him, otherwise I would. I understand. Halfway through his words, he suddenly realized. Haha, yes, if he can find someone to help, so can we. He laughed and said, Hydra is everywhere, and the final winner can only be us. After resurrection, I will let Charlotte Parker know what true cruelty is. No, he won't know, because he can only sink into the nightmare of the resurrection match forever. Queens, a dilapidated apartment building. After a brief discussion, the group finally decided to go to Lizard Parker's residence. Squeak Gaga Carter and others who changed out of their battle clothes followed Lizard Parker up the wooden stairs. With every step, they could hear the strange sound of the wooden stairs, because they were overloaded. Is this really okay? Old Steve walked up the stairs lightly, trembling with fear with every step. Lizard Parker in front turned around and smiled awkwardly. It's okay. There have been no problems for many years. It's indeed okay, but it's a little small. Suddenly, the door opened, and Charlotte waved and said, I opened the door for you. You're welcome. Lizard Parker. How do you know which room is his? Carter, who was carrying Gwen on his back, asked curiously. Charlotte shrugged. I've observed from the window, the messiest, smallest, and worst room. It must be his. Lizard Parker. He said with a dark face. Charlotte Parker, I hate you. Charlotte spread his hands, looking sad. Oh, handsome lizard, you didn't say that last time. I always hate you. No, I remember you said you forgave me. No, I never said that. Then you forgot. As they were talking, everyone squeezed into the small room. Carter cleaned up the messy clothes on the bed, and then gently put Gwen down. Seeing this, Lizard Parker looked embarrassed. I'll clean up first. You guys sit wherever you want. He wanted to clean up the room quickly, but the violent knock on the door reminded him that trouble was coming. Peter Parker, you already owe 3 months rent. The landlord roared at the door. Suddenly, Lizard Parker's face turned red. It was so embarrassing. He stretched out his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. If there was no one in the room, he would have left by himself. He said in a very low voice. Everyone looked at each other. Peter Parker was worse off than they thought. But the landlord's next words made Lizard Parker's poor life even worse. Peter Parker, I know you're back. I heard a lot of footsteps. You brought people back. I'm going to fine you. You now owe me 4 months rent. I will stay in your room until you pay the rent. Hearing this, Lizard Parker wanted to cry, but had no tears. Old Steve approached Charlotte. You're so poor, and yet you still want to have a girlfriend. It's really hilarious. Charlotte squinted at him. I warn you, you'd better take that back. Why? Because I feel offended. Sorry, I forgot you're also a poor guy. In Charlotte and Lizard Parker, old Steve regained his confidence. I've been receiving pensions for many years. He was complacent. Felicia sneered. Captain Old Man, have you ever lived in a castle? Old Steve. The next second he continued. I haven't lived in a castle, but I have blown up a castle. Felicia. This old man is really hard to deal with. Be quiet. At this time, Carter hissed. This girl hasn't woken up yet. Charlotte thought for a moment, then put the little spider on her head on Gwen's arm. Chi just as the little spider grinned and was about to bite. Gwen shrank back to the head of the bed. Don't, I'm already awake. Are you pretending to sleep? Carter laughed. Gwen curled up. She hugged her legs, lowered her head, and didn't dare to look at Charlotte. Yeah. She nodded. The sound was not much louder than the sound of a mosquito flapping its wings. It was obvious that she still remembered what had just happened. I have to say, this was very socially dead. By the way, my hood. She quickly touched her face and found that her hood had been taken off. Seeing Gwen's panic, Carter said embarrassedly. Sorry, I didn't get your consent, but don't worry, we can exchange secrets. Gwen shook her head. No, I heard it when I came here. You are not from this world. She mustered up the courage to look at everyone. You want to save the world, but you don't know what kind of crisis this world will face. Charlotte nodded. Yes, I think you can help us understand this world. The world crisis must not come from the contestants, he was sure. Otherwise, the intensity of this resurrection match would be too low. When it comes to the world crisis, Gwen is no longer shy. She said seriously, I may know some information that should be helpful to you. Hurry up. Felicia asked impatiently. Seeing this, the old Steve couldn't help shaking his head. Young people are too impatient for their first resurrection match. Charlotte rolled her eyes. You are so quick to call yourself a senior. Have you forgotten who helped you pass the resurrection match? Well, okay, I admit it's all your credit. Old Steve was trying to be mean, and your superpowers are really amazing. Charlotte was not afraid of the threat at all. He glanced at the silent lizard Parker. Yes, but I think the Titanic you and someone else had is the best memory. You. Old Steve's face turned pale, and Lizard Parker seemed to have thought of something. He gritted his teeth, but dared not say a word. They all remembered what happened in the Exile of the Titans. Carter also knew about it, but she didn't want to play humor with them. She asked Gwen seriously, please tell us, what is the crisis in this world? Gwen took a deep breath. It's the Evil Six. I finally sent them to prison, but they all managed to escape recently. I suspect there is a terrible enemy behind the scenes planning everything. Sorry, it's a little late today, but I managed to code it. Thanks to Yingaiwa for the 500 points. Thanks to for the 100 reading points. Thanks to Aoangziuk for the 200 points. Happy. Chapter 125. The main world is submissive, and the resurrection match strikes hard. 4,000 words. Please subscribe. The Sinister Six. Old Steve blinked. Is this the name of a super criminal group? How cool. Gwen explained. This is the name given to them by the citizens. Each of them was once a terrible criminal, and they almost destroyed New York more than once, so the six of them together are likely to destroy the world. Felicia asked, who are the members of the Sinister Six? We need to know more about them. I know. At this time, Lizard Parker found a magazine from the garbage dump. Yes, it was a magazine published by the Daily Bugle, and one of the issues had a report about the Sinister Six. He handed the magazine to Felicia, but changed his mind the next second. He handed the magazine to Carter on the side. Felicia. Soon, Carter flipped through the magazine and handed it to others. Not long after, everyone looked at the information about the Sinister Six with a strange look in their eyes. With their abilities, it seems impossible for them to destroy the world. Old Steve said. Charlotte nodded. Green Goblin, Dr. Otto, Professor Kurt, Rhino, Chameleon, Mysterio. Even if they gather together, it is still impossible for them to destroy the world. But if it is the guy behind them, maybe it will be different. He looked at Gwen. First find the guy who helped them escape from prison. Do you have a target? Yes, I recently discovered that Kingpin is a big suspect. Kingpin? Felicia was shocked. Is he here too? Seeing that Felicia's face was not right, Gwen frowned. Is there Kingpin in your world? Of course. Felicia said, not only Kingpin, but also Green Goblin, Lizard Man, Rhino. I've seen all of them, but Dr. Otto is not a criminal. She glanced at Charlotte. This guy defeated them. Gwen thought thoughtfully. It seems they are destined to be Spider-Man's enemies. She said to Charlotte, I don't know much about parallel universes, but in your world, Chameleon and Mysterio should also appear. I can tell you their weaknesses in advance, so that you can be prepared. Thank you very much for your kindness, but I don't think it's necessary. Charlotte raised the magazine in her hand and smiled. The villains in your world are too weak, and your experience may mislead me. Really? Hearing this, Gwen not only did not think that Charlotte was too conceited, but also became very interested in the villains in Charlotte's world. Without waiting for her to ask, Lizard Parker said sourly, this guy's not bragging, he is indeed very strong. Even the Evil Six combined are not his opponent. Gwen's heart moved. Peter, is it because of the help of Mr. Spider-Man that you can live? Humph, of course not. I won the resurrection match with my own efforts. If it weren't for him, I would have lived a long time ago. Lizard Parker crossed his arms and looked at Charlotte very unhappy. But the strange thing is that he was just unhappy. This made him feel very conflicted. Seeing that Lizard Parker still held a grudge, old Steve coughed. Ahem. First of all, don't start. Charlotte interrupted old Steve's speech and then smiled at Lizard Parker. So you mean you don't plan to join us? Of course. Join. Lizard Parker snorted. I'm not helping you. I just want to help Ms. Carter. What about Gwen? Of course I will help. Lizard Parker looked a little guilty. Seeing this, Gwen couldn't help but laugh. She knew that Peter's feelings for her were not love, but Peter himself couldn't tell the difference. But she didn't expect that Peter's favorite type was a little beyond her expectations. She looked at the small room and said to Charlotte and others, let's go to my house. It's easier to discuss the next plan. I have many rooms in my house. Then she looked at Lizard Parker. Peter, if you successfully save the world this time, I will let my father give you an action subsidy, and your rent will be settled. Subsidy? Lizard Parker's eyes lit up, but he still remained reserved. Ahem. Even if there is no subsidy, I will help you, he said seriously. Charlotte rolled her eyes. As a member of the poor army, I feel sad for you. You can run for president after saving the world, but you only think about paying the rent. There is really no hope for you. Lizard Parker's face flushed. What do you care? Haha. Haha. Are you laughing at me? I didn't say anything else. I can hear that you cursed very badly. So what? Are you going to tear me apart? If I can't beat you, I will definitely tear you apart. In the interval between the two bickering, Gwen's mobile phone on her waist suddenly vibrated. She looked at the screen of her phone and her face changed. Oh no, trouble is coming. Carter frowned. Is it the evil six who escaped from prison? No, it's 4 strange guys. Gwen pointed the screen of her phone at everyone. George informed me that there are 4 guys who look like aliens wreaking havoc. We must rush to stop them. They are on the Brooklyn Bridge. Old Steve stared at the 4 figures in the picture. His expression slightly changed. It turned out to be Thanos' men. It seems that they have chosen the destruction team. Charlotte opened the broken window. Then what are you waiting for? Get rid of them first, so that there will be 4 fewer opponents. After speaking, he shot Spider Silk and jumped into the night. In the room, old Steve's face was solemn, and he instructed everyone. These 4 guys are aliens, and they are very powerful, so you have to be careful later, especially pay attention to their weapons. If you are injured by weapons, you can't heal at all. And the guy who looks like Voldemort is a wizard. What is Voldemort? Lizard Parker raised his hand weakly. Old Steve thought for a moment. I heard it from Spider-Man. Actually, I don't know what it is. Actually, you can also call him Squidward. Brooklyn Bridge. Boom. Ah. Run. Aliens have invaded the Earth. Mom, take me home. Oh my god, please save us. On the bridge, the traffic was jammed, and the citizens jumped out of the car in panic and fled. Behind them, cars exploded one after another under the pressure of invisible forces, and the flames painted the entire bridge. 4 strange figures were wantonly destroying everything they could see. Black Dwarf, a big guy wearing armor, with a rough cuticle on his body, looking like a lizard, holding a steel battle axe. Ebony Moore, wearing a gorgeous tuxedo, with sparse white hair and a face as haggard as Squidward. General Corvus Glaive, wearing a black and gold battle robe, and holding a deadly sword. Proxima Midnight, with long green hair, ferocious horns extending from the corners of his eyes, and half of his face covered with blue cuticle. Haha, weak humans, it's too easy to destroy them. The Iron Fist smashed a car, and Black Dwarf screamed to the sky. He was very excited about the feeling of coming alive again. Ebony Moore put one hand behind his back and waved the other hand casually. The blocked cars were instantly thrown into the sea by invisible telekinesis. He glanced at Black Dwarf's Iron Fist and said coldly, have you forgotten the lesson of having your arm cut off by a human wizard so quickly? Hearing this, Black Dwarf gnashed his teeth. I won't make the same mistake this time. You made more than one mistake. General Corvus Glaive gently waved his sword, and the cars around him were split in 2 by a flash of cold light. If I remember correctly, you were killed by that green coward driving a mecha. I was careless. Black Dwarf's rebuttal was pale and powerless. Dark Knight Proxima walked gracefully, and the trident picked up cars wherever he passed, making as much noise as possible. "Stop talking nonsense. I think the rescue team should be here soon," she said in a cold tone. Ebony Maw nodded. "Yes, lure them out, and destroy them in one fell swoop. Without these troublesome guys, we can slowly destroy this world. I will continue to pursue Lord Thanos after I'm resurrected." General Corvus Glaive's eyes were firm. Hearing this, Black Dwarf paused. "Forget it. I just want to protect my race, so I was forced to become Thanos' subordinate. I finally have a chance to regain my freedom. I will not go back after I'm resurrected," he said in a muffled voice. "You want to betray Lord Thanos?" General Corvus Glaive's eyes suddenly became cold, and his sword pointed directly at Black Dwarf. Black Dwarf was not to be outdone. He raised his steel battle axe and snorted. "So what? You have no right to yell at me for betraying your people. You can try whether I'm qualified." General Corvus Glaive sneered. Black Dwarf roared. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" The sudden infighting made Ebony Maw shake his head. "Stupid. The most important thing now is to eliminate the enemy and get a resurrection spot, not to fight in the middle." Dark Knight Proxima stood beside General Corvus Glaive, with the spear in her hand pointing directly at Black Dwarf. "This is not an internal fight, but to eliminate the unstable factors." As General Corvus Glaive's lover, she of course chose to stand on General Corvus Glaive's side. Ebony Maw frowned, and he glanced at the nearby car. "Don't do it yet. Someone is coming." "What?" Everyone was stunned, and then saw a red head sticking out from behind the car. "Oh, you found me. What a coincidence." Charlotte turned over and landed on the roof of the car. "I heard it. You seem to be from Avengers 3. Avengers 3. The four Black Obsidian generals looked at each other. "What is this?" The enemy finally appeared, and Black Dwarf didn't care about the internal fight. Getting the resurrection spot is the most important thing. "I know you, Spider-Man. You blocked my fist." Black Dwarf laughed. Charlotte scratched her head. "What's so funny about this?" Ebony Maw slowly raised his hand, and the cars on the bridge were needling a huge iron ball under the control of telekinesis. "If you are alone, I can only wish you good luck." After saying this, he moved his fingers slightly, and the huge iron ball turned into a meteorite and fell. Boom. With a loud noise, the bridge trembled slightly, and as the car fragments flew, the red and blue figure had already flown to the iron lock on the bridge with the help of Spider Silk. "You can't run away." Ebony Maw narrowed his eyes slightly, and saw him waving his hand again, and the iron chains broke in an instant under the control of the invisible force, and then turned into an iron chain cage to cover Charlotte's body. Dang dang dang, the iron chains collided and made a crisp sound, but before the iron chain cage closed, four dark golden octopus tentacles instantly tore the iron chains and then swung out. Bang, bang, bang. There were several loud noises in a row. Ebony Maw waved his hand and used the car as a shield. The next second, the tentacle pierced through the car and rushed to Ebony Maw's face. It can be seen that the tentacle is quite powerful, but Ebony Maw's face did not change. The invisible telekinesis spread. The tentacle that was in front of him was quickly twisted under the terrifying force. Crack, crack, crack. The tentacle burst into sparks and turned into scrap metal. Before Ebony Maw could react, the car in front of him exploded with a rumble. The terrible force tore everything apart. At this moment, Dark Knight Proxima finally made a move. Buzz the spear shot out, and along the way it turned into three red rays that intertwined and covered Charlotte's body. Under the warning of spider sense, Charlotte had no choice but to withdraw and fly back, missing the best opportunity to kill Ebony Maw. Swish. Charlotte fired Spider Silk one after another, and his figure quickly disappeared into the night sky, but the three red rays behind him were still chasing him. This is a magic weapon that Thanos specially built for Dark Knight Proxima. After throwing it out, it will split into three rays. Only after killing the target will he completely stop chasing. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, Charlotte's body twisted in the air, and three red rays flashed from the side. After missing the first attack, the three red rays turned around and attacked Charlotte again. What a trouble. Charlotte cursed inwardly and continued to shoot Spider Silk to avoid the invasion of the three red rays. In the last resurrection match, the strength of the 4 black generals under Thanos was not worse than these 4 guys, but at that time they faced the nearly invincible Dark Doctor Strange, so the 4 black generals became a small passerby. But this time, Charlotte personally felt the terrifying oppression from the 4 black generals. It's really a bit of a stretch to want to fight 1 against 4. Dark Knight Proxima on the bridge saw this. She sneered and said nothing. It's just a bug. It can't hide for long. General Corvus Glaive frowned, as Spider Silk is very strange, as if someone is leading him. It's space magic. Ebony Moore explained. No, he has other magic. The moment Black Dwarf exclaimed, a spider totem suddenly bloomed in the night sky. Buzz. Chi-chi-chi. The moment the little spider bit the back of Charlotte's hand, the power of the spider totem flowed into her body, and the gorgeous spider silk began to spread all over her body. Boom. The next moment, the spider totem exploded, and gorgeous fireworks bloomed in the night sky. Who in the raging wind, the trident spear was inverted into the ground under the impact of the violent magic energy, and the gun body shook continuously, and couldn't stop humming. This shocked everyone. The artifact is ineffective. It didn't kill Spider-Man at all. Damn, this is not the bug we encountered. Dark Knight Proxima exclaimed, and then saw the gorgeous totem in the night sky bloom again. Boom. Immediately, all the huge spider totems gathered into one point, and the red and blue figure shot down from the spider silk slingshot, like a colorful meteor, with a terrifying momentum. At the same time, Carter, who had just arrived at the scene, looked up at the meteor in the night sky with an extremely strange look in his eyes. The main world was submissive, and the resurrection match struck hard. Why not use this trick to make gold? Thanks to the book friend 2020103119333892 for the 1500 points reward. Thanks to the 3 emperors of the Han dynasty for the 10,000 points reward. Thanks to the secret garden that can't be entered for the 500 points reward. Thanks to the book friend 2021060411363869 for the 1500 points reward. Thanks to the little mushroom on the autumn mountain for the 500 points reward. Happy I will add more later and try to get 10,000 words today. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.